Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Saturday edition of High on Politics. That's realize my background's not on. Well, hope everybody's doing well. We got a fun day lined up today. We got some news to get to. We also got some stuff that we didn't get to yesterday. We got some Piers Morgan. We got some... Actually, I missed a Hassan bit yesterday that I really, really wanted to cover, but at the end of the show, we have a surprise guest. I am very excited about this one, and we will be covering some fun content. So I hope you all are having some fun today. How you guys doing? Dave Buckley, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Hey, Bandit, what's up? What's up? Pinkerbell, Etch. I hope you all are doing well. And up the pucks. Dude, your name is... It's definitely one of my favorites. I try not to play favorites, which, not saying that makes you one of my favorite chatters, but your name rules. But you could be one of my favorite chatters. Who knows? I said I don't play favorites. I might have lied. I'm playing, but hope you all are ready for the show today. Also, so yesterday, gotta say, I kind of felt good about it. You know what? I had a good stream. You waking up early tomorrow for the gold medal hockey game? Likely. I don't know. What time is it? Like, what time's the game even on? No. You know what? Short answer is no. We watched a video yesterday about how, like, there was this, like, dude about the same age as me where he was talking about losing interest in certain things. I don't feel the need to do that shit. I don't even care if I have it spoiled for me. I'll watch the game. Like, I'll put it on and I'll even if I know what happens, I'll watch it, but I just don't care anymore. I legitimately just don't give a shit. It's kind of the same thing with wrestling. There's an event tomorrow in Chicago. I'm not going. It's insanely expensive. They canceled watch parties all around the city, so usually they'll do like a theater or they'll like let bars have it. Nope, can't have that because they didn't sell out the arena, so they want to try and sell tickets that way. But you know what they didn't do? Lower the ticket prices. They actually raised them, which is a little oxymoronic. You want people to go watch your shit and you're complaining about not selling out. Lower the ticket prices. Throw in a freaking hot dog and a popcorn. Like, that's... It's insane, the greed. And then they want to sit here blaming us. It's the fans. They just can't make it out anymore. Why not? We're not, less people are watching. TKO is threatening to drop WWE because it's not turning a profit. Seriously. But that does play into how I'm feeling about it, where I'm just like, I don't care. I'm not even going to watch it because I'm not paying for fucking ESPN. Like, when they moved to ESPN, that was bullshit too. What? Peacock got them for a year? Like, that was so dumb. So here we are. I don't enjoy shit like that as much anymore, and I'm not chasing it. So the second that you said, are you waking up for the hockey game? Nope. No, I'm not. I'm going to be sleeping my happy ass through the morning, and if I wake up and it's not over, then lucky me. Wow, I just realized that I'm a little curmudgeonly today. It's okay. The hyper-commodification of everything is just making us tired. Ads, microtransaction, brand tie-ins, literally everything is in it. I mean, look at WWE and hockey. Actually, Blackhawks games. When they started adding the fucking patch to the jerseys, I was out. Honestly, I lost so much interest the second that they did that. I thought that that was kind of like the sacred no-go zone, where it was like, you guys already make so much fucking money. Why? Why do you need to sell a patch sponsorship on the jersey, especially when it's burned a few people? Like, I feel bad for the team that had the crypto one that went belly up because of BTC. Or not BTC. What? Not. Oh, wow. I almost got that one wrong. What's his name? I forgot. The guy, Sam Bankman-Fried. So, SBF. There we go. Not really good with the abbreviations. Are you a group leader? No. What? I am follower. Actually, you know what? Every once in a while, even if you are a good leader, it is so nice just to not. Like, I was a team captain for hockey, and it was so overrated. And by the end of it, I didn't want to do it anymore. And then I felt so much better when I just showed up and got to play. Like, God, those were the days. Underrated benefits of leaving religion, sleeping on a Sunday. Yeah, that is very true. So, long story short, yeah. Well, long story short is I'm not watching the hockey game. Thanks, Bandit. The private torrenting site. Whoa, yeehaw. Yo, careful there. I do not. Pep Talks does not condone that kind of action. We do not play those games here. You guys need to do everything on the up and up, okay? Oh, man. Oh, got something in my eye. That's crazy. Oh, what timing? I mean, damn. Hey, Uni. Uni's in chat. What's up? How you doing? Everybody say hello to my wife. She is Uni Moogle in chat here. We are always happy when she's in chat. She snuck in today. I seriously didn't see you. You found the good chat box? You did. Oh, okay, cool. Milo. Oh, Milo. We got a cute little buddy today. Hey, Milo. Whoa, do you recognize my voice, Milo? You're a good boy, Milo. I'm talking to a dog, if you guys don't. If you haven't figured that one out. No, I'm totally talking to, I'm talking to my cousin. But yes, guys. Man. I have been watching curling, though. I need to revise this a little bit, because curling, I have found some more joy in, because you know what? Out of the Olympics, it's one of the ones that's not over-commodified. Not a lot of sponsorships over in the curling sector. Lots of drama this year, though. Holy crap. Had you told me that there was going to be, like, this huge, like, whoa, look at him. Look at him. He's here. Sorry. Got distracted by the cat. What's up, dude? He's been super cute today. Look at him. Yeah. All right, sorry about that. Got distracted. So real quick, want to cover something that's going on, and actually, Sylvie, this kind of plays into what we were discussing over on Discord. So you might already know what's up. So if you guys have been following the Illinois 9th, which you know what, you might not be, but you also might be, because the Illinois 9th is one of the hottest contested races in the entire country right now. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh debated Dan Biss and Laura Fine. There were also other candidates. There were 15 people on that stage, by the way. That's why they had to do everything so quickly. She put out a clip where she tried to challenge Dan Biss on why he wasn't calling what was happening in Gaza, I'll just say it one time, a genocide. And he didn't do the he didn't commit to, because I think it was framed as a yes or no question, and he didn't answer just like yes or no, which, again, politics. But it's like the same thing as the Bernie Sanders stuff, where he has connections to Israel, but also the fact that he is, and when I say connections to Israel, I mean, like, literally his family lived there, and, he's Jewish. That's how this goes. But yeah, he's still, I don't know. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt on this one. I have, I think, 17 days or something like that until the election. So, you know what? I changed my mind. Because right now, as I said, I'm not too jazzed about Cat either. You know, I might actually end up voting for somebody, like, just completely different in this primary. 15 people on a primary ballot is wild on a debate stage. Woo! Yeah, that's how many people actually were able to get all the signatures. Dude, there was this one guy that was on the stage. I was like, I have not heard his name a single time in any of this. So that was kind of wild. But you know what? We'll see what happens. I personally, I don't think that this is the Israel Gaza thing is not going to swing this election in the slightest. You know, I hate to say it, man. And this isn't like the, you know, Dearborn, Michigan situation in the presidential election. It has nothing to do with that. Is this a play? Is that a place? Wait, what are you talking about? Cutterville? Well, yes. Well, again, you know what, guys? This is something that I'm just going to have to say. I know people who are Israeli that are fine. They're progressives. And when you do shit like that, you automatically make them feel like they have no place in the progressive movement. So careful with that shit. Seriously. I don't know. We got to be a little more mindful of this stuff. Let's see. Sorry, guys. My chat just froze. What the hell? Oh, yo. I just had an F in chat. My chat just went blank. Give me a second. Damn it. Yeah, my whole chat is gone. Fuck. Here, I'm going to have to reset this. Give me a sec. Reset. There it goes. Okay. And now, what I will do to go back, read back through some of your comments, I'll just pull up the feed. There we go. Hey, Pep just got back from the range. Oh, damn, my fault. Hand slip. Sorry, hand slip. Oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, no, for some reason over on my OBS, my chat box just went completely blank and it wasn't restarting the way that it usually does. Oh, shit. See, it actually reset everything. Let me turn that off. Chat log froze for Pep. Yeah. Sorry. That sucks. Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, delete this guy. That's crazy. Nope, not doing that. Yeah, I don't. The funniest part is I didn't even see his chat come up here. Oh, shit. There it is. This is why we can't have nice things. It's even crazier. Oh, shit. That means that... Hold on. I gotta reset this too now. My delay is off. Hey. So no chat for you until I fix that. Chat box. There we go. Chat play. There we go. Perfect. Now you guys can play. All right. Sorry, technical difficulties have been addressed, and we are all good. Because the real tribes that didn't follow after the BAALS are protesting against them. Okay. I think that you guys are this is online brain. Right? Go talk to people. Like, seriously. Like, you do realize that, like, Ryan, who's been part of this show, he was part of the IDF, and he's against what they were doing. He's gay, he's progressive. Like, I just really hate when everybody just lumps good people into the fact that, like, oh, they supported, like, I covered this yesterday, like the 10 years ago on Twitter bullshit, and then on top of it, like this one where it's like he got conscripted into the military that it's mandatory. So I don't know, man. I'm gonna at the risk of not being able to articulate this as well as I want to, I'm going to end it here, but I'm going to just say, stop doing that. Stop it. You're literally not helping the fucking movement grow in the slightest if we're going to start playing that thing. And it doesn't help when it's like people start throwing around, well, that's anti-Semitic. Well, if you're going to literally say that everything and everybody tied to Israel is, in fact, the devil, don't be surprised when they're going to call you anti-Semitic. I don't know, guys. Like, it's getting a little fucking wild. That's why, Sylvie, when I read that Substack, I don't see that big of a fucking problem with it. But whatever, man. Like I was saying, it's not going to sway the Illinois 9th election. So plain and simple, if Kat loses, what are we going to, are we looking for a reason? And is that reason going to be that, oh, well, people are anti-Palestinian, that's the reason they didn't vote for Kat, instead of looking at the fact that most people are just saying that they're uncomfortable with the 26-year-old coming in from Texas, having not really a strong platform on what she's going to do for the locals of this district. Like, yeah, it has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's blown off campaign events. It has nothing to do with the fact that, like, with me personally, where it's like, oh, you know what? She's kind of showing me that she's a who gives a shit, like, when it comes to bigger opportunities. So fine, go focus on that. But like I was saying, does she need Hassan and, you know, the people who watches him? Because I'm gonna just say this too, I'm not sure if there's a lot of people who watch Hassan in my district. I haven't met many. But it's called selective service in the draft. Well, yeah, Italy has it. I mean, well, selective service. It's not selective. I thought that it was mandatory. But whatever. People just want to be fucking, like, the things that I've been seeing going around. Like, now we're back into post 9/11 Jewish conspiracy bullshit. So Hassan is great. Why don't people like him there? Because most people don't watch 8-hour streams. A lot of people in my district are over the age of 40, so they don't even know what a streamer really is. You know, most people that are of a certain age, they either watch TikToks, which, surprise, yeah, it's like short form stuff. Like, a lot of them don't seek out long form content like this. So, I don't know. I think that it's, a little bit interesting that she was focusing strongly on the YouTube aspect of things, doing streaming on her end to try and do her, like, to get her campaign out there. But as I said, guys, this is where I've been trying to prepare you for this. If she doesn't win, it was her fault. Okay? And I don't want to hear a whole bunch of people just being like, this is why I was saying before. I don't want to hear the, oh, people are anti-Palestinian. Oh, people are this, or they're sexist, or the, no. We need to leave. My only gripe is that it's conscription or jail. I knew it was a genocide since the Great March of Returns, so I'd pick jail time. We need to leave room for people to grow. Yeah, I hate that being Jewish is not the same as being Israeli, and the conflation of the two is terrible. Well, unfortunately, a lot of people don't help in that messaging when, you know, all they hear is, you know, trying to lump people into it, which I'm not saying you do, Sylvie, but I have been seeing it just in chat here. Like, look at the way that they're responding with the Epstein list. Did you guys see this shit? Here. Let's see if I can pull this up. Maybe I'll just send it through Discord. Because I think... yeah, it's not going to work. God damn it. Hey, you're coming back? Okay, and now it's not working. Dude, I'm having technical difficulties. Part of it's my brain, because apparently... yeah, there it is. I didn't have it selected. You gotta be kidding me, man. Okay. Well, here, let me post this, and then I'll bring it up. Okay. Now, go to Discord. There you are. All right, you might not be able to read this because it is a little bit small. Can I? Oh, there we go. Okay. Whoa. Sorry. Horizontal. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay. So this list is making the rounds on Twitter, and this is you see anything that's a little calling the dogs, if you will. Names mentioned in the Epstein list with emojis, with emotes to show their ethnicity. Now, I'm not going to read every single one, but I will slowly scroll so you guys can get an idea of what is going on. Hey, what's up, Dieter? Good to see you, brother. Boom, 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 and then Prince Andrew. Now, we get to the end of this, and this is what is making the waves around Twitter. From a quick look at it, this was clearly a Russian operation. The perps, financiers, lawyers, bankers, and all are super Zionist Jewish people. Man, I've been getting censored for that one, by the way. Also, this was written with AI. There's no punctuation. That always makes me laugh a little bit. It's just like, wow, you couldn't even type this one up, eh? But let's continue to not notice that. Look, either you think Jewish people are just naturally pervs, or you admit that this was an Israeli operation. Now, while I agree with this, we should definitely admit that this was, it looks bad for Mossad. And the idea that this wasn't somehow perpetrated by them. And, it definitely does not look good for Israel as a nation. But, yes, it also doesn't look good for the American media that is whitewashing. And by whitewashing, I mean by being like, oh, this is all Russian. This is all Russian assets. But I'm also going to call this what it is. Like, again, be careful with that dog whistling bullshit, because the people that are putting those lists out there are indeed racists. So this is where you want to be very, very careful with that, because this is what they did during 9/11, the Truth era, before we actually knew who even did it. You guys remember that one? See, I remember my member berries were immediately everybody thought was Iraq. Just any person was just like, Iraq, it was them. And it kind of started taking a little bit of a turn where you had people who weren't exactly part of like the evangelical Christian, circles. They started kind of just being like, well, Israel? So yeah, I remember everybody kind of mixing things up there. And it turned into a clusterfuck for a little bit. Like, God, do you guys actually remember that? Where, like, we didn't know, like, I think it was almost a year, where we just had no clear-cut idea of who did it. Or at least it felt like that. Because, like, here, let's see. When did the Afghanistan invasion actually happen? Officially start. 2001. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. Not even a month. I was off. When did we learn about... They had information stating that these... Okay, yeah, see, this is where... When they mentioned the passports... they still mentioned the passports and just the wiki. Yeah. Say that the passports... Wait, confirmed it, so... Yeah, there must have been just... We had the information. It's like the Gulf of Tonkin thing and like all that bullshit. See, now that's what got me started in it, where it's like, are you telling me that we might have had an idea that this was coming? The wife's cancer thing doesn't have... Dude, I've been trying to get rid of the deadline. I don't know why Streamlabs makes me have one. Actually, you know what? Maybe I could do this. Let's see. No, because you... Ah, damn it. No, you can't because it doesn't... it covers all of it. But yeah. For some reason, whenever I update the wife's cancer fund, I have to put in an end date. So here, you know what? I'll change that after I have to go into that again to do the edit. Because, yeah, we don't have a deadline on it. So, to answer your question, it's because Streamlabs is stupid, and I can't really do anything about it. So, nothing survived, but they found the passport. I know. I mean, to this day, you still got people that are just like, all right, so what the hell was up with Building 7? And then the passports? Till the wee hours. I'll see. I know nothing about that. I'm going to just go based on what I remember from it, because I don't remember any of it. Like, I barely remember any of it, because you know what? It has been very inconsequential. It's not like I could do anything about it. Jesus. You guys ever feel that way? You ever just feel like we focus on shit, and then there's no changing it? Like, even if you pay attention? God. I'm not saying that you should stop. I'm just saying that I've hit a wave, okay, like, it's kind of been more frequent. But I kind of love that Trump is so baby brain that he doesn't care if the tariffs hurt his corporate overlords. He's upset. Well, the thing is, he's emotional. That's why he went 10% across the board. And then this morning he woke up and was just like, you know what? I'm still pissed off. We're gonna do 15%. We're gonna go to 20%. Like, whatever. Love the dog cam. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. He's a good boy. By the way, speaking of the dog cam, you guys can give the good boy some treats if you donate to the stream. $2 gets the dog a treat. So, and you guys can also become members, and that also counts. So, what is up? You're distracting me, dude. I'm here. You're being so cute. You're being so cute. Why? He's being very needy right now. He's just he's sitting at my feet just meowing. So, I wonder what he wants. What do you want? You want a lick? Everybody say hi to Lito. Got the co-hosts all about... Actually, we might have an extra co-host, because my other cat he's randomly, like, really come out of his shell. Like, you guys might actually get to meet my second cat. I hope so. The only trick is the dog cannot be in the room, because my other cat is a little bit smarter as far as just being, onto my dog's shit. Where he's just like, yeah, I see you. Pet tax. Hey, thank you, Mouse's Houses. I appreciate that. Oh, somebody just woke up.
At Mouse's Houses, $2.
You
Pet
stay
tax.
there. You stay
Sad
over
face
there.
Emoji.
Yeah. Don't go near the dog. Yes. Are you coming up? Come on. Oh. No. There we go. You get away. No. You get away from his phone. Wow. All right. That could have turned bad. Yeah, he's got a little bit of that food aggression, so you got to watch out. Okay. It distracts from the fact that it's going exactly according to plan. What? So do you really think that him losing the Supreme Court case... I've heard this. I saw this on Twitter yesterday, that people were just like, oh, Trump actually got what he wanted, because now he can just blame the Supreme Court for not getting... for not giving out the tax or the rebates to everybody. I was just like, oh, shit. I guess that kind of makes sense. Thinking Trump is self-aware is delusional? He has to be. There has to be a level of self-awareness, though. Whether or not it, like, leads to anything good is a different story, but no, he's self-aware enough to... No, because that's why he can always read the tea leaves as far as, like, right up to that, the boiling point of everything going completely bad for him. Then he'll just kind of pull back and be like, you know what? Fuck it. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. It's the same thing with ICE. Like, where he's just like, you know what? We're going to pull back. We're going to pull back ICE. The operation's done. We're just gonna move it into the suburbs and call it something else. It's just the plan of the globalists. I get you though. I mean, that's also just Jesus Christ. I don't know why I'm in this mood today, but I'm in the zone of, okay, we know what the globalists are and who they are at this point. Like, that list I just showed you is it. Although, did you notice how they didn't have Trump on there? Interesting. It's almost like it's full of shit. Because that's what everybody wants this to be, and that's where I'm gonna wrap up this segment on. Yeah, if everybody's just saying that it's a fucking Jewish cabal thing where they're like, it's only like, fuck you and get out of here. Like, I have no room for that anymore. No, it's the rich fucks. It's anybody that made, over $200 million and thought that they can just, buy into that level of, fame or whatever the fuck. Like, God. All right, so I saw the picture of Howard Stern with Epstein right behind him, and Howard Stern even saying, like, yeah, you know what, I had met the guy a few times, but I didn't know what he was in. Yeah, bullshit. I don't believe Howard for a fucking second. And you know what? That was one of my heroes. Like, if that's the closest that I've had to a hero in any capacity, and you know what? Fuck him. At this point, it's hard to even, I can't trust him, I can't listen, so I don't even listen anymore. I'm over it. Just admit it, dude. Like, he admitted, like, yeah, I've been to a few Diddy parties. I just didn't know what was going on. They were wearing white, so I got bored and left. It's just like, fuck you, dude. And then he wants to sit there still, like, touting, like, oh, well, my place in the Hamptons, my place in Florida, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Howard was, well, the thing is, when they put the list out of everybody mentioned in it, obviously Howard was mentioned. But what they weren't saying in like the files themselves was how his show kind of influenced a lot of that bullshit, and like how these rich fucks, like, that was what they would listen to Howard and they would just be like, oh, I can one up this. That shit is where I'm like, oh no. And I can see it as an longtime listener of Howard. I could see how he would totally influence that. So, white Christian nationalists are the origin of Zionism? What? You know what? I'm over it. I'm fucking over it. The way that everybody is. It's literally gotten everybody brain broken. If they unredact them, they all run for the hills. They're already running for the hills, dude. Have you ever seen any of these people? Like, actually out and about? You ever encountered anybody that just makes $1 billion? No? It's almost like they live on a totally different plane of existence, and we have this very, very unrealistic notion that we're somehow, some way, going to change the entire system to lock them up, and we're going to hold them accountable. That's what really sucks, is I think we all, everybody deep down inside knows that nothing's gonna fucking come from this, and nothing's gonna change. They're just they're literally waiting this shit out. You got Trump out there that's just trying to change the news narrative. Like, that's why when he keeps doing this thing where it's like, all right, we might go to war, we might not. This time, he put he put the boats and he put everything there, but Saturday, I thought we were supposed to, I thought we were striking. I could be wrong, though. We'll see. Tired of the evangelicals. Dude, I'm tired of everybody's using their fucking religion like it somehow makes you superior to everybody else. Like, fuck you. You're all dumbasses. Everybody's a bunch of dumbasses. Your God doesn't matter any more than anybody else's God. Plain and simple. I was over in Iraq and could have bought in, be a billionaire on par with Elon now. What do you mean? Oh, yes, you could have. Yeah. That sounds like straight up fucking delusional bullshit. Also, you're sitting here rocking the name John Doe in chat. feel that I could be incredibly rich multiple times by now, but I have a conscience, unfortunately. I mean, Jews created Christianity? Yeah, that's technically true. That is technically true, yes. Actually, funny enough, Alexander the Great is the one that we can really look to for what we're dealing with modern Christianity. It's almost like they want to use religion as a method of control. It's almost like, you know, you go back long enough. This is why they kept the, you know, in the Catholic religion, this is why they didn't really want to translate the Bible, because that was a major problem. If they translated the Bible and printed it in mass, then that means that that people might actually read the damn thing. You're not a temporarily disadvantaged billionaire. You're a regular person, and the game is rigged against you, and all of us grow up. Yep. No, man. I have no room in my life for anybody that thinks that, you know, their chance at becoming a billionaire is coming up. They're just waiting for that that one lucky day where they get the right lottery ticket, and then somehow complain that they're not billionaires because they even if you win $1 billion, you have to pay enough in taxes that would make you just a, you know, 500 millionaire. Gross how many, but that might also get you to figure out that it's like, wait a minute, so you're gonna tax my earnings like that, but you don't tax other billionaires like that? What's up with that? Nothing will radicalize a rich person quicker than winning the lottery. Gross how many people who hate billionaires only hate them because they aren't billionaires? No, it has nothing to do with that, you motherfucker. No, seriously, it has to do with the fact that if you're gonna hoard that much capital and then you assholes like you go out and blame their neighbors, that's the fucking problem. The real problem is you get off on it. At some point, you got so sucked into your own privilege that you like it's like a little like coat for you, or like it's a comfort blankie for you, where you're like, oh yes, oh yeah, I have a bigger house than that guy. Oh yeah, I got a nicer car than that guy. I make a little bit more than this guy, while simultaneously ignoring everybody that points to you and uses you as that example. Wasn't talking about you, dude. I don't care, Austin. I really don't care. You're just wrong. That's not why the left wants to tax the fuck out of billionaires. It's not jealousy. You could be jealous of anybody that makes $100 million. Like, the thing is, it's the fact that you guys buy in to every argument they ever make for being taxed. Oh, they'll leave us. Oh, the billionaires will leave us if we tax them. We can't do that. We also can't, I don't know, make it illegal for them to offshore any of their fucking earnings. And for every penny that we find that they do, we take their wealth at that same point. Like, anything that's still onshore, you just fucking, you take it. Christianity is translated New Testament. Yeah. Wow. I appreciate the lessons in chat today. Why are you being so salty? I'm a salty pepper. Come on now. I literally wasn't talking about the left. What are you talking about? Don't you effing guy. Don't effing you guys me. Oh, somebody's mad. Bye. Fuck you, Austin. Again, see? Oh no, I lost Austin, guys. You know, I don't know what I'm gonna do to recover. Whatever. Like I said, I'm in a mood today. I have absolutely no tolerance for the bullshit today. If they move to anywhere on the planet Earth, we can reach into that pocket and take their billions. Sometimes you need to vent. Oh, I'm pretty good at the venting thing. It's more so the fact that I am less tolerant of the just blatant bullshit, like people standing up for billionaires and saying shit like, "Oh, you're just jealous. You're just a big jelly bean." Fuck. Meanwhile, literally, these guys are ruining our society. They're running around, you know, with their freaking underage escabals. But no, we're jealous of them. Fuck off. No, it's also the fact that you guys can't conceptualize a happy life without just getting more, Like, do you have a cap? Like, seriously. You know, most leftists, and I might be generalizing a bit here, but I am just going to go out on a limb and say most leftists, I think, have a cap of where they understand what amount of money, like if they reach that cap, they'd be perfectly fine. And it's also about how when you make more money, you spend more money on stupid shit, like in general. Like, God, could you imagine living a middle-class life, not buying the giant house, and just saving that fucking money while also, and I don't mean like saving that money in the way they do, where it's like offshore and all that bullshit. I mean, just put it into a high-yield savings account, and then do some of the fund some of the stuff that can't get funded. Like, this is my biggest hang-up, is like, how come some of these fucking billionaires that could literally just pay for the debt of, you know, half the country don't? But, you know what? Sparks up another bowl. Yeah, I think that I need to do that. I haven't gotten high today, so that's maybe why I'm in a bad mood. Taking all our damn wealth right out of our local economies and hiding it in their offshore accounts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what they do. You don't get 1 billion without taking advantage of a lot of people? Oh, absolutely. That's what I mean, though. Like, they don't see it that way. Your average person, they really do. Like, they're so brain fucking rotted that they think that they're just, like I've been saying, one day, whether they win the lottery or, I don't know, what feeds that delusion where they genuinely think that they're going to make that much money? They're just, is it just lottery? Because that is the only thing that makes sense to me. Laughing my ass off, just a whiny Gen X. Oh, you think I'm Gen X? Oh, wow. Uh-oh, guys. I think that I'm starting to slip into that, into my age. Shit. No, I'm millennial there, bro. And it's not just being whiny. It is literally like dude, fuck you. I have had my fucking taxes raised to pay for these assholes. And then your taxes got raised too to pay for these assholes. And like I said, you somehow buy into well, if you guys raise our taxes, then we're just going to leave you. Fuck you. Let them go. I'm so proud of your growth, Pep. Thanks. Ooh, actually, you know what? I got something fun to go to real quick. Kind of random, but it's fun. All right. So, I'm not sure how real this is, because you have to question everything, because, you know, we live in such an awesome time that we can't even trust our eyes in videos anymore.
China,
which it's almost like that was kind of something that Trump was really pushing towards, because he kind of needs that. He needs you to question whether any of these videos are fake or real, because I do have a feeling that he actually does have like this blackmail where, like, this is my theory, that everybody who's claimed to have blackmail on Trump has blackmail on Trump, and it's video evidence. The problem is, now we have all this fucking AI that's going to muddy the waters, and he's going to play that game of just like, you know what? Why would you trust Iran? They just came out here with their AI videos, and none of it can be trusted. I know it looks very real. Very real. Yeah. But anyway, China launches first flying power station.
Just launched this, the world's first flying power station, a helium-filled aerostat housing 1,200 kilowatt turbines, capable of harvesting high-altitude winds 2,000 meters above the city.
Meanwhile, we're sitting here fucking putzing along, you know, drill, baby, drill, clean coal.
Sichuan province. Traditional wind turbines stand just 100 to 200 meters tall and operate within the
We're so fucking stupid.
lowest layer of the atmosphere,
really are.
where wind is slowed and destabilized by friction with the ground, leading to lower average wind speeds and greater turbulence. But at altitudes exceeding 1,000 meters, wind becomes faster, steadier, and more directionally consistent. On average, in the Yibin Basin, where this project was piloted, wind speeds 2 kilometers up are up to 4 times faster than in the basin.
Okay, now my biggest question is what keeps the thing from just going...
And because wind power scales with the cube of wind speed, that means the same turbines could generate 64 times more power. To make use of this advantage, in January of 2026, China launched the S-2000, a 197-foot long, 131-foot diameter, lighter-than-air aircraft. Its aerofoil design forms a duct that compresses and...
The problem is any adverse weather is going to push this thing to the next fucking top.
accelerates airflow into the turbine array, maximizing energy capture and giving it a maximum power rating of 3 megawatts. The tether then transmits electricity back to the ground as medium voltage direct current, a choice that minimizes
Okay, so
efficiency.
this only makes sense if it can be reeled in very quickly.
Losses typically associated with long-distance power transfer. In its operational test flight, the S-2000 generated 385 kilowatt-hours of electricity, enough to charge around 30 electric vehicles or power an average urban household for an entire month, and making it the world's first airborne power system. For now, this is just a demonstrator in its ability to provide stable power, operate safely in crowded aerospace, and overall cost of these projects will ultimately determine whether this technology stays afloat. If you like science and finally understand the term cloud infrastructure, follow for more.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. You know, like I was saying, yes, we are sitting here letting China just lap us in most freaking science fields, and that's going to have its negative implications. Oh, God, yeah. I'll get to this news stuff here in a minute. I am still in chill mode, because holy fuck. The most powerful, most diabolical engineering ever, the German Zeppelin, will make you come back to a power station. Will make a comeback as a power station. You know, they didn't mention what it was filled with. Because I'm just like, well, I mean, it's not helium. You know, it's not nitrogen. No, like I said, my biggest gripe there would be like, is there a way to reel that in very quickly? Because, again, if you're harnessing wind power, like, there's one thing that happens, you know, just in general on living on this planet is weather and climate, and just in general, like, it never stays the same, so... But Trump's uncle under OSI didn't take a huge chunks out of before Tesla. Oh, that whole dude. I never thought I'd see this. I never thought I'd see the full-blown return of, but Epstein. We somehow, in the span of less than a month of getting the Epstein files released, have gone from, okay, we really need to investigate this, we need to unredact these names, and now you have the internet doing what the internet does best, and just going after theories. Like, it plays into that how everybody wants to be the one to be right. But this is where I'm a little confused, and I brought this up with Kyle Kalinske, like doing this thing where it's just like, oh yeah, I called that out 2 years ago, bro. It's like, yeah, but doesn't it kind of matter if you were, I don't know, a investigator in some ways, whatever. I didn't care about the Epstein files then or now. Well, you should now. I mean, you should have then, technically. That's where I will admit, I owe some conspiracy theorists an apology specifically on the Epstein stuff. Because I don't know why. Like, I was of the mind that, yeah, Trump definitely had something to do with the dude, you know, getting got. But, yeah, I didn't think that it was blatantly this bad. You know, when they were saying satanic cabal that, you know, has a lot of beef jerky. Yeah, even if you brought up the beef jerky, because, like, this is... And then what really did it for me was learning that Epstein was one of, like, he was with the guy that did, like, he owned 4chan, and then the day that the QAnon thread started was the day that they met. That is enough for me to just be like, ta-da! What are we doing here? There it all is. That's the reason that, you know, we looked at the pizza code and we're just like, oh, that's crazy. Oh, pizza. And then you find out it's like, oh shit, that was actually a thing. But you know, it wasn't a thing. The false, like, where they went Comet Pizza and all that shit. Like, yeah. And they were more than happy to watch that happen because, again, it muddied the waters. It got everybody talking and, you know, in the opposite, just being like, oh, look how crazy this is. A shadow cabal of billionaires that frickin', you know, have a sophisticated trafficking apparatus. Yeah, okay. Links for my wife's fund. You guys can do that through Super Chats, or you there's the link in the description. It's my my Streamlabs link. If you guys get prompted to start a Streamlabs account, you can opt out and you can still donate. I had this happen yesterday. I have to say I'm actually a little disappointed that that person was getting a little mad about it because they're just like, I don't want to sign up for a Streamlabs account. It's like, you don't have to. But yes, I really appreciate the donations. I should probably, like, we have a GoFundMe, but the problem with that is, yeah, I deal with too much too many shitheads in my chats. So, and there's enough like personal info that no, I don't want. I'd rather not have that tied to me, or at least to my YouTube. Do you make more through Streamlabs or Streamlabs? Streamlabs, I get my full payment. But YouTube, because I'm a smaller creator, they actually don't take as much, and I do get like perks, you know, as far as like in the algorithm, that kind of shit. But whatever, it's a game we play here. I wish we didn't have to jump through all these hoops as a creator. Like, it sucks, but I also try. No, I do not. I don't take crypto. I'm not into crypto in the slightest. I will never be into crypto. Sorry, Matt. I don't trust crypto. I don't trust anything that's destabilized. That, you know, there's reasons also, you know, the whole rug pull aspect of things. I can't. I'll just say this: I am pro class consciousness. Doom Vanilla. So I liked what came from it. The fact that I was talking to some of the most ardent MAGA supporters that changed their, like, that's the one time that we were agreeing on something where they were just like, you know what? Cry me a fucking river. Because one thing most Americans have dealt with is health insurance and realizing how fucked up it is. So Peach is the best Mario character. Yoshi's actually, in my opinion. I'm happy to see my boy get his debut in the new movie. I like Toad as far as Mario Kart because, yes, technically, Earl Grey in the cup. All right, guys. I'll move on to some news here because fucking A. I'm sorry, my brain has been essentially cooked by the news cycle lately. It has been a lot to deal with. I had oh, actually, you know what? This is the reason that I'm even bringing this stuff up. I had a nice meditation session, which oddly enough made me realize how much of this shit is just constantly bothering me. Because, and it's not even like the actual substance of the news. It's the fact that it's just so fucking much. Every goddamn day, something new. We don't have any chance to just kind of take it in. And then what's pissing me off is that my attention span it's starting to do the TikTok thing with news, where it's just like, okay, on to the next news thing. And that's not good. That's not good at all. So, I don't know, guys. I'm going to give a little bit of a pep talk here. If you guys are feeling exhausted and burnt out by the news cycle, there is no shame in doing a disconnect. I think that it is, it's good for you. And when I say disconnect, I mean a few days off. The problem now is you really can't just disconnect entirely. And I do judge people that do that. You've been detoxing with some gaming drama. See, that's what I've been doing that with. So I have gaming drama. Maybe it's because I don't have kids that I've gotten really big into like the whole deschooling thing, and just in general, like how this next generation is in big trouble. Because holy fuck. Which, yeah, you know what? I'm hitting that age. Yeah, the kids, they're not okay. But yeah, flood the zone. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. The fact that Steve Bannon is even still like doing his podcast, that he's not being investigated, is insane. The fucking guy that authored this shit with not only Trump, but Jeffrey Epstein. Like, what are we doing? That shit hurts my brain a little bit, but your whole life will change with kids. Well, I don't want kids, so my whole life will not change with kids because I'm not gonna have them. I don't want them, dude. Just because you got to convince yourself that and this is where I do get a little pricky about it, where it's just like, no, I'm sorry, man. And also, let's see if you feel that way if they turn into teenagers that all of a sudden like hate everything about you, or they turn into like horrible people. Like, roll that dice. Hashtag child free. Fuck yeah. Child free and happy. No, because the only people that ever tell me that I'm not happy not having kids are parents. Everybody else that doesn't have kids, especially the people in their like 50s and 60s, they told me that they have zero regrets about it, and that's why I am very, very okay with this. Also, I'm be an unk. I'm not trying to convince you to have kids. Just saying goodbye to money and freedom. What do you mean? Oh, that's yeah. When you have kids, goodbye to your money and freedom. No. Sorry, Coldpack. As I said, I'm in a prickly mood today. I really am. I just, I'm not in... You know what? I said I was going to do this. Let's do this now. I was going to wait for the 20 on the hour, but I can't. So, cheers, everybody. Let's take a nice rip, and then just... Yeah. You think you're free? Oh, I'm free. I mean... You know what I don't have to do? I don't have to worry about going to like a soccer game or, gymnastics meet or PTA thing or whatever the fuck I don't really want to do. Hitting the Benjamin? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So cheers. And just remember, pass to the left. I cannot wait. I have a project in the works right now. I hope you guys are ready for it because, oh boy, it's going to be good. It's going to be a lot of fun. And that's the last thing I fucking needed. When I'm already in a little bit of a bad mood, then it's just like my Benjamin is just like, nah, I'm not gonna work. Imagine having kids. What a scam. The thing is, dude, no, I'm not one of those. I'm also, this is why I want to clarify. I'm not one of those guys. I'm not one of these dudes that's just like, fucking kids, yeah. Like, all right, well, wording. But in this, yeah, kids in this economy? What? Yeah, for real, actually. But no, I get it. I get it. Like, I support if you want to have children. What I do not support is the idea that you need to. And I know too many people that have either had and I'm gonna just speak for me, okay? I know a couple that had a fix-it baby. Don't ever do that. Seriously, don't ever do that. I have a friend that, you know, he's a good dad, but he's also ignorant as fuck. He doesn't know how to see that his kids are kind of following some of these trends where it's like they're not gonna, like, for instance, one of them is not gonna be able to to exist in the job market because they are an iPad kid. They have zero attention span. They have zero ability to actually, like, function with any, like, within any conversation. They're rude, and there's just no paying attention to it. He does this thing where it's just like, yeah, well, that's just how she is. It's like, okay. And this is how bad it is. I thought for a while there she was autistic because she always wears her headphones and she doesn't make eye contact, and I was just like, oh man, okay, so, like, maybe she's just got autism. And she, I guess, was not. She went in and got tested, and no, she's just an iPad kid. So that was disheartening, gotta say. I was childless until 46. I'm 59 now with a 13-year-old. I'm a lot happier. Huh. Well, I'm glad. Cold Pack, I'm genuinely happy for you. Like, but, you know, I grew up in a house where, like, my youngest brother, for instance, my dad had my youngest brother. I think right about that age. So, you know, now my brother's, like, in his 20s. But you can tell that there is a huge difference in the way that, like, my dad was into being a parent in his 40s, because, like, he actually had money and he was, like, ready for it at that point. Because he just came out and said it to me and my sister one day, where he was just like, yeah, you know what, you two, I'm sorry. I wasn't really ready to have kids, and you guys might have taken the brunt of that. It was just like, wow, that was refreshingly honest, but at the same time, we have also kind of taken, you know, some trauma away from it, because it's like, wait a minute, are you saying what we think you're saying? He's like, well, it's not like you were mistakes or anything. I just wasn't ready for you. It's like, that's not any better. Why are you the second city saint? You know it. Well, at least in my shirt, or my choice of shirt today, am I the second city saint? No, that's CM Punk, baby. Which, it's the only reason that I'm actually upset that I don't get to watch the Elimination Chamber, because I have a feeling he's gonna win. And it's the first show back at the United Center in over 20 years. So, yeah. It sucks, guys. It sucks that, like, going back to that whole not being able to care, because, like, the FOMO used to be there. Like, God, I used to, like, there were times, man, where I would have thought about going into debt to go to a show like that. But maybe it's because of everything I've been through, and also just recognizing that it's just like, no, that's stupid. Don't waste money on that. Literally, I feel bad, like, getting the smaller things. Actually, speaking of smaller things, my wife, my wonderful wife, who is chilling with us today, got me an awesome Valentine's present. So I got 2 packs of Magic cards. See, but that's good for me. I hope I get something good. Oh my God, you fucking assholes in this bail shit. This is the second day, dude. What is with you guys? Like, I saw this popping off in my chat yesterday. John Doe, why? What in the Twitter brain are you fucking going on about with this shit? Fucking weirdos. I thought it was Amalek or whatever the fuck. Unless that's like a, if that stands for some kind of organization, then please enlighten me. But this is the second day that I've just been, oh, these people worship Baal. Sick of you. I'm fucking sick of you. Anyway, I'm just so fucking sick of it. Because what are you gonna do? Did Alex Joe, like, did anything come from him exposing that? How's my wife? She's good. She is improving. No, I really don't remember you, to be completely honest with you, but welcome back. I appreciate you being here. I always appreciate return viewers and people, hanging around, even if you don't like me. I have this guy that's been hate watching me for a minute now. Hey guys, by the way, we're one subscriber away from hitting the 2420. So if you want to be the 2,420th subscriber to my channel, you now have the opportunity to do so, and I really appreciate it. Also, hit that like button. We got into it. I ended up donating a couple hundred. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Gapper. But what were we discussing? You know, I was watching Hassan with Adam Mockler yesterday. And at one point, I think Mockler said it to Hassan. He's just like, yeah, you do like 8 hours a day. And you probably don't remember saying this and blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, you know what? I'm very much in that same boat. I do about 6 to 8 hours a day. And yeah, like I think I do pretty well for remembering people. So, but I'm starting to get to this where it's like, I'm sorry, I do not remember. What do you think about all the kids walking out? I am actually gonna be covering that. So if you want to stick around for that coverage, we'll be getting to that in just a little bit here. Hey, bud, we get it. The politicians you supported lost and pissed away over $1 billion on celebrity endorsements. Apparently, you don't get it because you're just spouting off whatever the fuck your preconceived notion of what I believe is, and you're wrong. So you look like a fucking moron. Glad your wife is doing well. I'm doing a little bit of doom scrolling and ran into you. Oh, awesome. Yeah, Gapper, what were we... No, seriously, now I'm genuinely like... Okay, so what were we getting into? Do you remember what the... Was it like a debate, or... You said getting... I don't know. Now I am just curious, so... For shits and giggles to see if we could trick the conspiracy brains. Wait. It was literally started as fake on purpose. Just for shits and giggles to see if we could trick the conspiracy brains. Ah, yeah. I don't remember. I appreciate it. So, you know what? I'll just do this. My apologies if, since you don't remember, but if you remember me being, you know, kind of a prick or anything like that, my apologies, man. You seem all right, so. I really am just starting to... I'm just giving into the whole, like, fuck this mentality of things. My forehead expanding? You say that I got a big forehead? What the fuck? The forehead's not that big. You know? Well. Maybe I do have quite the slappable forehead after all. Never really thought of it. It is enough to piss anyone off. You mean conspiracy truthers? The thing is, conspiracy truthers end up creating their own lies. The problem with conspiracy brain is that you don't stop. You never see the line. You never just go, oh yeah, you know what? This connects to this, and this connects to this, and this is just the center of it. Oh wow. It has to be all this weird shit. And that's why Candace Owens, like, everybody looks at her and just goes, oh, that bitch is crazy. Because, yeah, she doesn't know when to stop. You know, if she wants to talk about how Israel might have had something to do with Charlie Kirk, fine. But then she goes into these planes. There were the planes following him and that took off from the Utah airport at the same time. And just all that extra bullshit. Okay. I'm just asking questions. And it's always that shit. That's why I like Tim Dillon. At least he, like, makes a bit of it. Let me psyop, whatever. I'll be honest. and this is a concession for me on the conspiracy thing. I used to have this thing where the biggest problem with the 9/11 conspiracy theories was the holes in it, and just like, oh my god, the hologram projector thing. That, yes, Charlie Kirk is still alive and it was a holographic projector. Shut up. Shut up. You know what? I watched a video of a guy live streaming who also went to the table and took a fucking hat. So shut the fuck up, you're wrong. God damn it. What's the point of that then? Huh? Did Charlie Kirk get a new face? Fuck, it's the same. I got into this big argument. Oh, was this you? Actually, Gapper, did we get in the argument about Bill Hicks? Because I got into an argument with somebody over Bill Hicks being Alex Jones. And I just remember being like, you know what? I'm so sick of this shit. What does it even do? Like, what? Well, I got proof. You know, Alex Jones just like popped up at this point. They got the same face and blah, 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 blah. Nah, all right, cool. Because if you were that guy, I'd probably just ban you. I'm kidding. I don't just ban willy-nilly. Trapdoor under the stage. Oh, what are we talking? Oh, I almost, what is it? The Prestige, actually. A squib pack under the t-shirt. I get it. Why? Why go through all the, like, you had two misidentified shooters. I mean, literally, they still can't figure out the actual, you know, series of events. But that's what you land on? You can't land on the fact that they might have had him, you know, for reasons, but holographic projector and squibs and all that bullshit, that's what you get to. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is a perfect example of conspiracy brain making you go too fucking far. There was no trapdoor. There was no hologram. That chair, honestly, I get it. I saw the same fucking video. Yeah, no, it was pretty fucking normal, but whatever, man. Utah's Mason Central. Oh, now it's the Freemasons. It's always the fucking Jesus Christ. This is why. This is PSYOP bullshit right here. John Doe is literally doing PSYOP bullshit. Oh, you got a 138 IQ. Wow. Anybody that starts touting their IQ, I immediately question whether that person's actually intelligent or not. I haven't met a single person that ever needed to flaunt their IQ numbers, but tell me more. This is no surprise watching Flat Earthers. Their mental gymnastic is top tier. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of used to it. It was holy magic. I mean, at this point, it might as well. Like, we might as well just say, like, it was a mind bullet. He used a mind bullet technique. But didn't need to because there was a squib under the shirt and Charlie Kirk is actually alive and collecting all the money from TPUSA and letting his wife get fucking just obliterated in the press by both sides and letting his legacy just be tarnished by the fact that his wife and Candace Owens are having a fucking, well, what I would consider a lover's quarrel from the love triangle that I'm just gonna say it, like, fucking A. There was, whether or not they actually did stuff is beyond it, but Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk were in love with each other. Plain and simple. It was fucking obvious. So IQ is a relative measure at the time it's taken. Yeah, how do I know that you didn't fall off a ladder or some shit? But also, just in general, this is what I was talking about. Like this. He doesn't even see how he's technically part of a PSYOP. Like, you are so useful to whatever class you're trying to expose. Cause so more confusion We get close to actually answering the questions and reading the Epstein files, but no, don't get distracted by the Epstein files about the real stuff. I have the answers. Meanwhile, as I said, he's in here, fucking John Doe. Not this shit again. Oh yeah, Pinkerbell. Yeah, we're back at it. Yeah, it's so much fun. Yeah, we already did this. Candace X Charlie forever. I mean, bro. Oh, man. But I appreciate it. All right, so here we go. Let's do this. Oh, if you get a little lippy with my mods, they have the okay to see you off. Although I might see you off myself if you're gonna be that. I mean, honestly, yeah. So because I'm not buying what you're selling, you have to come out and be like, I have a 138 IQ, and your mods suck, and I'm not mad. You're mad. Fucking big baby. Grow up. Oh, until you do research. All right. Here. I'll send you I'll make sure that you have enough red spools of thread. Because it seems like you're going to run out at some point. Whoa, hey, we got the hanging out at Mom's house comment. Yeah, cool. I love you too, ass munch. Ass munch. All right, well, you got me with the, with calling me ass munch. You know, every once in a while you hear one, like an oldie but a goodie. Woke coffee. Like the cup. Oh, I never smoked this. Damn it. It's time by the... Oh, it's early. It's not time. It's actually... Oh, damn it. I looked at my fast clock. We have coffee. Coffee today. The only one to truly love Charlie for all his uncanny energy to be barely human. The love story for ages. Anyone opposed to their love is an enemy of America. USA. America's telenovela. You made me laugh? Yeah. What, am I supposed to just hide the fact that you said something, like, actually, like, that was funny? Like, Jesus. People say he's a convicted S offender. Who? Kira XD. Who are you talking about? All right. I needed that. Okay, now I feel way better. All right. So, while I also prepare to go to the news, Bryant Frankfurt has been a member for 6 months.
What's been on your gaming radar?
What's been on my gaming radar? Gonna make fun of me. I already know you're gonna make fun of me. All right. Pokemon XD or Pokemon XD or ZA, not XD. Pokemon ZA Mega Dimensions. I have been playing Kirby Air Riders too. I cannot master that game. You would probably kick my ass at that. I mean, you already whooped up on me in Mario Kart, so. You haven't finished ZA yet? Oh, really? Yeah, I'm finished and I'm just waiting. Oh, hey, look, they actually made this like easy to rip. Hell yeah. That's good. Just search the latest politician arrested for S crimes. I bet my last time it would be a I would bet last time it would be Republican. Why do you... Don't ever come on... Like, I'm going to just say this blanket to everybody that's listening here. Don't ever come to my stream telling me to research something that you could easily break down for me in chat. I don't need a link like that. I don't need a link. Just say who it is. Stop being coy. All right. We got a Cloudbound Moogle. We got a Suplex. Ooh, Namazu Trader. Oh, shit. I got Airship Crash. Hell yeah, I needed that. Retrieve Esper. Reppy Scout. Vane's Treachery. Ultros Obnoxious. Ooh. I got the Obnoxious Octopus. Hell yeah. Coliseum Behemoth. Nice. That's a good one. Ooh, I got King of the Dwarfs. Hell yeah. Dude, hell yeah. I got 2 dwarf cards that I needed. Light. Oh, shit. I got a full art card. I got fucking Kefka. Dude. Hell yeah. Okay, that was a awesome pack. And thank you to the missus for the awesome Valentine's gift. So, really appreciate that. Anyway, ignorance is bliss. Or ignorance is bliss? Blissed. What? Could you research the thesis of cold fusion and quantum mechanics works? Thanks. Alright. I deserve that. What's up, Godzilla God King? Good to see you. Burr, I'm a fish. I'm supposed to be coy. It makes it easier to lie to people than for them to acknowledge that they have been lied to. Yes! Okay. Very well said. Because I have to say, like, I've been wondering about this shit with the conspiracy brain, where it's just like, especially now, like, watching Alex Jones still be a mouthpiece for the fucking Trump administration that is committing every conspiracy that he has been propagating since 2002. It's fucking crazy. I cannot get a grip on the fact that he, like, the top conspiracy theorist, is now the mouthpiece for the government, and that Candace fucking Owens took his gig essentially just by being the top conspiracy theorist, because man, she comes up with some wild ones. I'm surprised that she hasn't gone full flat earther. Let's go Trump is more of a cry for help than anything else these days. You should be mentally evaluated for following a well, I mean, to be fair, we've kind of had an idea that these people are, you know, they worship him. They literally worship him. That's why we have been calling it a cult. We're not just doing that because it's like, oh, when we call it a cult and call them cultists, it makes them mad. There's a little bit of that, because we do like seeing them mad. Just this, it's the same way that they love seeing the liberals cry. But you live in a timeline. If money was equally distributed, then I would agree to an equal distribution of tax, but money doesn't flow equally. No. That's why I was bringing up, like, them hiding money. Okay, so let's do this. Alright, let's get through the news real quick, and then we'll get to the fun. I've been bullshitting a little too much. And then, oh shit, that's right, I also have a guest. Yeah, I definitely gotta get on this. There we go. By the way, guys, if you're not used to this style of stream, where I'm just kind of chilling, this isn't usually how I do things. It's Saturday, and I'm just kind of feeling it, where it's like, no need to be too buttoned up today. Alright, this would be nice if this worked. There we go. Alright, so let's do the let's break some news. Alright, so Trump says he will raise global tariffs from 10% to 15% after Supreme Court setback. Trump announced an increase in the U.S. global tariff rate to 15% following a Supreme Court decision as he described as anti-American. The increased 15% tariff rate is temporary and allowed by law for up to 150 days. Exemptions from the tariff remain for certain sectors like pharmaceuticals and goods under U.S.-Mexico agreement. The Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that a 1977 law does not authorize the president to impose tariffs, prompting Trump's criticism of the courts and the fact that he's just going to impose tariffs. We live in such a fucking just dumb time.
Developing tonight, President Trump announced alternative plans to keep his sweeping tariff policy in place after the Supreme Court handed his administration a major defeat.
El Chicano, how's it going, man?
Local toy business was at the center of this monumental decision. Our Charlie DeMar takes a closer look at how everyday people might benefit from this ruling, Charlie.
Well, that's been the biggest question, is how it's going to impact you and me. And the unfortunate part is the average consumer likely won't notice a difference, at least not immediately. Economists say if refunds are ever issued, they won't be given directly to consumers. They'll be given to businesses.
Cut the check, Donald.
In a letter, Illinois Governor
I gotta say, Pritzker coming out hot.
J.B. Pritzker is demanding the president to pay up.
He illegally took $1,700 from every American family.
That's fucking crazy.
He wants Illinois families reimbursed more than $8 billion in what the court calls unconstitutional tariffs.
The administration and the country
watching him awkwardly hold that graph
had no issue taking the money when the tariffs were imposed and collected, and so they should be able to just flip it around and hand it back to us.
Educational toy company Learning Resources, based in Vernon Hills, was part of the lawsuit challenging the tariffs, arguing the taxes would devastate their business.
We, exercise our rights as Americans to challenge the case in court.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing.
President Trump sharply criticized the Supreme Court justices who struck down his sweeping tariff policy, including 2 justices he nominated during his first term.
And I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed.
In a 6-3 decision, the High Court ruled the president does not have the authority to impose tariffs on nearly all U.S. global trading partners.
Like, what is he doing?
The price of cars will remain at record highs despite the Supreme Court ruling. Many of the tariffs affecting the auto industry will remain.
We don't expect to see major impacts anytime soon because 2026 model year pricing is already established.
Economists say immediate relief for consumers from the decision is also unlikely.
Even if refunds are ultimately issued, they're not going to be issued to consumers.
Yeah, and him also doing the just willy-nilly changing it to 15. He did that on purpose, by the way, on a Friday to Saturday. Think about that.
Firms, and then you're depending on firms ultimately passing the.
It's not gonna impact the market. It'll just impact futures, and then I'll post something on Monday. The Trump switcheroo
back to the consumer.
And to add even more confusion to it all, the court did not give any guidance on what should happen to the tariff revenue that's already been collected, Erica.
Okay, Charlie, thank you.
Charlie Kirk have to ruin that name.
Yesterday, the Supreme Court underscored a principle that's been part of the Constitution of the United States of America from the very beginning. Even the most powerful president in the world cannot rewrite the Constitution to win an argument.
God, he's so mad about that. Watching that response yesterday was hilarious.
About economics. 24 hours ago, President Trump suffered a significant...
I do. All right. Perfect picture, because that's what he would do. He would start reading. He'd be like, unfortunately, the Supreme Court, they made a decision. Not a great decision. I wanted a different decision.
Legal defeat on one of the defining policies of his political identity, his tariffs. For years, Donald Trump described tariffs as a kind of economic superpower, a way to punish foreign countries and rich Americans and raise money for the government at the same time. He said repeatedly that other nations were paying us trillions of dollars. In his telling,
keep your anecdotal, like seriously, you're sitting here going, I'm doing well. How could this be happening if I'm doing well?
Tariffs were not just policy. They were
a pat on the head for you there, pal.
Act alone.
Meant to call you pal.
And quickly solve complicated global trade problems. Yesterday, the Supreme Court rejected the legal basis for a specific group of those tariffs, the sweeping import taxes that the president imposed using emergency economic powers. These tariffs covered familiar goods like many everyday imported products and auto-related parts. But in this case, the authority Trump used to impose those tariffs was designed for real emergencies that allow a president to act quickly during a sudden economic or national crisis. The court said those emergency powers cannot be stretched into a long-term substitute for Congress writing tax policy. These were not traditional tariffs passed by Congress through normal trade laws. Instead, they were broad taxes placed on many imported goods based on the president's claims of emergency authority. In simple terms, the court concluded that emergency powers can't be used to impose what are essentially taxes unless Congress clearly allows it. Donald Trump responded quickly, saying he's got a backup plan. He initially
Audrey, are you actually do you mean that?
Said he would impose
or are you trolling?
An additional 10% global tariff, and he had some choice words.
Because if you mean it, that's big of you.
For the Supreme Court justices who ruled against him.
Today.
Also, welcome to the show. I haven't done this. I've been all out of sorts today. If you guys can hit the like button on the stream, it really helps me out. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122, over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. They're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think.
Swayed by foreign interests. Wow. Last night, Trump said he did sign an executive order enabling to bypass Congress and impose that global 10% tariff. And this morning, he posted on social media that he would be increasing that global tariff to 15%. Now, this response matters because the implications extend well beyond trade policy. At its core, this case is about presidential power, about whether a president can expand his authority when Congress chooses not to act. So before we get into the politics, it helps to understand how tariffs actually work. A tariff is a tax on imported goods. It makes those goods more expensive to discourage people from buying something that is made or grown in another country in favor of buying something that is made or grown in your country. When products arrive at America's ports, companies, the importers, pay that tax to the U.S. government. Businesses might absorb the cost, or they might raise prices to cover that cost. Either way, most of the financial impact happens inside the United States. Foreign companies aren't paying the tariffs, which means that despite Donald Trump's messaging suggesting otherwise, economists across the political spectrum largely agree on one point. In practice, Americans bear most of the cost of these tariffs. Now, before Trump's tariffs, between 2018 and 2023, tariff collections generated, on average, roughly $91 billion in federal revenue per year. Take a look at the bar on the right side of your screen, though. Last year, Trump's supercharged tariffs generated 3 times as much money, which is significant.
Yeah, he just closed the closet door behind him. I don't know how he did it, but he totally got trapped.
Far short of the trillions of dollars Donald Trump repeatedly claimed foreign countries were paying. Foreign governments didn't pay those tariffs. America's importers paid those tariffs.
My cat's in the closet.
And some of that
now he's in the closet, too.
Cost was passed on to American businesses and consumers. At the same time, Trump and members of his administration argued that refunds would be difficult if courts later ruled that the tariffs were unlawful because the money had already been spent. Which leads to a question many Americans may reasonably ask. If you bought a car last year and you paid $1,000 more because tariffs raised the price,
do we get that rebate?
Do you get your money back? Probably not. If refunds are ordered by lower courts, the money would first go to the companies that paid the tariffs, the manufacturers or the distributors, maybe even the retailers. Whether consumers ever see lower prices would depend on lawsuits and contracts and market competition. Economics moves forward quickly. It rarely moves backward the same way. And after almost a year of economic uncertainty that supporters said would fundamentally reshape global trade, let's look at what actually changed. The U.S. trade deficit, with which Donald Trump is obsessed, improved, or was reduced, let's say, by roughly $2.1 billion, which sounds like a lot of money. But the U.S. economy is nearly $30 trillion. 2 point something billion is a rounding error. It's barely measurable after almost a year of economic uncertainty and retaliatory tariffs from other countries and repeated supply chain adjustments. The effects of the tariffs have been widespread. Farmers faced retaliation from trading partners overseas.
Actually, Amazon is a good example of the not paying taxes. Like they paid 0% in federal income tax.
Paid more for raw materials at home. Ports saw trade volumes.
Sorry, I was responding to something in chat.
Rise and fall unpredictably, and now states and businesses may face another period of uncertainty as Donald Trump imposes these new tariffs, and courts decide whether refunds are required and companies adjust their supply chains yet again. But what happened yesterday was not just a trade decision by the Supreme Court, because tariffs are not only trade policy. They are, in fact, taxes.
They're taxes.
And the Constitution clearly states who has the power.
And it's almost like we've been telling everybody
to
this.
create taxes. It's Congress.
Trumponomics.
Not the president. That division of power was not accidental. In fact, trade and tariffs were among the very first problems that the framers of the Constitution were trying.
Yes, the system is rigged. It has been for a long time. But if you I'm going to try and say this as nicely as possible. We are at a point where more people than ever agree with that statement. But we are also at a point where people are too fucking up their own ass to admit that they still support one side or the other. Like, there is no class solidarity when all we do is argue, well, technically Trump's not the bad guy.
Under the Articles of Confederation.
He is. He is the fucking bad guy. He's protecting the swamp. He's protecting the billionaires. He's protecting the Epstein class. And if anybody fucking says otherwise, then you are going to bat for the Epstein class. You're going to bat for the robbers.
The young United States had no
the robber barons.
Unified trade policy. Individual states imposed their own tariffs on goods coming from abroad, and sometimes even on goods coming from other states. Foreign governments exploited that disunity, negotiating separately with states and playing American ports against one another. The result was economic instability and political weakness. So when the framers met in Philadelphia for the Constitutional Convention in 1787, one of their clearest decisions was to place control over trade and taxation
Vixen chill with the all caps.
Firmly in the hands of Congress, which they deemed to be the branch closest to the people and most accountable through regular elections. Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution gives Congress the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. Those words are specific and deliberate. Alexander Hamilton argued that national control...
Fat Cat. Wasn't Fat Cat the main bad guy in the Chippendale Rescue Rangers?
Tariffs
his name was Fat Cat, right?
Economic stability. James Madison warned that concentrating taxing authority in a single executive would risk exactly the kind of unchecked power.
Yeah, Patrick Sullivan. It's almost like winning all of the swing states by the 70 million votes needs to be investigated because we can't trust elections. We couldn't trust the 2020 election, and they still didn't change anything from the 2024 election. So it's almost like we need to investigate every election that's happened that didn't have voter ID, right?
Or that the revolution.
Or are you 100% certain that there was no fuckery with Donald Trump?
Had been fought to escape. Tariffs, in other words, were never meant to be tools.
And you trust elections. Do you actually?
Unilateral presidential action. They were meant to be debated publicly, to be negotiated politically, and to be enacted collectively. For much of American history, tariffs were the federal government's primary source of revenue, long before the income tax existed. That's the reason the framers...
Oh, you report it? You do know that false reports get your account banned, right?
Treated them as...
Have fun with that one.
Fundamentally legislative powers, not executive powers. So when the Supreme Court ruled yesterday that emergency authority cannot substitute for Congress...
It's almost like you're a fucking real dumbass because, yeah, we got plenty of paperwork to prove that she is in the middle of chemotherapy, but all right there, numbnuts.
When setting tariffs, it wasn't creating...
I reported you for trying to make money for your wife's cancer.
Any new law.
Really sending your best, eh, MAGA?
It was just reaffirming one of the oldest economic principles in the Constitution itself. And so the question before the court was not entirely new. It was, in many ways, the same question.
What, you deranging yourself that he's somehow like a dude that cares about you and you're going to benefit from this?
That the framers confronted at the founding. Who should control the power to tax and shape the nation's economic relationship with the world? One elected leader acting alone or the representatives of...
Dude, that's wrong.
The people.
Well, you know what?
Acting... together through Congress. Yesterday's ruling placed the court squarely within that long constitutional tradition. Writing for the court,
hey, Derek Laws,
Chief Justice John Roberts said,
you do know that your burner accounts are also tied to that, right?
Quote, the framers did not
have fun.
Vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch, end quote. Any part. That sentence does more than settle a dispute about
not you, them.
Tariffs. It restates a founding principle that economic power, like political power, must be shared, debated, and limited. And at a time when many Americans wonder whether institutions still work the way they were designed to, yesterday's decision offered a quiet reminder. The Constitution does not prevent disagreement or ambition, but it can still set boundaries, even when a president...
I just love when they get so emotional that they end up burning themselves, because that's exactly what they just did. I have mods that had took the screenshots. I took a screenshot myself, and on top of it, the fact that he was dumb enough to tell me that he did it. Hey, losers, I know I shouldn't give you some advice here, but if you're going to, don't make a big thing of it. Otherwise, you're gonna get clowned. All right, so this clip went viral, yes, from last night's episode of Bill Maher, which I am not watching any fucking long-form Bill Maher, but apparently Tallarico and Lauren Boebert surprised everybody, so let's take a look.
My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas. My faith is very important to me. He told me when I was real little that as Christians, we're supposed to follow Jesus' 2 commandments, to love God and love neighbor. And there was no exception to that second commandment. Love thy neighbor regardless of race or gender or sexual orientation.
It's performative to try and undercut your credibility. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if they actually did it, then they put their account on the line.
Immigration status or
I'm not the one who has to worry.
Religious affiliation. And so in Texas, I'm constantly battling Christian nationalism, a bill that forces every public school teacher to put up a poster of the 10 Commandments, a bill that replaces school counselors with untrained chaplains, a bill that would have taught Christian Bible stories as historical fact to our youngest students. And I always speak up on behalf of my Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, Sikh, agnostic, atheist neighbors, because I, as a Christian, we as Christians, are called to love them as ourselves. And forcing my religion down their throats is not love. And the only thing I'll add, America is not a Christian nation. It is a nation where you are free to be a Christian, or any of those other faiths, or no faith at all.
I like that.
And the other, and I recognize that the phrase separation of church and state isn't in the Constitution, but the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause in our First Amendment clearly create a separation between church and state.
I mean, he ain't wrong. But here, since apparently MAGA cares so much about equal time now, let's look into what they're saying about Jasmine Crockett here. Jasmine Crockett is failing because of her non-existent policies, non-existent track record, and awful campaign strategy that aligns with Trump's not with Texas. Okay. Has nothing to do at all with her skin color. Using race is gross. She's just very unlikable. Jasmine Crockett brings out the racist more than Obama even. That's how I know she's a force.
I think that he should be impeached as it relates to his unlawful use of the tariffs. That's a very easy one. He doesn't have the legal authority to do it. He, everything else as it relates to his legal authority, I think the courts have stopped him, whether we're talking about birthright citizenship and some others, but the courts have not yet weighed in specifically on the impeachments. The tariffs.
All right. I'm going to give my my thought on this one. All right, so I think that Tallarico is the stronger candidate to actually win in Texas, because winning the bipartisan vote is important in a purple state. I know. This is news, right? But I also do think that she would be the better fighter. I think that she would actually really press on Trump and his policies, but we'll see what happens. This is going to be an interesting primary. It's too early for me to say who would do better in the general, though, because a lot of people are saying that that's why they want Tallarico, is because they think that he is almost like a shoo-in if he does end up winning the primary. I don't know. But Ken Paxton, you have to remember that this guy was he was already deeply unpopular. You know, like, he already had his own scandal, so we'll see what happens.
Early voting is underway in Texas, where one of the most closely watched U.S. Senate primaries is heating up. On the Democratic side, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is facing off against State Representative James Tallarico.
The more I look at Tallarico, his hair, the more I'm convinced that it is a toupee.
And for Republicans, incumbent Senator John Cornyn is competing with State Attorney General Ken Paxton and Congressman Wesley Hunt to keep his seat.
Oh, so Wesley Hunt is on the Republican ticket now? I thought Wesley Hunt was running as a Democrat.
Primary set for March 3rd, and the results could shake up the direction of...
Am I wrong? Didn't Wesley Hunt, wasn't he a Democrat?
Both parties come November. Matthew Bartlett and Shaniqua McClendon are back with us.
So, Matthew, the big thing here we've been talking about all week is the fact that James Tallarico couldn't show up on Colbert, but he showed up on Colbert and on YouTube. And so let's play.
Oh shit! I had that wrong.
What Tallarico had to say on The Last Word about that whole kerfuffle.
I think the reason the Trump administration and their billionaire friends are trying to silence me and this movement is because they're worried that we are going to flip Texas in November of this year. There is a growing backlash across our...
No, Wesley Hunt has always been an art. I'm mixing him up with somebody else then.
To the extremism and the corruption in our government. And we are building a movement to take back our state and take back our country.
Matthew, what do you think of this whole thing?
Listen, as a conservative, I think there's been a lot of political maneuvering that has been quite impressive. This notion of...
This guy looks like a skinny gay CM Punk.
Trump is going to stop Colbert in order to stop Tallarico. People kind of went with this narrative. I'm not sure it's true. I think, candidly, they've actually done Jasmine Crockett dirty. I'm not sure that this, Trump suppression is reality. I think Tallarico...
No, this is uncanny.
Got a nice
This
little
is
bump
weird.
from this, certainly in fundraising. We'll see if it carries...
Who's the they when you say they did Jasmine Crockett dirty?
I would say some of the Colbert media folks and some of the Democrats.
All right, the fact that you're trying to spin this into being the Freemasons are controlling the world, you just became super fucking ignorable.
Staffers with Tallarico here.
Go on with your fucking conspiracy brain, dude. I don't care
everyone
anymore.
Likes to be the victim. I'm not sure Tallarico is the victim of Trump suppression. I think Jasmine Crockett might be the victim of a false.
How do I feel about term limits? I think that honestly, that'd be great. That'd be great.
Well, I got to be honest. As a Democrat, I'm ready for this primary to be over.
But then again, this is also the problem with time. If you have we already run into this problem with some term limits, especially if we're in a world where they're actually trying to get shit done. Whether or not that's a world we live in is a total aside. But you could argue that having, too staunch of term limits makes the ability to actually enforce an agenda impossible.
It's been exhausting. It's been exhausting, and I'm happy it's so early in the year because there's going to have to be a lot of damage control and repair done in the lead up to the general. I think Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico, they both have kind of different visions on how they can win. James Tallarico wants to go after voters in the middle, switch some Republicans, and Jasmine Crockett sees her path to victory as getting, voters of color who maybe have sat out to come out. But when we get to the general,
Hey, what's up, Elvis? How's it going? Hope you're doing well.
You're going to need both of them, and I agree, maybe possibly I don't want to blame the candidates, but kind of the people around them or their supporters. There's just been a lot of backstabbing from, this Colbert situation.
She talks with passion, and she's also good at what she does. She's good at hurling insults, which is why people like Trump.
Incident. I mean,
she's actually funny.
Dramatic.
She is. I don't care what you say. When she called Marjorie Taylor Greene, what a freaking... I forgot the actual insult, but it was hilarious.
People went and watched that interview, even if it was...
What up, GMAA? How's it going, brother?
Broadcast television. He got some fundraising, and it's kind of put Crockett.
Some fundraising.
There's like a lot of fundraising.
Right.
And you know, what is Congresswoman Crockett supposed to say in response to that that doesn't make it look like she's, you know, upset and, you know, just pointing to that instead of focusing on the race? And then you have this influencer from a few weeks ago who said that James Tallarico, which he seemingly admitted, called Colin Allred a mediocre black person. And so all of this is taking away from two candidates who pretty much have the same platforms, but I think people do
their
have
attitudes. That's
What a messy Democratic primary. What a mess. Oh wait, how's the Republican?
Me no, bro. Oh, my bad. Gotcha.
I mean, come on.
I was worried about that. I was even gonna say, I'm like, usually, you know, I clarify where it's like, bro, dude, man, but I called you brother. So.
I can't believe you have such a messy crime.
Apologies.
You know, we're talking about, you know, a three-way race in Texas here where the incumbent may not even make the runoff. You know, this is shocking.
Democrats.
100%.
Yeah, if Ken Paxton, let's look at we have some polling from the University of Houston's Hobby School of Public Affairs, and this is on the Texas Republican primary. Ken Paxton, 38%.
Grandma. Oh,
John
got
Cornyn, the incumbent,
6-0.
31%. Wesley Hunt, 17%.
Well, if you're all right, so if you're grandma, did you ruin 6-7 for the kids? Like, please.
Unsure.
Let's keep that going.
Is 12%. It's really interesting to me that that's where the numbers are, because Ken Paxton is like, he's very MAGA coded, he's very Trumpian, but listen to what Donald.
With some scandals.
I don't want to say it, but his wife, he apparently cheated on his wife.
More baggage than a 747.
Exactly. But let's look at Trump talking about him at this point, and people already voting. No decision on Texas endorsements. Listen to this.
I just haven't made a decision on that race yet. It's got a ways to go, and I haven't. He's a good man. John is a good. I like all three of them, actually. I like all three. Those are the toughest races.
He can't pick one of his favorite children.
Does he even know
who's running? I will say this, Matthew. This is something, and I've said it on the show before, that Donald Trump's like support of people doesn't really amount to much, right? One, he like endorses very late to so much to whether or not it's actually helpful. I think he likes to read the tea leaves to see where the wind is blowing, so he's not seen as a loser. But then also, he doesn't like show up in the state or the district. He doesn't throw a bunch of money at the primary opponent. So it's like, what is a Trump endorsement actually worth as much as people think, especially in Texas?
Listen, in the primary, yes, it is still the biggest force. The president is a political animal, but he's not really a party animal. He's not growing the Republican Party. Right. And you can ask...
I disagree. I'm the biggest party animal of them all.
Senator Herschel Walker, Senator Oz, that question.
Once they play the YMCA and I start doing my jerk-off dance, everybody get down with it. They do the boogie woogie, the trumpy dumpy.
But you know...
Oh, wait a minute. That's not what I was supposed to do. Oops. Time for a cleanup. I'm going to do my little poop shuffle.
Talking about a messy Texas primary. How do you endorse Cornyn? You know, I think it's just,
man.
I still think Texas stays red. But now we're also talking about not, you know, the midterm, the money suck, right? This is going to be a tremendous amount of money that our party, you know, has to spend in Texas because guess what? You're looking at that Senate map, and if Democrats are going to win the Senate, which they could, although it's still a long shot, Texas going sideways is part of that equation.
Yeah. And you have all.
All right. Let's do some breakdowns on this.
Crockett Early College High School students left class Friday to protest on the streets of South.
All right, so from my understanding, most schools have instructed their teachers to not interfere because that could actually cause problems as much as the whole... We have this situation actually in Illinois where there was a school, actually it was my hometown in West Dundee. West Dundee, or Dundee Middle School, had a walkout, and apparently there was a special needs kid that got like he didn't know where they went, and I guess they didn't even know like that he had fallen behind. So at one point he called his mom to come pick him up because he was scared because he I guess fell behind his classmates. But then you look into the story, they didn't even leave the school grounds. So I don't get this whole he got lost thing.
Austin.
Just gonna say.
What message are you hoping to send to Austin today?
Well, people are being killed in the street, innocent people, and I think our president has way too much power, and we're letting him do too much.
Hundreds of high schoolers.
What really scares Republicans is the reality that these kids will be able to vote in the next election.
I'd say maybe half of the school.
With a message to immigration and customs enforcement.
I was glad that this one school suspended all the students that protested. You mean all 400 of them?
Enforcement or ICE?
Yeah, gave 400 students a day off.
We just want ICE to get out of here. We don't want them here. We never wanted them here, and it'd be better if they weren't here.
The walkouts stretched beyond Crockett and across the city to McCallum High School.
This is an attack on our neighbors.
And Austin Community College.
I think this is going to be able to see that, hey, the future of this country does not want ICE, that we want change.
The young protesters are following a nationwide trend against federal immigration agents. A YouGov poll in early January found just 30% of people 18 to 29 have a favorable
high school students. Really?
Opinion of ICE.
Well, I full on disagree with you there. Practice your First Amendment rights. This is actually a great practice in civics.
Today, communities across Austin are asking for grace for their neighbors.
It's just such an honor to do this.
Antagonizing the dog.
This because many people have been
fucking cat is challenging my dog.
Deported, and they don't get to say anything.
Thank you for watching.
Oh, so they took one day to go protest, and you're saying, oh, kids will do anything to get out of school.
Well, this isn't the...
Has nothing to do with the fact that, like I was saying, this worries people because this is an anti-Trump protest. So seeing all these youngins out there, realizing that they're all very close to either the age of graduation or, or the age of, by the time that Trump is, or by the time that we are voting in 2028. Oh my God, I cannot collect my thoughts. I'm sorry.
First staged walkout here at Lakeview
But that's why you're worried.
High School, but this North Side school is joining others across
I know exactly where that Popeyes
the
is.
state and country today protesting ICE. Now, also happening, students in Aurora are walking out of school now. It comes after more than 1,500 students participated in a walkout earlier this week there where things got contentious between students and police. 3 students from East Aurora High School were arrested, one of whom is also charged with aggravated battery to a police officer. We blurred their faces because it's not clear if they've been charged. Protesters say officers used excessive force, while police say the students didn't follow commands, walking out into the street and resisted. Several officers were injured in that protest. The Kane County State's Attorney's Office now conducting an independent review of that situation. Because of this, Aurora school superintendents releasing this video, urging parents to encourage their kids to stay in the classroom today for their safety.
When students leave campus, we cannot ensure their safety. Outside groups may join, large gatherings can escalate, law enforcement resources may be stretched if multiple schools are involved. These are real concerns.
The students here say their plan is to march to the North Center Town Square. Other student walkouts today also planned in our area in Bolingbrook, Elmhurst, as well as Addison, to name a few.
Jesus. That was a decent little contingent there.
Several states have actually seen kids walk out by the hundreds, and now the disciplinary action that follows is igniting a growing debate over safety and discipline. So in Virginia, more than
Tony, good to see you, buddy. Yeah,
300
probably.
students at Woodbridge High School were suspended this week after leaving campus without permission during an
Now, I've already been reported by some asshole,
unsanctioned
but,
anti-ICE walkout.
Whatever,
School
man.
officials
It's
say the
Saturday. I don't
demonstrations
give a fuck.
violated district policy, even as organizers called for additional protests. Students, meanwhile, say the suspensions are subjective. Take a listen.
And
the butt hurt is real with these folks.
One of my classes, there wasn't a lot of people. So even yesterday in AP Psych, I didn't see a lot of people. There's just no reason for it. I mean, they did that last year, I think, or the year prior. They had a walkout for Palestine, and they didn't suspend anybody.
In Florida's Palm Beach County, hundreds of students joined similar walkouts,
Gee, I wonder what his political affiliation is going to be.
where at least one teen student was hit by a car during a street protest and transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Police Chief Jim McDonnell urged students to stay in class, warning that protests outside school grounds can quickly become dangerous after 3 weeks of anti-ICE demonstrations where officers and protesters were hurt. Legal experts note that while students do have First Amendment protections, leaving school property without authorization is generally not considered protected speech. And some Republican leaders are now warning that students who participate in these walkouts could face disciplinary action. Now, the First Amendment protects students in schools when they're protesting in non-disruptive ways.
Well, again, the only people that I'm seeing that truly have a problem with this tend to lean towards being Trump supporters.
Walking out is a little bit different. Students.
I've seen like maybe one parent that was just like, okay, like this could, they were saying kind of the same thing as that superintendent where it's like, well, it could lead to other outside groups coming in and starting shit, which, you know what's funny about that? It's not inviting other protesters to join or any of that. No. What they're actually inviting is a bunch of whiny MAGA fucks to come in and assault them.
So say that they don't regret it despite the disciplinary action.
Yeah, it's like these kids are actually fucking based as shit.
Controversy tonight.
Kids are all right.
A chaotic scene that unfolded in Bucks County. At least 5 high school students were arrested. It all started with students walking out of Quakertown High School to protest against ICE, but escalated into a confrontation with police. Action News reporter Elizabeth Worthington is in Quakertown with the full story.
In a moment, you'll see video of some of the chaos unfolding.
Oh, yes. Taking the one day off is really going to impact the fact that they can't read but beyond a 5th grade level or any of that.
You'll see a man in a brown sweatshirt.
It's not like that's a systematic thing that has to do with the Department of Education and the people in charge of our country right now. But yeah, keep going.
Been identified by sources as the Quakertown Borough Police Chief. He's not wearing a police uniform. We're told that's not necessarily out of the ordinary for him, but it is adding to the controversy surrounding this incident. Now, at this point, it remains unclear who initiated the violence. Video captured by a witness inside a Quakertown restaurant shows a man identified by sources as the borough's police chief, Scott McElry, struggling on the ground, surrounded by students, some of them swinging at him. He eventually gets up and puts a girl in a chokehold before he's attacked by students and brought to the ground again. The witness spoke to Action News but asked not to be identified.
There were other grown men who were bystanders who were getting involved in the situation as well. They were getting in these children's faces, and one ended up in handcuffs.
Quakertown police say that adult male and at least 5 juveniles were arrested after the incident. It all started with a student-led protest against ICE, a protest the Quakertown High School principal had canceled early Friday morning due to potential safety concerns. The school says about 35 students proceeded to leave school grounds.
Their parents also can't read, so what's the issue? MAGA barely reads.
Without permission and marched into town. Police say some students began engaging in, quote, disruptive behavior, including kicking cars and damaging property.
That's stupid.
It's unclear when or why the situation turned into a violent confrontation.
See, this is where I will say that it's like, no, they need, if they're going to do these protests, then yes, there should definitely be. It's kind of like student government needs to learn how like protest marshals work and that kind of shit.
And students, these grown men were double their.
This is where it is. All right.
Size, the bystanders, and the police, and it was just.
This makes it a little more complicated.
Jarring to watch children
I'll admit
being
it.
thrown onto the.
If they're hitting, I mean, literally, if they're out there, not just protesting, they're causing like a ruckus, if you will.
Floor restrained. There was blood.
I was embarrassed for our community.
Holly Magalango has children who attend Quakertown High School. She was disturbed by the video, now going viral on social media, but said it's unfair for local law enforcement to have to deal with this.
Peaceful protests are something that we have the right to do, but when it's violent and it's disruptive or there's vandalism involved, then I think it changes everything.
Yeah, and that she's not too far off on that one, I will admit. That's... That's, yeah. All right, where do we go from here? Oh, fuck it. Let's do this.
Talk about Lutnick on that one.
Yeah,
Lutnick is the worst example of this. So I have the clip in here, Griffin.
Can you believe a guy in finance would be neighbors with one of the most rich and powerful people and never want to hang out with him? Can you believe that would happen?
I don't know, man. At one point, you kind of made it so it's just.
Let's get the Midas touch clip, the one where he says he never saw him again after 2005.
Me and my wife saw him, and we felt a dark feeling, and we're like, I will never hang out with that guy unless it's on an island with my family.
All right, so we are in number 11, and he lives in number 9.
Right.
So,
I mean, that's just rich shit right there. Pause. Are they just fucking with us? At this point, are they just fucking with us?
I was in number 9. He was in 11.
Steve is in 9. He's in 11. Lutnick happens to not go to work that day. Are they, at this point, he's the guy who was supposed to.
I was going to say, if we want to go further, he's from Cantor Fitzgerald, which is where the plane directly hit in the World Trade Center.
Yeah. So they were trying to get him out of here.
You can take your own conclusions.
Bin Laden was like, if we get one office.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go on.
Yeah.
These pigeons and mice. Right. Okay. That's it. It was derelict.
Wow.
Right. So we rebuild our house. We move in 2005. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think.
Watching Andrew Schultz just fucking backtrack at this point is hilarious.
Right. So,
but listen, you guys know that because he's a comedian, I am a little bit more fair. I do this with Joe Rogan as well, and people get mad at me because they're not political commentators, and the media space is like the mainstream media space. And I'm also going to blame some people in the political media spaces on YouTube for making them into something bigger than they actually are. Like
on the door, his assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee.
Like, you ever wonder why people, mainstream media spaces and just in general, well, it's like, why do they put more stake in what comedians have to say than, newscasters? What's up, Ryan? Good to see you, bud. How you doing?
So my wife,
a wild pep has appeared in my shorts. Wait.
I go next door.
Wording.
Walk, 7 steps. Yes. Right to the next house.
How's it going, bud?
Building 7.
Share a wall.
I'm just saying.
New York City. So,
building? Passports and building 7. Those are the two that I'm just like, all right.
Send me a coffee in this, and he says, "Do you want a tour?" We said, "Great, interesting." He's got a really big house. Every room you went in. He's got
interesting. Is this interviewer just not the most hateable person?
He's got I'll tell you. So his house is like.
She's sitting there smiling.
Really?
Oh wow, that's just wonderful. Mr. Lutnick. Oh, I mean.
And so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room, and then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room. Yeah. And
God, he's such a slime ball.
He opens the door, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room, and candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful.
You're right. This channel is gay. Happy.
Cutting question.
This is a happy channel because gay means happy. Happy means gay.
I say to him, massage table in the middle.
Hey, if we're taking it back to first grade, I can go too.
Of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. Ooh. And he says, and the right kind
that's spicy.
Of massage. Now my wife is interesting here. So she looks at me.
Do you think their face hurts after they do an interview because they have to force that smile?
And I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6...
I hate this responsible, functional member of society thing. Yeah, it kind of sucks.
It takes to get from his house to my house. My wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
All right, let's cut it there, Griff. And then let's put up the next clip where he was in front of the United States Congress after emails showed that he had sent multiple emails to Jeffrey Epstein, including potentially planning a trip to the island. And what do we have here?
He did go to the island.
Yeah. Quote, and this is a 5-minute clip. We don't have time to find it. I'll give you the direct quote. Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island? Lutnick, I quote, I did have lunch with him as I was on the boat going across on a family vacation. We had lunch on the island. That is true. That is after the alleged incident
records,
and the dramatic telling that you all just saw, which is planned by email. Which
Yo, you're out. All right, man. Glad the wife is well, and I wish you guys the best. All right, Gapper. Well, thanks for coming on back here, man. I hope to see you in chat.
was released in the Epstein file.
A little bit more.
Now, he said he would never be in a room with him again.
Yeah, oh, right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, right.
It could be outdoors.
Yeah, you're right.
He was on a yacht. Okay? It's very
he was
different.
on a yacht. He happened to be near the island. I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's an explicit lie. And then it's not just about the lie, it's about the confidence in which he's willing to tell that story. And what does that confidence tell you? The confidence that his lie will never be found out. Right? That was the purpose of that lie, is that he knew that he was lying in the very moment that he said that. Not only did it get found out, but now he also knows that he will face no consequences. And I think that is the worst part. Remember what I was talking about with foreign governments and accountability? Our government is the least accountable, and our government has the most of these people. The Federal Reserve Chair was listed in the Epstein email as a potential guest. The new chairman, who Trump is going to appoint Federal Reserve. RFK Jr., there's an email in here where they're talking about going fossil hunting with RFK Jr. I mean, Junior's, I even asked.
You hear Andrew? He's still uncomfortable because he's like, God damn it, I've talked to that guy too.
So about it.
Oh man, I met him.
Admits going.
No, he got out early.
Yeah. He was like, oh yeah, I stopped hanging out with him, but I was on the plane, and what did he say to us, Griffin? He's like, I knew a lot of people. I knew O.J. Simpson or something.
He went on like a list.
Yeah, he was like, I knew O.J. I knew,
It is also funny that he's like, we went fossil hunting. It's like, it was old stuff we were looking at. The old best it could be.
Fucking dude.
Right.
No.
Watching Sagar be such a dweeb sitting there with his little laptop while everybody is just, like, chill, cool, and he's just like,
But I mean, what is the consequence for someone like Lutnick? Like you're saying,
the consequence should be that the public should demand resignation. And
but
he's
if
the
we're
one,
making anyone that's associated with Epstein resign,
right?
I mean, Trump is his boy.
This is.
Well, okay.
I don't even know the dude's name.
Back in the day.
Fair point. Lutnick is Trump's
fair point.
handler, right?
Notice how I love how they called Sagar on that, because Sagar has been kind of a little wishy-washy on that one.
Like that's.
I mean, I don't know if that's accurate. As I understand it, Lutnick is like this deep.
Kushner's the handler.
Yeah.
You think his kid is?
Yeah.
No, his son-in-law.
The son-in-law.
Well, he's still his kid.
Yeah, but nah.
I don't think as
we can
I
get
understand
sued for
it,
that?
I don't think. Yeah, be careful.
No. But like, it seems. Look, if Lutnick had that type of connectivity with Epstein, like where he's willing to lie about the relationship, even though he knows he's gone to the island, the emails show that he's planned to be there. He's Trump's right-hand man. He's behind him in every single conversation that he's having.
The point man on tariffs, by the way. Point man on tariffs and about the destabilization. By the way, if people should look into his son. If Griffin was here, I'd have him look it up. His sons are doing some sketchy stuff whenever it comes to the tariffs as well. But
yeah, you know what? This interview was released before the Supreme Court decision that made Lutnick's kids just earn I think it was like $5 billion off the speculation that they were going to drop the tariffs.
The point remains around all of this is that accountability.
Hold on, I don't want to leave this. Do you think that
Azur Rogue? Hi, I'm back. Welcome.
Lutnick is his handler?
No, I don't think that. I think handler.
Also, if you guys are new here, hi, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Misunderstands the way that the current Trump administration works, like the idea that he doesn't have agency, and I think Trump has a lot of agency.
As I said, one sub away from 2420.
Like he's the person who's deciding what he wants to do. He may be manipulated, in certain directions, and I definitely think that's true. But that's not unique to Lutnick. That's a variety of different policy areas.
So with Trump then specifically, right? Because Trump has mentioned 1 million times in the emails, tons of connectivity.
According to Jamie Raskin. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there any, because the timeline that we were presented was that they kind of knew each other.
Right.
Now we know they really knew each other.
They were good friends.
They were good friends, but now they kind of knew each other. And then something happens and then they sever the friendship.
That's according to Trump.
That's according to Trump. But have the files proved that that wasn't the case?
Well, what the files have proved, not just the files, what we see is that Trump's intimate relationship with Epstein is much deeper than he let on, which is that he was just a Mar-a-Lago member, that they casually knew each other. And by the way, Trump has hung himself in his own public comments. He talks about how he was being creepy with girls that were at the spa. The story came out that Mar-a-Lago was sending private massage girls to Jeffrey Epstein's house.
I mean, Virginia Giuffre.
I was going to say, Virginia Giuffre, she's a more controversial Epstein accuser. I will definitely give you that. But it is undeniable that she was trafficked, or she was, abused and or associated with Epstein around the time that she left Mar-a-Lago. And Epstein, or Trump was even asked, did you sever your relationship because Virginia Giuffre was stolen by Epstein from Mar-a-Lago? And he basically said yes in the Oval Office. He was asked about it on camera. But the deeper point around their relationship is not just their social relationship, but, frankly, we see multiple instances of an entanglement in their social life when it comes to women. So, for example, you see this ex-girlfriend that Epstein apparently...
In any other case, this would be so obvious.
...had that eventually started to date Donald Trump. If Griffin was here, I'd have him pull it up, but there's a dated check in the birthday book where it's like a depreciated asset,
pretty convenient timing
being
for
sold.
Griffin to leave the room. Huh?
He's deep state.
Yeah, he's in the deep state.
He's literally compromised.
No, but there's the depreciated asset check where there's a girl, like Trump's ex-girlfriend, being sold from Epstein to Trump. Like, this is a bad look. There's also in the Epstein files, I'll have Griffin pull this up whenever he comes back, is Trump's one of the accusers was actually interviewed by the FBI. Can we get that? It's in Politicians, Trump accuser interviewed by the FBI. It just came out from Roger Sullenberger, which, by the way, let me just finish the thought there. The fact that the FBI did interview a victim who was accusing Trump goes beyond an anonymous claim against Donald Trump by a tip line, right? So this was actually one of being interviewed. Again, look, being interviewed is not necessarily a crime, but what we're talking about is a deep social relationship which Trump has never really wanted to acknowledge in his public life, but
again, the fact that we can do this in real time, where people have now called for like J.B. Pritzker, Hillary Clinton, the Clintons, everybody else to be investigated except for Trump. It's insane.
Prior life, he would acknowledge it all the time. The 2002.
On one side, you have nobody protecting the Clintons. Nobody saying like, hey, no, we don't want them to testify. We want them to testify. But the fact that they're trying to disingenuously also use that as the reason as to, you see, this is why Trump must not have even been, near that. And he was a whistleblower. The way they conflate this bullshit and then try to twist the narrative is insane.
To interview.
And what's even more crazy is how many people buy it.
That he did on the record about Epstein. He literally said, Jeffrey, he likes him young.
Yep.
Like, he said that straight up in 2002. And he was like, no question, Jeffrey enjoys his social life.
So
was
why
the
run on
birthday
this?
card? One second. The birthday card, was that before or after 2008?
That was 2006. 2006 is the year that.
So why run on this?
What do you mean?
Why would Trump run on this? Why would he
that's a
campaign
great
on
question.
this? And then why would he specifically choose people that build their entire identity around exposing
You
it?
know what I've noticed about this? And I actually went and checked the record.
Mark?
Trump?
No.
Oh.
No, go ahead. I'll add on to what Sauger says.
Trump never ran on it. He was always uncomfortable when asked about it. I went back and checked the record. He was never into it.
So
it was QAnon.
No, he was. What happened is he was at a campaign event and somebody said, Epstein files. He's like, you know what? He's a bad guy, bad hombre.
Around him.
Wait, what do you mean the people around him?
It was Kash Patel. It was Pam Bondi.
But he's choosing them.
But he chose them, but like he didn't choose them for Epstein. Like he
chose them because they would cover up for him with Epstein because they were the ones calling for it. And then he was just like, you know what? Here's the thing, guys. I got some bad news.
Flew above the.
Do you think he actually broke it like that?
And whenever he asked about it, remember famously with Ghislaine, I wish her well, right? Mm-hmm. Like the famous comment that he gave, oh, Jeff, I barely knew him. Actually, it was a Democratic scandal. But when he was on the campaign trail, he never mentioned it. It was other people, like influencers, media ecosystems that were obsessed with the case, which was used by the Trump campaign to become into a
Mark proved that Sauger is compromised.
No, he does have one mention where I don't remember exactly where it is, but he comes out kind of unannounced and says, by the way, that Epstein Island thing, Clinton's going to have a hard time with that.
Did he say where did
Do you remember
this?
this?
This is during the campaign?
This is like 2016, 2015? I can't remember exactly. But he basically just comes out. It seems like it's sort of unprompted, but he just kind of like goes at. He just kind of goes at Clinton, basically trying to use it against him. And I don't remember the exact. Dude, you
Happy time zone, everybody.
remember this, right?
Yes, I do remember him referencing it. Now, is this
Something with the island and Clinton's gonna have a
Is
hard
he
time.
already elected at this point? Is he campaigning against Hillary? And he's using this as a way to malign Hillary through Bill.
Yeah, I think it was that.
That's so surprising because Clinton's his boy now. You know.
Yeah, I know they're good friends.
He's always been good to him. You know.
So early 2016, Bill Clinton had a lot of problems coming up with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. That's what. That's
So
what
Trump
said.
references the island.
I didn't know that.
2016, it kind of
So
just
that's in
brings it
2016.
up.
It's like a throwaway comment.
Yeah,
against
and it's
Bill
just
Clinton.
Saga,
Yeah.
do your research, bro.
Okay, so this is where I got to give some pushback on you because it seems as if Trump and the administration are very technical in terms of not technical might be the wrong word, but like purposeful in the people that they put into power, right? Like they
The fucking comedian. The fucking comedian.
don't like. Well, maybe you.
I wish that were true.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
But like they want to execute certain things, and they put people in power that will execute those things.
Yes, that's right.
Right?
Yes.
Again, I get it.
So
it's because it's the everyman angle.
They did choose Bondi.
Yeah.
They did choose Cash.
Yeah.
They did choose what's his face,
Bongino.
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
so they were aware of these people's identities. They're aware of what they were campaigning with themselves. Why would they put them in those positions of power?
Because you
and expect
neutralize them.
something different.
Well,
but
see, that
then-
actually did happen too, though.
But
is
then
that-
you got to neutralize them. It seems like an extra effort. It's like, for example, this new person they're putting up for the Fed chair,
Yeah,
right? They don't like what Jerome Powell is
Powell,
doing,
yeah.
so they're putting someone else that's going to do things that the administration wants. That's
Yeah.
what I imagine.
Yeah.
Will that guy do the exact same thing that the administration wants? I don't know. But that's
Yes.
their hope.
Yes.
You're telling me we're supposed to believe that they would put these three figures in power, and then once they're in power, go, hey, can you take back everything
If this is what appeals to the common person, we're so cooked. Yeah.
you just said? Because that's not what we
Yeah, I
want.
know.
Well-
Why not put people in power that said the stuff that Trump and them believe or want us to believe? It just seems like a
Because Bongino's a massive oppositional voice. If you recruit him into the fold and basically...
Oh, this is the RFK thing. It's like RFK has a lot of support. People like him. We're going to bring him into a fold. Maybe we can scrape some Dem votes.
Well, there's a famous LBJ quote. He's like, they're like, why'd you bring in one of your enemies into the tent? He's like, better inside pissing out than outside pissing in, right? So like that.
But he doesn't
like,
have to worry about Kash Patel.
The thing is, this just answered that question that we were just talking about. That's the reason.
Yeah, I don't think. Listen, there are a variety.
Bring in the loudest voices on the right into the administration to then say, nothing to see here.
Theories. I've always believed that he
It's almost like they had a price the entire time.
basically thought it was a stupid issue that got people riled up, and he didn't realize people like us were serious about it whenever we were talking about it and then wanting and demanding accountability. I also look,
That checks
there's
out.
an alternative explanation for Cash and Bondi, which is while they may be very, like they may have been very into the Epstein question, they were also loyalists.
They're loyal
right, exactly.
dogs.
They're
If you
literally
do what you're told,
guys,
dog.
they're willing to
They will do
debase
anything.
themselves
It
in
is
public.
pathetic.
Yeah, they're
That's
willing
Andrew
to
right there,
sacrifice
It is
themselves.
pathetic.
I mean, look at Tulsi
He still runs
Gabbard.
FBI. Chill out, bro.
Right, no, but like,
my bad.
we've got Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. and Pam Bondi.
Oh, well, so now we're joking that we should be scared to fucking criticize the government. Interesting. It's almost like the whole, wow. Did they just expose that this is the world we live in now, where we have to be worried about criticizing the fucking power structure?
Cash.
No way.
Like these people have defenestrated themselves like completely on the public stage for everything that they allegedly believed in.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I've interviewed Tulsi I thought she was a legit person. I really did.
Yeah, we know soccer. We know.
Yeah.
And when I
really
saw
like
her
her.
back up the Iran thing, I was like, I cannot believe this, that this woman who I spent so many times interviewing,
So what do you
really
think it is?
respected. Dude, it's about power at the end of the day. New York Times article just dropped. The reason that she's behind all this Fulton County FBI election raid, they're like, she wanted to get back in Trump's good graces. Like, that, dude, it literally is about access to the king.
And it checks out that Trump wasn't taking this seriously because they really thought the whole giving away the binders
they
thing
thought
was
it
going
was
to be
bull.
fun.
They
they genuinely thought that was it.
because
They usually have a good
let's keep in mind
idea
though,
of
but they've been right about everything else. Everything other thing. If you look at issue areas where MAGA purports to care and Trump says no longer, like Iran. If you were to poll MAGA 2 years ago, should we strike Iran? under the current circumstances where the administration looks like they might, they would have been like, absolutely not. Biden should be impeached. He's trying to start a war without congressional authorization.
Yeah.
Now Trump says it. Oh, it's 90% support.
At least he recognizes this.
Right, so it's literally going to flip. It's called thermostatic public opinion. Things rise and shift with depending on who's in power. I mean, same thing on the but the thing is, the Epstein was the one thing that they didn't realize. No, a lot of us actually cared, and that's why.
Pause for 1 second. Is that because they didn't realize how much normal people care about women?
Yeah, you might be right, dude. Like, I don't know.
Are they so caught up in the Epstein class themselves that they're just going, oh, they care about little girls getting trafficked?
Right.
Like, is it
oh, yes.
so...
Oh my God, he's
Losers.
normal. This drives me nuts anytime that it's like, and he was playing that one kind of for the laugh.
To these people that they think that we would just get over it.
Well, I mean,
it's so commonplace in their life.
Not in their defense, but let's think about it. They've gotten over the MAGA people have gotten over so much. Like with flip-flops, Ukraine, Iran, like things, can't get over life and death, so many vital issues. I mean, I could think forever, like so many campaign promises which were alleged and then didn't happen, right? IVF, right? Like that was supposed to be a big one. The vaccine, that was a big one for some people. Building the wall, which never happened in the first. Like, dude, I could literally give you a spreadsheet list for a whole other show of just shit that was supposed to happen, which didn't happen. But the Epstein one seems to be the one that people, for some reason, decided to just not let it up. And I do want to give credit to a lot of people out there, a lot of people out there who are sticking to their guns on this story. And I can tell you, this is the most shit that I get.
All right. Move on from that. All right, so this Tucker Carlson thing is interesting. We're not going to watch this full thing, but I want to watch the beginning portion of this when he explains his detainment at the American embassy in Israel.
I've hated Tucker Carlson for many, many years at this point. I've said that he is one of the most cancerous entities in American politics. And I never could have ever imagined in my entire fucking life where I would, in a million years, I never thought that I would see Tucker Carlson as a sympathetic.
Well, I mean, I can at least do
figure in
a Tucker
any
laugh.
equation. Okay, so congratulations to Israel. There are some really, really powerful moments from this interview. We'll start here and then we'll go to some of the high notes in a second.
We're about to play you an interview we did with U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, 2 days ago in Israel. In general, it's never worth talking about the backstory behind an interview. It's kind of not the point. It makes it about the interviewer, not the person being interviewed. For one thing. For another, it's not that interesting.
Oh, of course.
Interesting most of the time. And for another, it's kind of off the record. You know, the other person hasn't consented to you telling the story. So in general, we don't do that.
Jesus, does this guy ever take normal sized bites where he doesn't have to fucking look like he's a farm animal?
Who'd want to hear that? Let the interview
fucking
speak for itself. But in this case,
full on eating a sandwich.
A few things about how this interview came about because they are.
Let $20 says. He doesn't stop to swallow his food before he
pretty interesting, revealing, and now weirdly relevant, apparently.
This is one of the only moments where I will ever...
Jesus fucking Christ. I wasn't prepared to be that right. What the fuck?
This is my life where I would offer critical support to Tucker Carlson against the only entity that is...
I could never be friends with this guy. I could never be fucking friends with this guy.
Fascistic and more violent.
The way, just, just, it's so blatant the way that it just talks with his mouth full, like, wow.
Well, definitely more violent, but definitely more fascistic than Tucker Carlson, which is the nation state of Israel.
Like, I'll admit it. Yeah, this is a thing. Like, for me, like, I cannot stand when people talk with their mouth full.
So this interview with Mike Huckabee came about a couple of weeks ago on Twitter. One of our producers showed me. He said something to the effect of, "You're talking to Middle Eastern Christians, Tucker Carlson. Maybe you should talk to me. Why don't you come do an interview?"
Because I have like a thing about it, Sylvie, to be completely real.
And I
actually think it's weird that you don't.
Pause for a minute. I've thought in the past about trying to interview.
I grew up in a house where it was about manners. Like, you don't talk with your mouth full. Like, you and you take smaller bites so it doesn't take so fucking long to chew.
Mike Huckabee, whom I've known for over 30 years and worked adjacent to.
Meanwhile, this fucking cretin
at Fox. And I had mixed feelings about it, mostly because it's hard if you're me to interview Mike Huckabee because of just the personal affect. Mike Huckabee is jovial, comes off as friendly.
It's the same thing as him picking his teeth in the middle of a fucking conversation. Just, yeah.
He's a great.
Oh, that's interesting.
Grandfather. When annoyed,
it's rude as shit.
I can be nasty in interviews, and so it takes a lot of self-control to interview someone like Mike.
I respect my audience enough to not do that.
Mike Huckabee, not because I hate him, but because it's hard to ask him tough questions and not.
Unless, should I go grab an apple? I don't know. Since it's so unbothered, should I just get an apple and just?
Come off as a jerk, which I often am. So, but I thought in this case, yeah, I should definitely do this for a bunch of different reasons. Mainly, the United States is moving toward a big war, a real war with Iran.
Hassan did a fucking full-on dental exam last night.
Regime change war, the biggest war we've had since the invasion of Iraq in the spring of 2003, and Israel is driving that. We are doing this at the behest, at the demand of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So it seems like now is the time for more Americans to understand the dynamic between the U.S. and Israel and to call attention to that. And for another, Huckabee's behavior in the last year in Jerusalem as the ambassador has been very, very striking. He famously had a meeting with the most damaging spy in American history. And why did he do that? He hadn't by anybody up until 2 days ago. Why did you do that? So I wanted to be able to ask him that. And so we accepted. And then began the usual negotiations about when and where the interview would take place. And we were constrained because we weren't expecting this. We wanted to do it quickly, but we had tons of travel. So we threw them a date, them being the American embassy. We can do it on this date. And they were very accommodating. And then the question became, well, where do we do it? Maybe a Christian holy site. We said, we've got to get in and out really quick, got to be back to do a bunch of other interviews, but we've got this time frame. They said,
newsflash, Christian holy sites are also Jewish holy sites.
Well, why don't you do it at the U.S. Embassy? Or maybe we said that. Great, U.S. Embassy. So the U.S. Embassy is about an hour, 55 minutes from the big airport in Israel, Ben Gurion. So we said, okay, what about security? Now, at this time, the Israeli government, the prime minister included, were attacking me in this show. Netanyahu suggested I was a Nazi, for example. And so we thought, how about security? Obviously. Not because the Israeli government necessarily would do something bad, because there are a lot of people in Israel who think, because they've been told, that I'm an anti-Semite or a Nazi or want to kill Jews. It's kind of crazy overstatement. All untrue, obviously, but it would be good to have security. And
Sheila Murphy and some of them are even Islam sites.
Say,
I mean, yeah, they're just
done interviews on 6 out of 7 continents over 35 years. I'm not very security conscious at all. Never really feel uncomfortable, but this seemed like a prudent thing to do. So we were told by the embassy spokesman, no, we're not going to provide security. And so we said, okay, I guess we'll get private security. But could we get someone from the embassy to ride in the car with us from the airport to the interview? And we were told, no. Could we get what they call a control officer, just an American, with us in an official capacity as an embassy employee with us? No, quote, for legal reasons, we can't do that. So I thought, well, that's very strange. And then they said, but instead, we're turning you over to the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, MFA, and they're going to arrange everything in Israel. Well, this was within 24 hours of the deputy foreign minister, Sharon Haskell, releasing a video calling me an anti-Semite and an enemy of Israel. This was the person who the embassy was telling us was going to handle all of our travel. So it was at this point that I just called. I called the spokesman for the U.S. Embassy in Israel, and I said,
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
All right.
I'm an American.
No, you know what bothers me with the Hassan shit? I feel like I work too hard sometimes.
Citizen.
Like this motherfucker. Like, Jesus Christ.
Responding to an invitation from the American ambassador to Israel. And by the way, I'm the son of the U.S. ambassador, so I have some sense, I'm not an expert, obviously, but I have some sense of how this works. And I think that the U.S. ambassador has discretion to send somebody from his office to the airport to accompany someone in. I think that's right. And if it's not right, tell me what law you're talking about, what legal reason you're talking about that would prevent that. And now you're sending me over to a government official who's been calling me a Nazi? That's the person in charge of getting us to the...
He saw exactly what was happening in real time.
The
He's
embassy?
just
Like, what?
Oh, I want to go.
What is going on here? And the embassy spokesman, who's totally nice, said, well, this was the decision of someone called David Brownstein. He's the DCM, the number 2 guy in the embassy. And I said, well, put him on a text exchange. Like, what is going on here?
Did they think that Tucker wasn't going to talk about this?
And so Brownstein got on and didn't answer the question, but basically said, well, okay, let's just do the interview at the airport in the diplomatic reception area at the airport. Okay, I said, we're going to be flying in from Europe, and we had to be in and out really quickly. So at great expense, we chartered a plane, which I never do because I'm cheap.
Wow, Rob comes in making his announcement. What's up, man?
But we did.
Welcome to the show.
So then I said to them, okay, I want to send you
in the motherfucking
flight
hizzies
information, tail number, flight number, route, and I want you to pass that on to the Israeli military just so, they don't mistake.
We did it. 24-20.
Take us for an Iranian drone or something. I mean, not to be paranoid, but again, this is probably the most violent country in the world, Israel. Is there a country in the world where a higher percentage of the population has held a gun or shot someone? I mean, I don't know the answer, but this is a country famously waging a 7-front war with all of its neighbors, so this is also the country that bombed the...
I see a lot of people talking about all the shit that the American government is saying, all the shit that the Israeli government is saying about Tucker Carlson and like agreeing with them, except
and he picks his teeth.
One
fucking Christ.
100% on the money here, and 100% correct when he's talking about Israel.
The USS Liberty.
Oh, dude.
Knowing, we know this from NSA Intercepts, that it was an American
this
ship.
Is rough. So this is an exercise for me.
Don't, just send the military our flight information.
Yeah, I don't ever have to explain why I don't watch them ever again.
Information.
That right there.
And
it has nothing to do with his positions. It's literally because he's a fucking disgusting human being.
We can all just sort of know it's on the record and we can all calm down a little bit. No, they said. The U.S. Embassy. He said, no. This is your flight is not a matter of concern to the Israeli military. I said, okay, now you're making me uncomfortable.
But now that you know what? I've never actually thought about this. I thought that this was kind of a universal thing. I thought that people got annoyed by people having their mouth full of food and then making a point because then they're spitting up and all this stuff. I always thought that was something that we agreed upon as a society. But I guess my mom was just, I don't know. I don't know.
Airspace of Israel, the purview of the Israeli military?
Fuck, man?
Aren't they in charge of maintaining the integrity of their airspace when you fly over the country of Israel or any country?
It's also because this is I know this is going to make me sound like an... I'm so old. In regular broadcasting, if he was a radio broadcaster, having food is the ultimate no-no.
Military keeps track of you because that's their job. So why wouldn't you send our flight information to the Israeli military? You're making me nervous. I sent this exchange. I took a screenshot of it and sent it to a bunch of people, including in the U.S. government. Because
that's why they have cough buttons. That's what they call this mute button.
I'm not a paranoid person and I'm not a jumpy person. I said, is this weird behavior? Yeah, it's really weird behavior. All of them said that. So I got pretty aggressive and just said, look, you got to do this. Okay. And they, to their credit, got back to us and said, yes, we will do that. But I just thought that was completely bizarre and menacing.
Riveting.
By the way. Now, at the same time, and I think this is relevant, certainly it goes to motive, I was attempting to...
No wonder he bailed on YouTube, because he wouldn't survive a fucking, one... Did he even survive one stream?
Set up
with,
a meeting, as I have been for the past...
Jesus Christ.
3 months, with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, who I've dealt with a lot in the past. and who denounced me as a Nazi in public, a member of the woke Reich.
Very transformative.
Why was I trying to do that? Not an interview. I knew he wouldn't sit for an interview, but I wanted just to meet with him in person. One, to show that I'm willing to go to Israel. I don't hate Israel as a country. But two, just to say directly to him, this is bad. This should be de-escalated. This kind of rhetoric doesn't help anybody. Calling me specifically.
Why am I not watching the original video? To be honest, I didn't want to go look
specifically.
And I also don't have permissions to play Tucker Carlson's stuff, so it's easier if I play it through somebody else's.
Nazi and an anti-Semite when you know that I'm not. By the way, if I was, I would just admit it. I've said many times.
But now I feel like a fool. Thanks, Ryan.
I think anti-Semitism is
right.
immoral. It's against my religion. Just as.
But you know what? Content. Me being grossed out by Hassan just eating, what? I mean, Jesus Christ. He had like 4 different meals right there.
Hating any group.
Looked like he had a burrito, a sandwich, and some just like a thing of meat.
On the basis of their bloodline is immoral. So the new year is here, but
oh my God, he just keeps eating.
That does not mean.
How is he not like 400 fucking pounds?
I mean, you've got to overhaul your whole life.
What the?
By claims that I finally your Christians were a friend of mine in California who knew him and who were in regular contact with him. In fact, I went to go see some of those people directly. Please, can you help me?
Fair enough. I'm far more entertained by your discomfort than the OG video. You know what?
Get a sit down for 5 minutes with Benjamin Netanyahu.
You need protein? Listen, then do it. I don't know, man. Like, as I said, apparently I work too hard, even having a regiment. What I do is before I start this, I do I do my show prep and I devote about 30 to 40 minutes of, before I start my stream to show prep. While I am show prepping, I will eat a protein bar. I will have, I will eat my snack then. And then I try to use the bathroom before I stream so I don't have to use it right away. Like I said, apparently I work too fucking hard. I think too much about this.
With 6, 7, 8, maybe more people on this
I'll admit it. I feel I'm the fool here.
Question. People in official capacities, people in the Israeli government. I know a number of people in the Israeli government.
Ooh, behind the scenes.
In Israel. A friend of mine.
Again, the fact that I said show prep, I think that there'd be some streamers that just like hear that. They're like, you do what?
In California, who knows him? I mean, I really, really tried. And I did so for 2 reasons. One, because there was a threat to my family.
Because I don't want this shit either. Seriously. I don't know how he's gotten away with this. And like, Sylvie, I don't know. Like, can you explain how you normalized this, where you watch 8 hours of a stream, he watches a video, and doesn't even commentate on it? You're just watching him eat. This is fucked up.
Family, the Israeli government, and Netanyahu himself tried to punish 2 members of my family. I won't be more specific, but actually punish 2 members of my family because he has said in public many times, believes in blood.
You appreciate the professionalism? Well, I don't. Because apparently, as I said, I feel like the asshole here, where it's just like, holy shit.
When
the plate clinking, oh my God. Yeah, as I said, it's entertainment.
Someone commits a crime against you.
This is political commentary.
You punish not.
Dude.
Oh my God. The fuck?
Why the f do you guys want me to skip this?
Ah!
You're like, get to the interview, No,
he had to pick his fucking teeth again. God damn it, Hassan.
No. I want to know what took place about his like detainment and shit. Okay, calm down.
Just him, but his family, his bloodline.
Woo!
There's no idea that's less Western than that, more anti-Christian than that. Christians reject that. Netanyahu doesn't. That's why he's talking about Amalek.
That fucking got me.
And
what the fuck?
he was going after my family, literally.
We had the trifecta. He literally like scratched the plate. The fucking tank. Yum 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 yum.
So I felt very threatened by that. But moreover, I think it's bad for my country to have people using that kind of language. Round them up, bring them to the camps, gas chambers, Nazis,
Yeah. That language is what's scary for our country.
This mukbang motherfucker.
Country.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Listen, I feel the ghost of my mother behind me just going, why is he, no!
Not the direct application of said language in the direction of migrants. Tucker loves that shit. He just hates it when
That mildly infuriated compilation.
someone is,
I mean,
you know,
go for it.
falsely calling him that, only falsely in this unique instance where he's correctly interpreting Israel's actions as unjustifiable.
Semitism, it scares the heck out of people. It makes people crazy and hysterical. And certainly in my case, none of that is true. I hate collective punishment. I hate attacking people on the basis of their bloodline. I hate anti-Semitism and anti-white racism and all of this, or any kind of racism, period. And I've said that a lot.
He can pause when he wants to, when he wants, but pauses and talks mid-chew. Girly pop, plan better.
So using that kind of language against someone,
oh man, I feel like seriously,
who is
I
not
don't know,
fundamentally your enemy, who just, in my case, I want Christians in areas controlled by Israel to be treated with dignity, to have rights, and I don't want the U.S. government involved in a war, a regime change war with Iran. Those are my priorities, and I've said them out loud.
He's like, yeah, not even the Muslims, just the Christians.
But I have no secret agenda. So to attack me as a
I'm doing this for you.
Nazi for saying that suggests a total unwillingness to compromise. You know, anyone who doesn't agree with us 100% must be destroyed.
Oh my God, I just realized TYT's gonna love this shit. Oh my God, they're gonna glaze Tucker so fucking hard for this.
His family must be attacked, my family, and must be written off as a Nazi. Well, when you do that, it makes people hysterical. It increases the temperature to a point that, you know, someone's going to get hurt if you keep talking that way. And it's just bad. It's bad for the United States. It's bad for the world. So I wanted to deliver that message. I finally wound up talking to a guy called Yoram Hazony, who is an Israeli who famously organizes the American National Conservatism conferences. And I said to him, look, you're having a National Conservatism conference in Jerusalem this summer. You asked me to speak at the first National Conservatism conference in the United States, and I did. Obviously, I believe in national conservatism, America first. I think every nation should put its own people first. That's why you have governments. And I would like to speak at this one. And moreover, I would like you to ask your friend Benjamin Netanyahu to meet with me. And we had this sort of long back and forth, and it was, no, you cannot speak at the National Conservatism Conference.
Dude, his microphone has to have so much food on it.
Because you're an anti-Semite. No, I'm not, I said. Yes, you are, you said.
Okay, I'm done.
And I said, well, I
he's
really
done eating, so I can finally be done criticizing him for doing this.
To speak to Bibi to kind of de-escalate this, and he said it would not be in his political interest to meet with you. It's almost verbatim what he said. Therefore, no. So then I realized, you know, you're dealing with people who are unreasonable, who are inflexible, who are in fact fanatical, and then add to that, of course.
I think it's pretty nutty that a random podcaster is like, hey, Adolf Hitler, I just want to have one conversation with you. Okay? Like, every part of this story is so insane to me. And yet, because it's the United States of America and like podcasters become the FBI director, it kind of doesn't, you know, podcasting is the highest thing you can be. A podcaster is the
apparently
highest thing you can be. And Benjamin Netanyahu,
we're so cooked,
has talked to podcasters
so fucking cooked,
or like the Nelk Boys. So while
we let a reality TV star become the president, and now podcasters rule the world,
the entire story is completely psychotic. I guess it makes sense that a podcaster would be asking for this experience.
That my tax dollars are paying them. You know, it was all pretty distressing. So that was the backdrop behind our very brief and highly intense trip to Israel. So we show up on Wednesday, fly in from Europe, again at great expense, and show up at the diplomatic terminal at Ben Gurion Airport where this interview is going to take place, which is bizarre in itself.
Yeah, I was about to say they're having it at the airport.
Filthy building. The windows are so dirty in the terminal you can't see out them barely. There's like exposed drywall. The whole thing is depressing and grim. There's litter outside. Like, what is this?
Sounds like your average American's house.
This is the diplomatic
Sounds like Tennessee
terminal in Israel. I thought that was very strange. Having been in a lot of diplomatic terminals, I've never seen a rattier one. We go in, and Huckabee's there, and of course,
meanwhile, those are the same fuckers out there that are just like, we got to protect billionaires. They'll leave us if we tax them too much.
Friendly as he always is. Very, very friendly guy, and cheerful, and we sort of chat, and the whole place is filled with these guys in T-shirts, thuggish-looking guys in T-shirts who are some kind of security. So we do the interview. You're about to watch it. It's very long, at 2.5 hours.
Did you just say thuggish, ruggish?
And I try my hardest.
Or did I just think that? Wait, shit. Wait, did he just say we're thuggish, ruggish?
Guys in T-shirts who are some kind of security. He always is. Very, very friendly guy, and cheerful, and we sort of chat, and the whole place is filled with these guys in T-shirts, thuggish-looking guys in T-shirts who are some kind of security. So we do the interview. You're about to watch it. It's very long, at 2.5 hours-ish, and I try my hardest to be friendly. I think I kind of succeeded. You can judge for yourself. But I really got the sense, and again, you can decide as you watch it, that Huckabee was not able to answer any of the questions, but also not really in charge. You really got the feeling of a guy sort of trying his best.
I just gotta say it, guys. Hassan does not respect his audience at all.
To repeat,
he doesn't give a shit.
The talking points, but very constrained, like unable to say certain things. Not because those things might harm the interest of the U.S. government. He was happy to attack, for example, the U.S. military and say they're more brutal than the Israeli military. Okay.
Not even I'll be right back. No. This is the largest fucking political streamer on the left.
But unwilling to say certain things because they might reflect poorly on the Israeli government. And you sort of thinking about this for a second, you're like, wait, you're the U.S. ambassador. You're our representative to a foreign country.
Bro, I wasn't looking. When did he despawn? Yeah, right?
Why is your
I don't know.
red line criticism of that country? Shouldn't you be representing us?
I feel like I should just fuck off so you guys can get a double chair. You know what? I have to pee. You know what?
And it was very obvious he was representing the Israelis. Obvious. And again, you can judge for yourself. But anyway, so we do this interview. It was cordial. And at the end, we're set to fly out. We have a time. We have to get out. And the plane is sitting right outside. And we're ready to go. And for some reason, the Israelis still have our passports. There are 5 of us there. And 4 of us are flying out on this plane. One's flying out commercial with our gear. So my business partner and I, we're standing there. We've never left the airport, never went anywhere. But our 2 producers have spent the night before in Tel Aviv. And they're called into rooms and given the 3rd degree. Now, keep in mind, they're about to get on a plane and leave. In fact, we're late. We have to get out of there. We have a slot to get out. And security, whoever this is, won't let them go. So I don't really know what's going on at this point. I'm like, where are our guys? We got to get out of here. So one of them comes out and he says, that was the weirdest experience in my life. They asked me questions about the interview. Who did you speak to? Keep in mind, this was like 8 feet from where we did the interview. Well, the U.S. ambassador. I'm like, Huckabee, what did you talk about?
Oh,
Why
Jesus,
did you ask
I
those
actually made it
questions?
back before
Was it
he
a hostile
did?
interview? And of
Oh,
course,
fuck
everything
off. God damn it.
in the diplomatic terminal is taped. Everything,
as I said, man,
in Israel is taped. It's a police state. It's a surveillance state, obviously.
God damn.
You go to Israel, they put software
beat you
on your phone. Everybody knows this. Okay, they're constantly
no urgency to get back to his
spying.
I'm just gonna shut up
on you more than
I'm just gonna shut up. I
probably
this
any
is
other country.
wild.
And so they know the answers to these questions, but they're asking my producer, like,
I just don't understand, like, who in their right mind would ever go to Israel?
You know what? That
Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Scrub back? No, dude, come on. It's 2 hours and 30 fucking minutes. Okay? Stop. Also, half of the shit that he's complaining about is already happening in America as well. And he loves it when it's happening in America.
Where do you work? How many people work there? Do you go to the office? Where is the office? What are their names? They're doing like an intel op.
I'm gonna be completely real.
And
Like, the only reason I was even comfortable doing that is because I've seen this shit. If he has any
exercise,
and then he tells, "Nah, bro, I'm not gonna scrub. I'm not gonna rewind. Why would I do that? It's a 2-hour."
On my producer, this isn't security. We're leaving right now, and they're holding his passport. The interrogator is holding the passport in his hand as he's asking these questions.
I'm trying really hard not to be actually bothered by this. I am. Because there's like I had the fun. I did the fun bit, but there's other parts of this that I'm just like, oh. Like I'm noticing something that I'm just like, oh, I
said, this is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard. Puckabee's gone by this point. You're an American citizen who's just had a conversation with the U.S. ambassador, and some thug is demanding details of that conversation?
Let's see. Is Hassan eating right now?
Like, no, I didn't. I don't know what to say. Meanwhile, our last guy, the youngest man who was traveling with us, our last producer, is still in a room being questioned. So I pull over one of the guys and said, we got to get out of here. So I don't know what this is about. It's outrageous.
I've hated Tucker Carlson for many, many years at this point. I've said that he is one of the most cancerous entities in American politics. And I never could have ever imagined in my entire life where I would, in a million years, I never thought that I would see Tucker Carlson as a sympathetic figure in any equation. Okay? So congratulations to Israel. I mean, he is still evil. Okay? He's insincere. He's evil. He's the son of agents of the CIA, of an agent of the CIA. His dad is responsible for Voice of America, right? He says it here. I mean, he is deeply tapped with the Trump administration. I do think ultimately that he would love to do Israel in America for what he calls legacy Americans.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the reason that he's actually so up in arms is because now he's just like, oh, wait a minute. I can't go to my favorite Christian holy sites freely.
I think he finally got to you. He's not sympathetic. No, there is. This is like when pedophilia hunters are like unsavory individuals themselves, right? But why do they do that? Why do they go out and like hunt pedophiles, even though they're also weirdos? They do that because like that's the ultimate evil, right? In the eyes of many people, that's the ultimate evil. And in this,
Hassan is superficial. He cares, but to a point. He's not trying to learn more or expand on thoughts. He's just a lefty react channel.
Circumstance.
He's stagnant, and many are outgrowing
that's what
him.
Tucker Carlson is doing. He's like the pedo hunter.
Gee, I wonder why.
Except, unlike with pedo hunters,
dude, he's made enough. He probably he's probably made enough to actually like retire.
As much as there is support that you can accrue for,
so like him losing his audience, it's never gonna,
being anti-Israel. A lot of you don't understand the downsides of being anti-Israel. I don't talk about it too much. You obviously are aware of some of it, right? You see some of it in public with like the ADL stuff, CIJA demanding I'm not allowed to enter the state of Canada, the nation state of Canada. Stuff like that is every day. But there are a lot of downsides. There are a lot of downsides that I will never discuss that comes along with it. Okay? You're fine, Hassan. You're going to be okay in IA. In any case, for that reason.
Okay, I'm bored now. We got the gist of it. Jesus Christ. I watched way too much of that. That was my fault. Okay, I need to decompress for a second. I literally, I need to smoke or something, or just... Yeah, that definitely, that was funny, and it was fun to do with you guys, but I'm gonna be completely real with y'all. I definitely have a little bit of a, rougher opinion, because, I don't know, man. Like, am I supposed to question everything that my parents, taught me about manners and my family taught me about manners? Because it wasn't just my parents. This was like a familial thing. And I don't know, both sides were about this. And I just... All right. Anyway. Gotta de-stress. I'm too blessed to de-stress. If you guys don't know the reference, it's all right. Here, let's do this room. You know what? No, I'm not doing that today. Oh, I can't play this. Oh, son of a bitch. Never mind. Oh, there goes that. Well, that one had the copyright in front of it. I appreciate when channels do that, where they just they let you know it's just like copywritten material is in this. It's just like, cool. All right, cheers, folks. Let's do the thing, because you know what sucks? My stomach just started growling. I'm just like, oh great, now I'm hungry. I don't know. Like, after watching him eat for an hour. My fellow Americans, I beseech you. Robo. Pritzker sent an invoice to the White House. Well played, sir. Well played. I mean... Pep, I got verified. You got verified? No shit? How? On YouTube? Man. I'll be honest, I don't even know how to do it. Like, I would love having the little star next to my name. I mean, I am the official Pep Talks. Growing boy needs calories? Yeah, well. Alright, I gotta figure this out, because I got a guest that I need to bring on, but I still got one more segment I need to do, and I'm not sure... Yeah, no, this would be easier if I just do it. Fuck. God damn it. I went long with that segment. Not that far, just my pen. Wait, what? Wait, Mouse's houses. Where are you? Now I feel like I had a stroke. I just read these two comments. Pep, I finally got verified. In quotations, right? And then the next one, on. Not that far, LOL, just my pin. Synopsis, not synopsing. Or synapses. Oh my god. Whatever. Dude, that is... Oh, that Hassan video just... Oh, man. It fucking broke me, guys. Woo! Okay. You know what? We're gonna look this up in real... I'm gonna do this, no autocorrect. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. Not that far. Okay, cool. You broke Pep. Congratulations. You didn't even mean to. That was... The thing is, you're like... You're a friend of the channel. You... It didn't even take control, guys. All it took was one of my own just to mistype... Or to literally mistype something, and my dyslexia was just like, too much, too soon. We're going into shutdown mode. Alert, alert. Fucking Christ. Woo. Yeah, if you guys don't know, I have been diagnosed with dyslexia, so it explains so much. Actually, that diagnosis really helped me. And dyslexia. Oh my god, dyslexia font. Which I can't use on certain things on the stream here, because it'll unfortunately mess with it, so. I'm heartbroken that Americans aren't going to have to pay hundreds of billions of extra tax dollars in the form of tariffs every year. I pray Trump will find another way to enforce tariffs. You do understand that we're the ones who pay the tariffs. Tariffs are attacks on us. Oh my god. I don't like... I'm not gonna explain supply chain fucking economics to you. Cue the moment SpongeBob's brain is on fire. Yeah. Does high contrast help with dyslexia? Yes, it does. My mom said she thinks Epstein Island stuff was required to be president or a billionaire. What do you think? Yeah. Yeah, especially, like, going back to Clinton. I mean, Herbert Walker Bush is in there. Like, HW. I think every president post-Reagan, yeah. Yeah, no, because think of it. The sphere of influence with Epstein started in, what, 88 or some shit like that? Supply chain economics or whatever. I don't know. Fucking A. Supply side? Or just the supply chain? I don't fucking... I'm not smart. Serena? I felt beckoned. Oh. Did I get that right? No, I just watched a Hassan video that made me just question everything that I'm doing in life and online and just in general. Just like, what am I doing here? I don't want to do this anymore. Hassan ate on stream and it just made me want to quit. Oh, God. I tried a dyslexia font and I didn't know how to feel about it. Yeah, the thing is, that's the reason I can't use it on stream is because it does trip. It trips me out too much because I do a lot of the stuff through like the little screen sometimes, so yeah, it doesn't work out. Plus, yeah, I have realized that the mass majority of my audience does not have dyslexia, so it would actually be confusing to you. So Sniffy, oh Jesus Christ, we get it, dude. We get it. Joe Biden did stuff, but the thing is, lock him up too. I don't care. The thing is, you are still standing up for these people, and you're doing it in a very unsophisticated way, where you're just like, this other person I don't like did something weird. I'm gonna completely ignore all the stuff that they're saying about my people because this is inconvenient for my belief system. It'd be a wild way to discover you. Well, I mean, most accommodations are great for everyone. Do what you gotta do for you. I mean, no. It also makes for like easier like chopping content, stuff like that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not that bad, okay? Like I have like a very mild form of it. Letters tend to get jumbled, but I've been living with it my entire life, so I know how to see words that do that and just make them fit the way they're supposed to. Okay. Alright, so. Alrighty. Okay. Jesus. How about them towers? All right, so I've got Illerson, it's doing its thing. It's doing its thing. Ilren syndrome. Share a lot of dyslexia symptoms. It's a perceptual processing disorder. So writing, you have funky color. Oh, yeah. They tested me for that. Yeah. Actually, let's see. See if this helps at all. They said that it, I just had a mild form of dyslexia, so let's see. Might get spicy with this, though. The second I put these on. Oh, man. Yeah, this does not help. That does not help at all. It made it way worse. That was funny. LOL, old McDonald. What the fuck, Lobo? Lobo sees things. I see things better than pet dogs. He was bailed out of the tune of $1 trillion by Yeltsin. No idea. Jesus Christ, dude. Wow. Apparently Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Okay. All right. Worst part is... We're so close. Okay. Now I am stuck between a rock and a hard place. I have to start setting things up for my guest, but they are not available right now. So, all right, here's what I'll do. I'll play something simple, easy, fun, and random. So let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. A fourth citizen killed by ICE? What? Hold on. All right, I feel like we should play this one. This seems important.
Confirmed ICE killed another U.S. citizen, a 23-year-old, and covered it up for nearly a year.
What the fuck?
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people.
This is the first I'm hearing about it, so
16
yeah, great.
Over middle week, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York. Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up. Hey, it's Jordan with Status Coup. Major news as it is now confirmed. Last March 2025, ICE killed another U.S. citizen and covered it up for nearly a year. Reporting from Newsweek based on documents they obtained.
Obtained internal ICE documents that reveal the details behind a fatal shooting of a third American. On March 15, 2025, federal agents shot and killed 23-year-old Ruben Ray Martinez in South Padre Island in Texas. While local reports documented the shooting, they did not mention ICE's involvement in it. According to an internal report from ICE, agents were assisting local authorities with traffic control after a major crash when Martinez drove towards the controlled area. Agents said Martinez failed to follow verbal commands, slowed down, then accelerated and hit an HSI agent. An agent fired multiple shots through the driver's side window, hitting Martinez. He was transported to a local hospital and later pronounced
The fuck?
dead. Martinez
That is way outside of fucking any police protocol. Holy fuck.
His family wrote in his obituary that they were deeply
Dude.
saddened and shocked by his death. They also described the 23-year-old as humble, kind, and adventurous.
A 23-year-old just decided to ram into ICE agents. Yeah.
It's always the same story, too.
Just like we were told, Alex.
We're boxed in! Then you see the video. Well, that would require another car to be in front of you.
He came armed to assassinate and cause mass casualties. Or Renee Good rammed into an ICE agent.
Yeah, same thing with
the only
that.
difference here is we didn't have.
Surprised they didn't say that about Alex Preddy, even though he wasn't even in a car.
So I want to go through the actual story because it's very evident. Again, a 23-year-old. It's very evident that this is a cover-up, and what ICE is claiming happened very likely did not happen. Also want to correct Newsweek because it's not the third American killed by ICE. We'll get to that later. But here is a little bit more about what happened. Again, they covered this up for a year. If what they claimed actually happened, why wouldn't they have put it out right away if they had the video to support that? Okay. Department of Homeland Security has told Newsweek that a HSI agent fired, quote, defensive shots at a driver, and he, quote, intentionally ran over another agent. Immigration agent shot and killed Ruben Ray Martinez, 23 years old, on March 15, 2025 in South Padre Island, Texas, but the involvement of ICE HSI unit, that's Homeland Security Investigations, was not publicly disclosed at that time. New details later emerged.
Well, I mean, this is kind of the bitch about doing that whole blanket thing with DHS.
Through internal,
they're all literally covered by Department of Homeland Security.
ICE records obtained by Watchdog American Oversight via Freedom of Information. Rachel Reyes, mother of Ruben Ray Martinez, told Newsweek via email, since Ruben's death a year ago,
John, your brain's broken.
All we have wanted is justice for him. And we have struggled.
Mr. High IQ here.
Struggled with the silence.
Literally seeing conspiracies where there are none.
Surrounding
his
killing.
Man.
Now the country is in crisis, and terribly, heartbreakingly, other families are enduring what we have. It's my hope the attention being raised now into Ruben's death will help bring the justice we want for him and the answers we haven't had. In a statement to Newsweek, DHS and HSI agents were assisting the South Padre Island Police Department following a major accident. Quote, a driver of a blue Ford intentionally ran over Homeland Security Investigation special agent, resulting on him being on the hood of the vehicle. Upon witnessing this, another agent fired defensive shots. I don't even need to read anymore, because if you have common sense, eyes and ears, and some type of memory, this is basically what they have been saying over and over and over again. Remember Marimar Martinez in Chicago? We were on the ground right after that shooting in Chicago. I believe in October, they said she ambushed agents. She rammed into them. They had no choice but to shoot her.
Yeah. You haven't been hateful towards me, okay, but so you can just keep going, and I can't make a criticism about you.
Well, the body cam showed quite the different story, including that one ICE agent, literally Border Patrol agent in this case, had his finger on the trigger long before they shot her, and another ICE agent had his gun aimed at her, and they were not rammed in. They preemptively shot at her, and charges were dropped against her for that. Recently in Minneapolis, we were also on the ground when another U.S. citizen, immigrant was shot at. This one in the leg. Fortunately, he survived. ICE claimed that he ambushed them. He and some others ambushed them with a shovel. That night, again, we were on the ground as ICE literally made North Minneapolis look like Fallujah, as grenades, gas, pepper balls, all sorts of chemical and so-called less lethal ammunition was fired. Our reporter at the time, Zach Roberts, was actually struck in the head while we were live. We don't know with what, but it hurt. It was
he thought it was a flashbang when it happened. We watched that live here too.
Unbelievable, the amount of gas, grenades, and violence. It looked like ICE was bombing Minneapolis. It was so bad. Well, just came out.
Chris, I have no idea, man. But they sure do.
The agents.
What up, Chris?
Lied about what happened.
Welcome to the show, man.
Investigated, and the charges were dismissed against the man who came at them with a shovel, which always sounded like nonsense. But
it's so weird how their stories always fall apart.
Break this down. If there was video, and nowadays there's video either from the body cam, which most ICE
all AI
officers are not wearing, or
like I was saying, man, this is
if there was video showing
what they want,
that this 23-year-old U.S. citizen rammed into, intentionally sped up into an agent, catapulting him onto the hood of a car, and then an ICE agent or HSI, which is part of ICE, had no choice but to shoot. You think they would get that out right away? You better believe they would get that out right away. Because it would, in that case, be self-defense, and it would help them push their narrative of federal agents under attack, lawless, in this case, U.S. citizens,
Mountain Time.
In this case, this man was brown, it seems. They would use this for more propaganda purposes that we're at war, both with
Night, Ryan. Thanks for joining the show today.
immigrants and
It's good to
criminal
see ya.
U.S. citizens supporting
Hope to see you around.
or threatening ICE agents. In this case, nothing. Nothing from ICE and nothing from the local Texas authorities. Why is that? Congressman Joaquin Castro is essentially calling it a cover-up because it seems to be pretty clear it's a cover-up. He tweeted out, an ICE agent shot and killed Ruben Ray Martinez, a U.S. citizen and San Antonio resident in March 2025. Then ICE and the
Jordan is the man. Fuck yeah, he
Texas
is.
Department of Public Safety covered it up. He was 23 years old.
He was one of the first ones to kind of see through the TYT bullshit and go into business for himself.
I am calling for a full investigation into this shooting, including why there was an 8-month cover-up. I agree, but at this point, who are you depending on in America to investigate anything with integrity? Not Trump's FBI, not Trump's DOJ, not ICE or Border Patrol. Texas authorities? Texas? Under Greg Abbott? I mean, who could you depend on to investigate anything fairly and, with due process, but also, follow the facts? It's a cover-up on top of cover-up on top of cover-up. And U.S. citizens are clearly at just as much risk nowadays as immigrants or undocumented immigrants. Neither should be at risk. Neither should be targeted. And these are highly untrained officers that essentially think they're in the wild, wild west and have been told by everyone from the vice president of the United States, you have total immunity. Shoot first, we'll take care of it after. I want to give you more details here. This from The Guardian. Martinez's mother, Rachel Reyes, said her son was just days past his 23rd birthday when he and his best friend drove from San Antonio down to the beach for the weekend to celebrate. South Padre Island, located on the Gulf Coast, just north of the U.S.-Mexico border, is a renowned spring break destination that attracts tens of thousands of college-age partiers each March. According to an internal 2-page ICE incident report included in the newly disclosed documents, shortly after midnight, HSI officers were assisting South Padre Island police by redirecting traffic through a busy intersection after a vehicle incident with several injuries. A blue 4-door Ford with a driver and passenger approached the officers, who ordered the driver to stop. The report does not say why. Look at his skin color. Initially, the driver didn't respond to commands, but eventually did come to a stop, according to a report. Okay, he did come to a stop. Agents then surrounded the vehicle, telling those inside to get out, but the driver, quote, accelerated forward and struck an HSI special agent, quote, who wound up on the hood of the vehicle, the report said.
It's always the same fucking story with these assholes.
An HSI supervisory special agent standing by the side of the car then fired his weapon multiple times through the open driver's side window, and the vehicle stopped. Paramedics already on the scene of the accident quickly provided medical aid, and the driver was taken by ambulance to a regional hospital where he was pronounced dead. The passenger, also a U.S. citizen, was taken into custody. The HSI officer, whom the report says was struck by the vehicle, was treated for an unspecified knee injury. The names of the 2 HSI agents involved in the shooting and the names of the 2 men in the car were all redacted from the ICE report. But Reyes confirmed the driver was her son. She said he was shot 3 times. So let's get this straight. A couple young adults, 20-somethings, they're driving to some beach spring break party. They stop. They're then swarmed by ICE agents. Okay? Sound familiar? Sound familiar to Renee Nicole Good? And then they say, he accelerated into one of the ICE officers. Sound familiar to Renee Nicole Good? Maybe he was understandably scared for his life and was trying to get out of the situation, not accelerating into an agent. Remember, initially they said Renee Nicole Good was a domestic terrorist who intentionally drove into an ICE agent until video clearly showed she was trying to drive around. Video showed she said, I'm not mad at you. We don't even know if any of this is true. He might have just stopped and not intentionally drove into anyone, or he might have tried to drive around them to get out of the situation, which is not supposed to be a death sentence in America. But what we do know is they covered the whole thing up for a year, almost a year. It gets worse. Reyes said she first...
This was like right when they started these operations then.
...learned her son had been shot by a federal agent rather than a local police officer about...
That's not even a month into Trump's presidency.
A week after he was killed.
Damn, dude.
She was contacted by an investigator.
How the fuck did they pull this one off?
The Texas Rangers, the lead agency looking into the shooting.
Oh. Never mind. Texas.
Reyes said the investigator told her there were videos of the shooting that contradicted
don't need to think
the
that
account
hard, I guess.
provided by federal agents. You don't say. DHS did not immediately respond to an email Friday about the claim that there is video showing a different account. She said she was told by the investigator that the state report into the shooting was completed in October and that the case would be presented to a grand jury for potential criminal charges. The Texas Department of Public Safety, which includes the Rangers, said in a statement Friday that the investigation of the shooting was still, quote, active. That's one long investigation. Happened in March. We are now in almost March of the following year. What's taking the Texas Rangers so long? Why did the Texas Rangers, other Texas authorities, and ICE wait a year to report this? Oh, by the way, they didn't do it willingly. They were forced through Freedom of Information requests. We are living in one mass cover-up. By the way, there was police malfeasance, ICE malfeasance before Trump. Now it's just on steroids.
Yeah.
And I just want to correct something because the Newsweek reporter in the beginning said...
God damn it. Maybe there is a reason to watch the Taylor Lorenz report on why body cams are actually making police brutality a little bit worse.
This is now the third U.S. citizen killed by ICE. As far as I know, at least shootings, there's now the fourth. You got to remember Keith Porter, who was killed by an
off-duty, though. That's the reason that they don't equate it that way, but still.
Duty ICE agent.
And Keith Porter did not deserve to get shot, but then again, like I have to give the full context here. When you go outside and you're firing a gun in the air
on New Year's Eve,
that's the only one where I'm like, he was literally he was discharging a firearm outside.
His name is not out
like
there.
I said, should that have led to his death, especially from an off-duty ICE officer who had no business really being there? No.
Same way, Renee Good.
But I'm going to just say, don't do that.
And Alex Preddy.
If you're going to celebrate like the new year, maybe, I don't know, get some fireworks.
But he was killed wrongly by ICE on New Year's Eve. Family and friends of Los Angeles man who was killed by an off-duty ICE officer over the holidays are urging local officials to arrest and prosecute the federal agent. Keith Porter, a 43-year-old father of two, was fatally shot by an ICE officer on New Year's Eve outside his apartment complex, according to LA and federal officials.
Wait, this guy is just saying, think of all the wasted energy claiming Trump was a pedo. Shit kind of blew up in your face, huh? Not really.
And
we have a lot of allegations there, bro.
LA Police Department spokesperson said.
And we don't know if we have proof because they still have a shit ton of files to release. It's almost like releasing 2% of the files kind of makes it a little hard for us to go through.
The incident that Porter had fired gunshots into the air. A U.S. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said the off-duty immigration officer was forced to defensively use his weapon while responding to an active shooter. Much about the incident remains unclear. Bottom line, folks, there's a hunger.
Well, again, I watched the news reports where his own neighbors were saying exactly what happened.
Game's going.
Jordan, don't do the lies by omission where you're not giving the full story. Okay, man? Like, I hate this shit. I hate when people we have enough to be outraged about, and then Jesus Christ, then shit like this where then people are just like, yeah, but how do you feel about that?
And there's a bunch.
Here I'm making the argument for the opposition, just to kind of point out where it's like, guys, you could expect this.
Roided up, high testosterone, former jocks in high school who are been given badges and guns to basically act out their Call of Duty fantasies on brown people, black people, even white people.
Okay.
I don't think anyone is safe at this point. U.S. citizens, undocumented, driving. Alex Prede was just outside a coffee shop in Minneapolis. Sure, he was recording, but he wasn't impeding anything. These kids were driving to the beach. This could be anybody. So just because things are not acutely, as bad as they were when we were on the ground in Minneapolis for almost 2 months. And by the way, ICE is still terrorizing.
Yeah, that's what
people in
I was literally saying. I was just like,
they're just doing it a little bit more subtly under Tom Homan.
I hope you guys don't accuse me, because I hope you understand what that ICE agent did was wrong. Firing on Keith was wrong.
They have not fully left Minneapolis as Tom Homan promised. We will stay on this terror. Please support Status Quo for as low as
Yes, $5 per month. Okay, let's do this real quick. All right, folks, I'm going to have to prepare for having a guest on here in a moment, but wasn't able to run upstairs. See, now this is the difference between me and Hassan. I'm going to grab something very quick to eat so I can continue doing this, but I'm not going to eat it on stream. Also not going to sit there and take forever. So what I will do, nope. God damn it. Hold on. Wait, is there a protest today? Oh, no. Did you know that there's this, weird contingent of people that are out there just, searching for, that Nancy Guthrie lady? Person? What the fuck? This is why I need to eat something. So, Here. It's one of my videos. The fuck? Sorry, guys, just take me a second. All right, and my computer is also not allowed. Oh my god, bad timing. Oh, okay. So it's because I was trying to bring on my guest before, and now that I have him here, I can do this and then put this on. Okay, cool. Sorry, I had to change something real quick. All right.
Get off me! Get off me! Get off me!
All right, I will be right back.
Folks, there is nothing better than watching a MAGA moron get dragged out of a public event after failing to make some big stunt. And it's especially satisfying when they've been hurling racist and derogatory insults at someone like Jasmine Crockett, who is one of our fiercest fighters in Congress. Of course, because of the color of her skin, Jasmine is always called ghetto and a fake hood rat by people like Sarah Gonzalez here, who probably think that the Warsaw Ghetto is a name of a rap group. So it feels especially good to see a woman like this whining and crying as she gets shoved out of the room. Be sure to subscribe to Really American for more coverage like this, and let's jump right into it.
I used to stay at my granny's house. She was one of my favorite people in the entire world.
Jasmine! The people of Dallas deserve better than a fake ghetto hood rat! No, ma'am. Don't touch me. Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here. Get her off me. Get off me. Get out. Get off me. I'm not. Get her off me first. Get her off me first. Yes, she is. I'm standing still. Do your people know you're a spoiled rich kid from Missouri? Get it! Get
All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Are you proud?
Just in case I gotta cuff you up. Let's just go.
For what?
Let's go. I'm telling you to go.
I especially love this woman who comes up to her and says, "No, ma'am, get your ass out of here." Like, that is perfect. Here's a different angle of the same outburst, and it shows a little bit of what Jasmine Crockett was talking about before this vile woman decided that it was her moment to interrupt. And what Crockett is saying here, her message, is what scares the shit out of these conservatives who want us to be weak and feckless and disconnected forever. Check this out.
My challenge to you is number one, at least once a week, I want you to put an actual fact into your group chat. Do not assume that anyone that is in your orbit knows any of this information. Okay? That's number one. Number two, I want you to challenge yourself at least once every 2 weeks to get to know your neighbors. Because there used to be a time back in the day, I was talking to somebody the other day. I used to stay at my granny's house. She was one of my favorite people in the entire world. And so we...
Is that Lord Bobert? Look like Lord Bobert.
This insufferable rube is known as Sarah Gonzalez. She's from my home state of Texas, so once again, I apologize for the obnoxious brainlets who are coming out of my state, whose only critique of Jasmine Crockett seems to be that she's a ghetto hood rat and that she's actually born in Missouri, which, like, means nothing for Texans.
Okay. We got what we wanted out of that. Well, at least I did. All right, let me do this real quick. There we go. All right, let me bring on my guest. This real quick. All right. You guys may recognize my guest, especially if you are fans of this space. He is a political essayist and overall a pretty rad dude. So I want to bring on my pal, Dieter McBusiness. Dieter, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, but I might not be able to hear the screen share. I don't know yet.
Okay, yeah. If you can't hear the screen share, we will figure that out. Which I had that problem before.
How's work, dude? You've been covering all the bases today, huh?
Yeah. You know, just your average stream.
I don't know how you can go. I was looking at your live streams. I don't know how you can go 6 or 7, 8 hours, whatever the hell you do. Jesus Christ.
You know, it's most of the time it's kind of, I would like to say effortless, because I really need to be careful with this. In any other entertainment industry, I know you know this, they tell you not to just say I would do this for free kind of thing, you know.
Right.
Where it's just like, no, I love this, I genuinely love doing this, so it comes a little bit easier than it would for most. But
yeah, if I made real money going for, like, if I had like an hourly rate like from YouTube, I'd be down to like learn how to do 6, 7, 8 hours in a row, but I don't think I could do it off the bat without serious preparation. Although you do a lot of reactions. That's one thing I don't do on my show, is reaction stuff.
Yeah, it
I
helps.
just think it's just like, and it's a creative thing. I just don't enjoy it that much unless it's like, you know, for some reason, like Gavin Newsom, like I reacted to him because I'm in California and I want to make sure all the Californians know, and most of them already do. It's really the rest of the country that's catching up to what he stands for. But Yeah, every now I should probably do more reactions, to be honest with you. I have a nice little playlist broken up, but I prefer to kind of like try and be a access point for normies into the progressive wing of the left, you know, and try to break things down and simplify them and not just talk about current events and news, you know, because so many people are doing that.
Hey, well, I mean, I kind of like the way that it, like, I can break it down, because I try to have fun with it. Like, I have my own like 420 fun half where I try to get out of the news and politics. Doesn't always work.
Right.
Watch a lot of like Piers Morgan debates and that kind of stuff. But
well,
yeah,
we can talk Hollywood if you want at some point. I got plenty of stories to tell you in the Hollywood background that I used to have. But anyway,
do you mind giving my audience a little background?
Sure. Yeah, so my name is Dieter McBusiness. I am America's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant gone left coastal. I host a YouTube show on Tuesday nights called Left Coast Live with my partner Stat Pat Stateless Patriot. He is from the Central Valley, of California, and I am from the coast of California. I was in LA for 10 years, but I'm in another town now. I grew up in a seriously conservative household, but I was located in the Northeast Boston area. So it was kind of this paradox of having a conservative household featuring Southern evangelical Christianity, not your run-of-the-mill conservative Christianity, but Southern Billy Graham style evangelical.
That's actually what I grew up in. Well, that's my church was based on
Southern.
It was based on the Billy Graham method.
Okay.
They loved some Billy Graham and like.
Oh, dude, he was a prophet according to them. They believed that he was a modern day prophet. They have streets named after him in Charlotte, where my folks used to live. But from her, I got the right-wing religious credibility. And then from my dad, I got right-wing military and right-wing corporate America credibility. And then I went to school in the South at Vanderbilt, and I got to know really the ruling class of the South, as well as some trash too, who were like smart enough to get scholarships and stuff like that. But, you know, people who grew up with Southern
real quick,
values.
do you think that they are, like, had a one up in like their family dynamic or something like that, like where they kind of like those you know, I'm second generation Vanderbilt, and you know, my daddy knew this person.
Oh yeah, dude, the Southern frat thing. So everyone's heard about like the SEC, right? Alabama, Florida, Auburn, South Carolina, Tennessee, all these big schools. Vanderbilt's the only private school there, but we still have that Southern frat culture kind of defining our social scene. So the good old boys from Alabama and Arkansas, they don't send their kids to Alabama and Arkansas if they're smart. They send them to Vanderbilt. So I got to know kind of the Southern elites, as well as through spending a lot of time in places like New Orleans, where I lived for a little while, in Charleston, South Carolina, and other parts of the South while I was in school there. And afterwards, after school, I lived down there too, working on movies and working on pouring drinks in Bourbon Street. That was my working class credibility, was when I was a bartender in Bourbon Street. But I was in corporate America immediately after school. And then I moved down to
Actually,
New
hold
Orleans
on.
to work on
With
movies.
that, with your Bourbon Street thing, what do you? Have you heard about the Shia LaBeouf thing? Him getting knocked out by a bartender. In NOLA. Yeah, dude. Apparently, he started some shit with a bartender in NOLA, and then he headbutted the guy, and then he got knocked out. And then because it's like, what is it? It's either Mardi Gras or one of those, but they're having like huge parties down there right now. And they even said, yo, I'm not going to let my boy Shia miss this party. So I bailed him out. And it was just a rando from Twitch or from like TikTok.
Wow.
Dude. Yeah, Shia's lost. Oh yeah, dude. I
feel sorry for him, man. It's just like some therapist really let him down. It's when you've got that kind of success early in life, you really need to find a good therapist to keep you grounded in reality.
Yeah.
I did in my one of the early episodes of Left Coast Live, I talked about the effect of money on people's worldview and their psychology. And they talked to we reacted to this video where it's like, okay, here's what it's like when you have $5 million, $10 million, $50 million, 100, you know, like, and what how the lifestyle changes.
What happens with the 100 million? Because I actually brought that up on my stream here not too long ago about how, like, legitimately how it's like you hit a certain amount of money and it breaks you.
Right.
So,
I think, okay, so it depends on your lifestyle choices. If you stay connected with the outdoors, then and nature, because it's very difficult to trust anyone when you have that money. So you have to kind of stay grounded in, I don't want to say normality, but it kind of is. Like, what's
like
more
Willem Dafoe.
normal than nature?
Like Willem Dafoe does. Like, apparently that's what he does. Like, he doesn't even really spend his money. He has, like, apparently
He
5
goes on
outfits,
Walkabout.
and goes, like, he lives in New
He
York
goes
City.
on Walkabout. You know, another guy who's like that is Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
He is from the South, and he will just drive all over the South for like weeks and see old friends and stuff like that. So you got to have something like that to ground you. Some people, it's spirituality. But 100 million, yeah. So what I say about capitalism, the most important thing to know about capitalism is that once you have money, it's a hell of a lot easier, exponentially easier to make money. So when you get really, I think it's like $25 million per person, depending on the size of your family. If you're just a couple and you got $50 million, you don't have to work again, and you can live a lavish lifestyle. What are the most expensive things in these lavish lifestyles? It's travel and a yacht. Like those are the big expenditures if you go big time. And free piece of advice to any multimillionaires out there listening, considering getting a yacht, don't do it. Just charter a boat. Okay. It's cheaper. Just charter a boat.
My dad said my dad was like, you know, moderately successful, but he never got past that, like, you know, just upper middle class stage. But he tried, like, a few times that he got close, he bought a boat, which was, he called it a yacht, but it was just it was like not even a houseboat. It was just like a boat that had like a single room like underneath, and it was a nice boat. He got rid of it after 1 year. I was like, why just 1 year? He's just like, you know what boat stands for? About another 1,000.
Bust out another 1,000.
It's just like, oh, I get it. It's just like, I will never buy another boat.
I have a good reality TV suggestion for your audience, because I don't really watch reality TV except for this one show. It's called Wicked Tuna, and it's about these North Shore tuna fishermen, and they all have great Boston, New England accents, and they catch these 500-pound tuna, and it's just like, it's like some of the largest fish that you can catch on a rod and reel. And they talk about that acronym, bust out another 1,000, because, you know, the fuel costs alone of just getting on a boat and going somewhere and trying to catch a fish is just astronomical.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, for me, it's travel. That's why I need money. It's because I like to travel. But I'm so caught up in what's going on in the world right now and the devolution of American society that I'm just one of those people that, and this is kind of a product of my privilege, is there's something wrong. I'm supposed to do something about it. And the only thing I can fucking do is get on YouTube and be a member of my local DSA and do what I can for the next election, because that's, I think, where my talent lies, you know? But I wish I could do more. I wish I had more power. I do lay claim. This is my, you know, you're on camera, you're going to have some narcissistic qualities, right? What's your value? Why the fuck should I listen to you? I think is always a reasonable question to ask when you're parading through YouTube. I think I know better than most lefties, both how to acquire power and, most importantly, what to do with power once you have it.
I mean, that's,
you know,
so what keeps you from, like, being in the consultant, like, agency for, like, a leftist politician?
You know, I thought about that. I think I could be a really great public speaking coach, because that was my training. That was what I majored in college, was communication studies. And I think I'd be a good image consultant, because I think, like, certain politicians,
they just don't know how to present themselves in such a way that's both attractive, but like I'm meant to be taken seriously. And I'm also a killer, because the left wants killers now, as we've talked about, in our conversation not too long ago, is we need competitive people to be leaders on the left. So in terms of your question, though, consultant, I would be a consultant for progressives. I would love to consult, but
that's why
I would feel guilty about charging them money. Well, relationships. I mean, I don't have access to those people yet. I'm a smaller channel. Yeah. I mean, I could call in some favors. You're not giving me a bad idea. I could probably leverage some current relationships that I have to try to get access. If you want to give me a short list of people you think who needs help, we can go public with this. Who needs help?
Well, I mean, I would actually say Kat needs a little bit of help.
Oh yeah.
Yes. She thought that she had this huge gotcha with Dan Biss with the trying to call out like how he hasn't really said that the word genocide out there. And to be fair, I'm waiting on his campaign to get back to me, because I took a chance and I just called them and I was like, hey, I kind of want context for this, because the video unfairly didn't really show his response in full, or like she didn't really give him the chance to give the answer, because she like did it's a yes or no, and it's just like, no, that really wasn't a yes or no, especially if there is like the finer nuance. And I brought it up at the beginning of the show where I was just like, okay, so like this idea that because I had an audience member send me a Substack that he wrote in August, where he was talking about like what happened and how like he wants a two-state solution essentially, but he also wants sovereignty for Palestinians and Israelis alike. Like it was the ultimate politics move, especially from like a Israeli Jewish politician. You know what I mean? But as far as Dan Biss goes, I like if AIPAC was 100% backing him, and like if he showed like any of the signs of doing like the what's the state regime media like spin, then I would totally just be like, yeah, fuck this guy. But he's actively been the opposite of that, where I know that like they're putting a lot of money into the opponent Laura Fine, like AIPAC is, to make sure that he isn't the candidate. And Kat for that matter. But I don't know. I think that he's kind of, I hope that he's not one of the just average, Netanyahu puppets, but it doesn't feel that way, because it seems like from his perspective, he's talking about like, yeah, I grew up going to is like, that's just, I was born into this, but it wasn't like a political situation. It was literally like he would go to family vacations kind of thing. And then he would just recognize when he was there that that's what radicalized him, was the fact that he saw that there was like, a duopoly there, where he was just like, yeah, for some reason I had way more rights, even as an American visitor, than the people of Palestine. And he was like, he's like, that's what really made me interested in learning more about this. That's also what essentially radicalized him. But I'm also, because he is a politician and because he does have the establishment candidate right now, Jan Skakowski is behind him, a little skeptical. But
yeah, I think look, when Kat first announced, I was really excited, and she seemed to have automatic charisma on camera and talent. But I must say that in the media that I've seen her do, which I know she was on the Bitchuation Room recently, she's a little too singular in her voice, and it's not just about this one issue. And based on what I know about that district, it's actually pretty diverse. Like geographically, it's got some urban areas, it's got some suburban areas. It doesn't have any rural areas, but it's got different needs.
They kind of took into a rural area. They went out like so it ends at a town called Crystal Lake, which I've always found hilarious, because there's literally
no lake.
No, there's a lake, but it has a Camp Crystal Lake. So,
Oh.
you know, Friday the 13th get wild. I could only, you can only imagine, man. Just like every time they're just like, I'm taking a trip to the Crystal Lake. Jason Mascon, let's go, baby.
Nice.
But it's a really like red area, like, and I mean deep red area where like you can see the shift because it's. I recently went to a protest out there, and as you like go into the town, you drive through like the little neighborhoods, and there it's just like you can see like Trump flags and you know it just you get the and like pickup trucks, all that bullshit. You're just like, this is definitely a different vibe, you know, than the rest of the Illinois 9th. So I was kind of like, oh geez, and they only recently expanded out there. That was kind of what worries me is like, I think that they just made that adjustment in like 2019.
Well, there's got to be a better system of drawing up these congressional districts because it's a huge structural problem. And that's one essay that I'm working on. And by the way, if you do check out my channel, please start with my essays. Just pick one.
Oh, absolutely.
That's my best writing.
Yeah.
Actually,
but I like how you titled your first one here, What is a WASP? And immediately I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, because you're from the Midwest. It's more of an East Coast thing. Yeah, it stands for White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. We were the ruling class of America for a while. And then, up until the Southern evangelicals took over the Republican Party, starting with Nixon, I want to say.
Oh, don't mention that here. Don't mention that here. Some of the people in my chat, they want to they want to believe that the whole like, oh, well, did you know that Abraham Lincoln was technically a Republican?
Oh,
did you know that
Christ.
the Democrats were the racist one? Oh, dude, I get that all the fucking time.
It's called political realignment. The key name there in that when you run into that bullshit is Lee Atwater. Okay. Because people like Ben Shapiro will tell you that the Southern strategy wasn't really a thing, and it doesn't really explain the political realignment that took place after JFK, because JFK got a lot of Southern votes. But Lee Atwater on his deathbed confessed that starting with Nixon, they were going to use race resentment as the engine.
Whoa, he just said it?
I mean, basically, yeah, he just said that. You can look it up. It's online somewhere.
Yeah, no,
you can just Google it. But Lee Atwater, admitted hands down to the Southern strategy.
This guy, I remember him.
Yeah, he's a very important figure on the right. And that's another thing that I think is a source of value, is a very strong source of value, and something that Sam Cedar is very strong on, is understanding the right, is understanding the enemy. I think if progressives are going to overtake the Democratic Party, which I think we both share as a goal, we're going to have to demonstrate ourselves to be superior political athletes to neoliberal establishment figures. And that means demonstrating that we are better at taking out the right. Now, what's the key to beating
How come
your enemy?
Jake's not better at that coming from the right?
Because
then?
he doesn't coming from the right.
Yeah, because he was a conservative, like when he started, even TYT.
Yeah, but show me his conservative credentials. First of all, he's a person of color, so that DQs him from knowing the heart and soul of the establishment automatically. Sorry, dude.
Oh, I like how I got pushed into play devil's advocate for this guy. That I was just bringing it up.
No, I mean, you don't know the sociopathy, because you got to understand, until you've been behind closed doors and hear how racist, like hardcore racist, not just the diet racist, not just the people who were like pissed off they didn't get into an Ivy League school because, you know, they're white, or that's why they think that happened. You know, not that kind of diet racist stuff. I'm talking about the hardcore racists that go to the Klan meetings and, you know, or have family members, I should say, is probably the closest I ever got. But like spending time, I think it's a credential. Do you know, have you spent serious time in the Southeast of America? And if you haven't, then
you mean like
you
Florida?
Don't really, Northern Florida. Yeah.
No, actually I did.
Yeah.
I did.
So yeah, Northern Florida, it definitely counts as the Confederacy. And that's another source of rhetorical gold that I don't think the left, the general left, both the neoliberal left, if you can call that the left, we should just call it neoliberal centrism at this point. That's even being generous. But is the Confederacy. The Confederacy lives, and we must conquer it. Where's that message? Where's that? You know, Gavin Newsom, and I don't really like him, but I think he's a good touch point because he's the biggest bully on the block out there in terms of political figures right now on the that has a D next to his name. But he's talking about going on offense, and he's like, and I'm telling people, like, do you think this guy knows how to take on the Confederate flags and the Bible beaters and the gun nuts?
I was actually in Georgia when Obama got elected. I'll never forget that. Me and my pops were at a gas station, and they saw our plates, our Illinois plates, and they were just like, bet you voted for the N-word. We were just like, oh boy, boy, we got to get out of here.
Yep.
And that was the first time my dad actually ever said, he's like, I have never not felt safe, like driving around here. He's like, I want to get the fuck home. He's like, these people,
it's real.
Like, these people are pissed.
Yeah. And I mean, what are they really like now? What have they devolved into?
Yeah.
WTF doesn't stand for what you think it does anymore. It stands for white trash fascism, because that is what they are. They're white trash Nazis. They're just ignorant. They're probably less educated than the Nazis were back in the day. But the most important thing to know about racism, coming from the white privileged dude, you know, whatever you want to call me, is to tear down my credibility as you know, the problem demographically in our society, is that we're never going to kill it. Racism is nothing more than a culturally militarized form of ignorance, right? It's just a specific form of ignorance that motivates certain behavior.
Well, control too.
But you got to understand the source. And this is one of my essays, Who Are MAGA Confederate Flag Wavers? Racism is Blame. It's in line with one of my recent essays called Scapegoat Politics, which is that people's lives, a lot of people, especially in rural America, where you don't see a whole lot of people regularly, and the people that you do see are the same people over and over again, they're miserable. You know, they're not happy. They're not going to great restaurants on weekends. They're not going to cool farmers markets on Thursday nights. They don't have a sense of community. Their sense of community is online. And that's why this echo chamber of conservatism has become so dangerous, is because the scapegoating is towards the least powerful in our society. This isn't anything new, what we're going through on a country. It's just Reagan on cocaine. Like, the war on drugs was a war on people, really people of color. And now we're going through it just explicitly. It's just like, oh, it's just out in the open right now. And we're never going to get rid of this.
I have a question about that real quick, though. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. No,
I was about to say about, like, with the Reagan thing. Do you actually think that he I'm not trying to give him too much credit, but do you think that he believed that? Or do you think that he actually believed his bullshit? Because that's the one thing, after watching a bunch of his shit, I feel like Reagan actually bought his own bullshit, but it was everybody else using him as a puppet.
Okay, I think your assessment is right on the money.
Okay, cool.
I know a lot. I know a lot about Reagan.
That's what I'm asking.
He didn't. He wasn't that bright.
No,
he wasn't. If he was smart, it's actually funny. If he was smarter, he probably would have been a more successful actor, because he actually had a pretty good look for TV and film. But he didn't succeed as much in front of the camera because he's actually not a very thoughtful person. He wasn't well read. He wasn't an intellectual. He resented the creative types, really.
It seemed like that, yeah.
And so, yes, I think he was caught up in his own self-righteous bullshit, where he wasn't smart enough to kind of get outside the bubble. He lived in that bubble of, you know, conservative privilege back in those days was different. You know, it was a suit and tie. It was dressed up. It had the appearance of legitimacy and professionalism.
Oh, you put a American flag on your lapel and a red tie, you were a Republican. It was
exactly. It was that simple. And I think a guy like Reagan fit the role perfectly and served the purpose of the special interests. You know, say what you will about Nixon, but you knew who was running things. you knew who was in charge.
Why would you question that otherwise?
But with Reagan, yeah, I think he surrounded himself with a team. And I actually know a guy I grew up sailing. How waspy is that?
No shit.
I grew up sailing with someone that worked in the Reagan administration, actually more than one person, but only one guy that I was really close with. And I said, what did you, we talked about Reagan all the time. And so this is how I kind of have the personality knowledge, is through this relationship. And I was like, what do you think his most defining quality was? And he's like, he was just so relaxed all the time, no matter what the crisis was. So the man had a surreal amount of confidence in himself, probably to the point of being a narcissist.
Oh, it's like you said, you have to be in order to like even want to be a movie star, right?
Yeah, you have to have. So this is the thing. So 1 out of 6, and I do another essay of mine called "A Baby Boomer Political Divorce," derives from my knowledge of family systems defined by narcissistic abuse. 1 out of 6 Americans suffer from narcissistic personality disorder. That's an extreme form of narcissism, right? That's actually a disorder.
Yeah.
But meaning they just cannot empathize. Trump has NPD.
No,
for sure.
and I know it got bastardized with like TikTok and stuff because people don't understand the difference between just selfish cunts and narcissism.
Right.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Because I do another essay called "The Right-Wing Magic Trick: How American Exceptionalism Became American Narcissism." We are a very narcissistic culture. We're very impressed with ourselves. But it's funny because the coolest parts of America in terms of the international marketplace are all produced by leftists, where you got Hollywood. It doesn't get any more left than Hollywood. The weirdos, freaks, and geeks of Hollywood are a fantastic bunch. Like all of the creativity coming out of New York, like the real value in our society, like it was Silicon Valley, used to be blue until Trump's recent inauguration. But anyway, getting back to Reagan, I just want to wrap that up. I think the guy was definitely he was a grandiose narcissist, but knew that he wasn't smart enough to work a room the way really talented politicians do. I think he relied on his staff to do all the speech writing and so forth. But it's like every president, getting back to your point about being on camera and so forth, everybody who wants to be on camera, everybody who wants to be the center of attention, to some extent, that's narcissism.
Right.
So everyone, it's like if you study social psychology, every competitive person, especially people who are competitive, who want to be on camera, who want attention, they have narcissistic qualities. It's a question of whether or not they are aware of that narcissism. And that is actually what makes for really great politicians.
Isn't that technically like riding the line of psychopathy though? Like because of the self-awareness of it?
Well, but they understand that they have, like, for example, well, I mean, just the way we're talking, I think I understand conservatism as well as anyone. I won't say better than anyone else, but I will say as well as anyone. So that's even like a little narcissistic to make such a claim.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, it is. But
well, it depends on how you frame it, though. It's like, well, I grew up in it. It's like, yeah, it's still anecdotal. Like you do have to study past your own experiences.
And I had to, exactly. That's a great point, because I had to actually, my mother's only one touch point into the Southern evangelicals. I didn't actually go to a Southern church until she moved down there. And that was a whole new level. And
dude, that had to be a trip.
Oh, dude, speaking in tongues and shit. Like,
oh my God, the Seventh-day Adventists? No way.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. My mom was married to one of those guys. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's
like
it's crazy.
Yeah, but it's a seizure.
But I think like it's like confident people to think that, you know, I mean, even something I said earlier about knowing how to acquire power, and more importantly, knowing how to exercise power. You know, is that confidence or is that a narcissistic blind spot for me? I don't know. Maybe. but you got to put your balls out there in America if you want something. You know what I mean?
That's a hell of a way
you
to put
gotta,
it.
yeah, I mean, and I talk about how women
Lead
can
with
have
your
balls too, but like no,
South
that's
Park,
what the
ride them into battle.
You did a reaction to the most recent New York Times thing, right?
Yep,
And
yep.
you talked to everybody talked about it this week and how because no one picked a moderate, everyone picked a progressive in that focus group. And one of the respondents says, you know, what's wrong with the Democratic Party? And he's like, can I say no balls? And I'm like, yeah, man, absolutely. You should say
perfect.
no balls. Yeah. And
No
one of them
balls.
said pussies. I think Jen Welch said they're pussies.
Yeah.
Like, it's time for us to start talking a little straight to the American public and giving people's anger a voice, because anger is a completely natural reaction. This is something I think artistic types struggle with, is that anger is a completely natural reaction to injustice, unfairness, and inequality. It's completely natural. I'm powerless to do something about this. Of course, you're going to internalize those emotions. Now go work out or go meditate or go beat the shit out of your pillow.
Well,
preferably not, you know.
Unfortunately,
or a
some
conservative.
people fall down conservative or not conservative, but conspiracy rabbit holes and never come out.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't think the left, I guess where I'm going with that is I don't think the left, especially when you see figures like Chuck Schumer out there as like, and Jeffries, you know, I don't think they're embracing it. I don't think they're embracing the current circumstances of our time and recognizing that this could be our great moment of clarity to use
actually to your point
Anonymous thing. Yeah.
To your point about how unpopular they are and the fact that, you know, Schumer and Jeffries, I don't like the fact that we're still listening to some of the mainstream media like talking points as far as like just even we have to go with them, they're the leadership. It's like, no, we changed the leadership at this point if they're this unpopular. Like, you can't do the Mitch McConnell bullshit. And the fact that they're even trying is, number one, insulting. Like, and I think that's why everybody's finally sick of it, because they're just like, you're somehow less popular than Trump. Good job. And they were banking on them becoming more popular just because he was a step on his own dick, which he does, but then they don't get to benefit from it.
My thesis right now and all of my essays are oriented towards the message of replacing baby boomer leadership in the Democratic Party and never looking back. And actually talking about anger, filing an historical grievance with the entire baby boomer generation. And I think I talk about this in another essay where blame, when placed appropriately, is nothing more than problem identification, right?
What do you mean by that?
If there's a safety problem at the Springfield nuclear power plant, who are you going to blame? Homer Simpson. And then you're going to fire his ass for fucking up, and you're going to replace him.
No, you won't. No, you'll fire Lenny before you fire Homer.
Well, yeah, because otherwise there'd be no show, right?
Yep.
But the point is that in that context, like, organizations come down to people, and people either create problems, solve problems, are immobilized by problems. And when they create problems, they are the problem. So baby boomers have done nothing but create problems ever since they became the biggest voting bloc, which was 1980. So ever since they've been in charge. Yeah, 1980
so when did we become the
biggest?
Because I know that we're technically the biggest voting bloc
two
now.
elections ago. Two elections
ago we hit it. Wow. So this actually plays into what I was saying earlier about the student walkouts, because I had made a comment about how the reason that mostly Republicans are freaking out about this is because they understand that's the next voting base, and they don't want to see that they're not permeating with the youth. Because, like, I've kind of, you know, I come off condescending because I don't have children, but I have also brought up where I'm just like, yeah, and this is why a lot of parents right around that time start either disowning their kids, or they start doing the thing where I wish I never had kids.
Right.
You know, but up to that point, you'll never know love until you have your own child.
Yeah, fuck that.
And then you abandon that child the second that they say they're gay, trans, or a leftist.
I was joking with a black friend of mine recently. I was like, the light bulb went off, and I'm like, because I know when I'm talking to another man whose dad beat the shit out of him, Not my dad didn't. My dad did not beat the shit. Yeah,
Okay.
no, my dad didn't. Just to be clear, if he's watching or anybody who knows me that's watching, my dad was not physically abusive towards me. He did yell a lot, and I have a saying about families, right?
Yep.
Don't be a family that has yelling in the house.
Yep.
Because every house that has hitting has yelling as a precursor.
Yeah.
And if you're not a house with yelling, then you're actually behaving appropriately. and
My
good. But
dad abused me with humor.
yeah, that's good.
He did actually.
That's the best
He
kind of
called me.
love.
I look at Eric Foreman and Red Foreman, and I had that exact dynamic with my pops, where he was
Yeah.
a good dad. He wanted the best for me, but he called me numbnuts as a term of endearment. And when he used my name for like the first time when I was like 22, I was like, "This is weird."
He actually respected you.
It's like, whoa.
People's brains actually. I have a theory that like men aren't really grown up until like late 20s.
I agree.
30, and actually there's science behind your brain developing. You're not really a fully formed brain until
like
you're
24.
26.
Oh.
26, 27. Yeah.
Oh, wow, even worse.
So I actually think if you want to get ruthless about it, I don't think you're really a grown up until you hit 30, because then it's like, holy shit, I better decide whether or not I'm going to have a family. And then obviously women have to decide that earlier. They have to go to 27. So women grow up, usually become adults at the latest 27, because they have to start thinking about having kids. But I think you and I share that. My wife and I are not having kids either.
Yep.
And because, partly because we love to travel and we just like the freedom, and our dogs are enough, and we've got nieces and nephews.
That's
and it's
my
fine.
baby.
And it's good. Yeah, we love dogs, and we have maybe one will come in and visit us at some point. But yeah, man, it's fine not having kids. In fact, it's like men, when they say they understand love better because they have a child, can shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the most condescending bullshit I have ever heard, man. It really is.
Women who say they understand love better than anybody who doesn't have a kid, I think are right.
Right.
The idea of unconditional love, right? Everyone loves to talk about that if you're kind of spiritual at all. Unconditional love, right? Okay. Well, I theorize that only dogs and mothers are capable of unconditional love.
I agree with
like, I don't think men are actually capable of unconditional love because we're programmed to protect. We're programmed to kind of be in a way violent.
We watched the Necessary Conversation yesterday, where it was just the mom and the son, and without Bob there, I'm not sure if you know the dynamic where it's the two kids with their parents that are insufferably MAGA, and they literally have said Bob said that he's more than comfortable with like ICE coming in, and if they're there protesting, just mowing them down to his own kids, and the mom's even like,
yeah,
I don't know, but then you see the unconditional love aspect for the kid when Bob's not there.
Right.
It's kind of like, yeah.
Well, because the mother feels loyalty to the husband and the way he looks in front of the kids, so she's not going to speak up. But then when he's out of there, it'll be like, whoa, what the hell's wrong with?
Oh, she literally takes the Trump hat she wears this Trump hat anytime that Bob's on. It's like this black Trump hat. But then anytime he's not, no hat.
Right.
Like even just like the optics I've noticed, where I'm just like, this is different. But I totally agree with what you say about like the ability to feel unconditional love, because yeah, I mean with men, it does.
We just don't have that connection. Yeah. We can't create life, and I think it's chemical. Like we don't have that. We just can't create. I say if there's going to be a benevolent dictator, it's going to have to be a woman, because they appreciate life more than we do. Now, with that said, I think some progressive lefties need to chill with hating the straight white man, and I think
well, I could already tell that my chat's gonna have some things to say about this one.
Yeah, I know. Well, I want to hear him.
Oh, by the way,
I can't see your chat. By the way,
I know that you partake. We are literally 20 seconds out from doing just a quick smoke break. If you
sure.
want to also join,
I
just
might
make
do
sure
that too.
just make
Yeah,
sure
I might do
you're
that too.
you just kind of tilt off cam because we're on YouTube. We're not allowed to do it on camera. So
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go out. Oh yeah. Oh, with my headphones on. Oh, I'd have to go outside and like take a break from the show.
Oh, it's fine.
So-
Here, let's do it. All right, just
You want to
quick
just do it
break.
now?
Yeah, just do it now. We'll come back. All right.
Okay, I'll be back in 5
back.
minutes.
All right. We're back. Hope you guys had a good smoke break. Yeah, this will be fun. Don't answer. Well, hey, man. As I said, this is going to be an interesting topic for you guys. Also, if you guys are enjoying this interview, let me get the link for his channel. I know I posted it once. You guys can follow him at Dieter McBusiness. He is a video. He does mostly video essay content in the occasional stream for this space. So you guys should 100% follow. Check out his stuff. Actually, again, what I really appreciate is the fact that his video essays are chronological and they all tie together. So if you're like me, where you're a sucker for serialized content, I highly recommend checking it out. I already know what dude will say. Whites are bad, blah, blah, blah. And we'll see. We'll see. Tony K, sub. Hell yeah. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you going over there. Also, if you guys are not subbed to this channel and you are enjoying the content, make sure you do that. I did. I made the announcement. We hit 2420. You know how we do on this here show. Oh, damn. I wonder if he's like ripping a J. Should I answer his question here or in horizontal? It doesn't really make a difference, Sylvie, because I think that he can see it here. I'm gonna expand chat just a little bit so we can see it a little more clear. Yeah, either one is gonna be fine. But... All right, let's play. Is this what you guys do with me? All right, so let's see. Let's play a little I Spy. I see a. Is that a Peloton? I'm gonna ask what is that. If that's. I don't think it's Peloton. I think that's one of like the cheaper ones, but I'd say the better ones because you don't have to get anyone that you do not have to get a subscription service to is better. Let's just be real. Want to make it easier? Oh no, hey, I'll just make sure that he also pays attention to the chat when he comes back. My smoke break was a little bit short. I've established my positions. You can, wait, Chris, who are you talking to? Oh, you're talking to John. John's still here? Damn. What's up, man? Is he behaving? Is everybody behaving in chat? Jesus, I mean, I haven't been able to really look at chat, so shit, let's see. Some people have to go all the way outside to smoke. Yeah, no, I know. Oh, right, yeah. That's why. Oh, dude, I actually, I didn't get evicted, but I did have a back and forth with my landlord where they gave me an ultimatum where they were just like, you can either leave or you will be evicted, because they're just like, you have made it so we have to essentially repaint and recarpet this entire apartment because we cannot get that skunk smell out. I was just like, oh yeah, I forgot that this is a little more potent to people who do not smoke. Which all of my clothes, everything that I own is probably, you know. All right. Shit. Well, here, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna give a quick preview of his content. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull him up here. Then what I can do, screen capture. We're gonna just play this. We're not gonna play like a substantial part of this at all. I just want to preview it.
We are all prisoners of our own personal experience is crucial to understanding the obliviousness of the American WASP to the plight of those less fortunate. A tremendous anecdote that perfectly encapsulates the American WASP self-image.
All right, white Anglo. Oh shit, what the S stand for? I forgot what the S stands for. All right, so this is the type of format that he does his content with, which is not a badass, gotta say. I don't know, man. I toyed with doing video essays when I first started. Because, I don't know, video essays, it was my favorite form of content. Because anytime I was like painting figures, which I need to do that. You know, that's something I enjoy. That's something that, yeah, I got to bring that back. Free thinker, cannabis smoke smell doesn't last long on fabric. I argued that, and I was using Ozium and products galore that I'm just like, I always felt they were lying to me about it. It sucked, but whatever. Whoa. Oh, okay, wait. So, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Right, Anglo-Saxon. I forgot about that. The Saxon part. Welcome back, sir.
Are we back?
Yeah.
All right, baby, rocking and rolling.
Yeah. We were just
rocking and rolling. I try to keep a notepad near me because when I'm listening to anyone I'm working with, there's certain things that you say that I want to make sure I get back to. But what are we doing here? Are we doing the first episode or what do you got?
Oh, no. So I pulled up.
Oh, okay. You're just. I don't know what your audience is seeing. And
I showed my audience. Actually, here. I showed them just a little snippet here of what you do. Of the first video. It was kind of like a preview, and then I made them sub to your channel. So you should have some more subs.
Yeah, I think I got a few.
Hell yeah, man.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I got a few. Yeah, thank you guys for subscribing. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to get out there, and I want to be an access point for the normies. It's like I don't know if you want to talk about him, but I really admire Hassan. He was at the DSA convention in Chicago that I went to in August, and I think he's great.
Well, actually, I want to
ton of value.
We did end on a contentious point that.
Oh yeah. Do we want to wrap that up?
Yeah.
That's easy. I want to. Yes. So the straight white man thing, because I know people hear that like, the left isn't kind to straight white men. Fuck that.
Yep.
They can toughen the fuck up. That's true. Okay, I agree with that. But I will say that I think, and I know a lot of women that agree with us, like straight white men are so fucking stubborn and entitled. Whether you like it or not, the best way to get through to them is through another straight white man, right? Like it's what sucks, but it's also true with like the I've Had It podcast success and their rapid growth. Why are they so successful? They're saying the same things a lot of us have been saying on here for 10 years, right? They are an access point to the suburban white women.
Oh.
That's the messenger, right? It's not about the message. It's about the messenger.
It's weird to recognize that, but also not recognize it at the same time. Where I'm like, oh shit, I just need somebody to actually say it.
Yeah. Clip that.
Yeah. Hey, there you go, guys. Anytime you say clip it, there's a guy in my chat that's just like, got it.
Yeah, clip that shit, dude. That was a good one. I'm proud of that work right there. No, because it matters. It's like there's so much of life that like, and it's just even more so in politics, where there are things that aren't the way that they should be. We're all kind of in this business because we know something's wrong and we want to make it better, right? Well, parallel to that is acknowledging what you can't change. And sometimes you can't change people's fragile little egos who need to be catered to. It's a little bit of salesmanship. It's a little bit of salesmanship. It's just kind of trying to jump into their shoes and be like, okay, who's this person really going to listen to? I was talking to Ben Dixon about this on along racial lines. And because around that time that we collabed, it was a few months ago, it was a while ago, I guess. But that fat, overweight cop down in Florida was threatening protesters. It's like, one of our big, beautiful dogs will take you out if you spit on us, that kind of thing. And I told Ben, I said, I know you want to hurt him, but do you understand that rhetorically, I can hurt him harder than you?
Yeah.
I can tear that piece of shit down better than you can, for reasons that I think are fairly obvious, but sometimes difficult to articulate. You know, it's just, he's like, I'm cut from that cloth. Like I was born on his team.
Right.
And so this is like someone knowing the bully formula and bullying them right back.
I mean,
and kind of doing that dirty work. You know what I mean?
Oh, Jesus.
It's dark. I know it's fucking dark, but it's like, I'm working on an essay, and this is fun to be on your channel and not on mine, so I'm not spoiling anything. But I did an essay on, I'm writing an essay, and it's as if I'm running for office. And I would say something along the lines of, my revenge is your retribution. And what I mean by that is the difference between revenge and retribution is that revenge is the personal satisfaction that you get from hurting someone that hurt you to a greater extent than they originally hurt you. Retribution is an offsetting of a wrong that was done to someone else deemed appropriate by society, right?
Right.
So society agrees, you murder someone, you either, depending on the state, and this is where I think it's stupid, that like this all like states' rights things we could maybe get into from conservative rhetoric, but it's like, I think there should be a uniform federal law on public execution. Like, let's just have this, can we just settle it so it doesn't matter where you are? Like if you know, I don't believe in capital punishment, if for no other reason than how expensive it is. But it's like, you know, we have deemed appropriate. We have had anything like abortion. They brought up that old law. My whole argument with abortion is intellectually, like, we had the conversation. It was settled law. Like, let's move on.
Right.
Grow up. Like, people on the right love to talk about their First Amendment rights. And it's my freedom of speech to use the R word or to use the other F word to describe gays. You know, that's their freedom of speech. Oh yeah, right. And the Supreme Court has supported that hate speech is free speech now in our country. So they obsess over that shit because they want to matter and they want attention and they feel left out. And they should be left out because they have not learned about these conversations that we've had in the past about certain issues. Abortion should never have been overturned.
Right.
What the fuck? How did that happen? How did that happen, Democrats?
Democrat inadequacy, not listening, having way too much faith in, you know, Republicans actually playing fair. I mean, I can literally recognize the moment everything changed. It wasn't even Trump. It was fucking Mitch McConnell. The second that he started doing that, we can't have a Supreme Court justice go in when it's an election year. Very next fucking cycle, we'd be remiss not to put something. Yeah. And honestly, I think it's almost, this is going to sound bad, but it's like, all right, Democrats, we already know you suck. How come you couldn't pull the hypocrite like card in your favor there? Like, even though, does Merrick Garland deserve to be in that seat? No. He also dropped the ball as AG.
Merrick Garland is feckless. No, I have no
that guy
confidence
sucks.
in the Democratic. I have no confidence in the Democratic establishment. It's interesting you say that, like, yeah, Mitch McConnell is definitely the Darth Vader, like, or the Emperor, like he's Palpatine, like he's definitely the brains of the Republican establishment for the last 30 years. So I think you're right about that. But the turning point for us as a nation politically, when we really lost all hope,
Well, Citizens United, that was a big one.
I go back even further. Maybe this is my bias, which is presidential history, but I would go back to the election of Bill Clinton in 1992.
Really?
Yeah.
That is unexpected. What? Yeah, definitely
I'm
elaborate
doing
on that a little bit.
I'm doing a lot on Clinton in my current essays. It's because I'm defining neoliberalism. And no, Bill Clinton is the personification of the greatest historical, intellectual, political concession of left-wing politics in American history. And by that, I mean, he took the party of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and turned it into the party of Bill Clinton. And he completely abandoned the New Deal premise.
But how much of that was, like, again, lobbyists and like new age kind of bullshit that came from like the Iran-Contra like system?
I think yes. So that's the context that was established by Reagan and George H.W. Bush with the military-industrial complex, the end of the Cold War, spiking that in a historical way. But there was also another contextual element, which was baby boomer stock portfolios, because they were starting to think about saving for retirement.
Yeah.
Again, we're back to the boomers becoming the biggest voting bloc.
Yeah.
And thus the center of the conversation. Excuse me.
No worries.
So Bill Clinton kind of had this attitude, and this isn't original, this is just historical knowledge. Like, he had this attitude of like, well, the Republicans are winning, let's be more like them. And then he ushered in these words that just destroyed the Democratic Party. And I said them in my most recent essay. He said the era of big government is over in one of his State of the Union speeches, to resounding applause. And that exposed his thinking all along, was that he was going to be like the Reagan of the Democratic Party. That's what he wanted to be. And
I mean, it was the era we just came out of, so I mean, logically that kind of tracks, right? Because nobody wanted to be he didn't want to be his predecessor, because that guy was feckless as fuck. So
yeah, and he just conceded on so much. And I say the big 5 sins of Bill Clinton are the racist crime bill, the repeal of Glass-Steagall, which allowed retail banks to become investment banks, welfare reform, which hurt a lot of impoverished communities, the NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement.
All right. Wow.
And then the Telecom Act is my personal favorite, the Fourth Estate.
That was
media
for the last
law.
one.
Yeah, media law is my favorite because I know a lot about it. And it just destroyed the public good that was news and turned it into entertainment. And here we go. The great irony of legislation is that it opened the door for Fox News to crucify his wife for the entire time she was a senator. And then here's the other thing about him being the party of Bill Clinton. What happens when the black people get their turn with Barack Obama? They flip it right back to Bill Clinton with Hillary, right? And this is the essay that I'm working on with the establishment left. It's going to be 4 essays, but the 3 cardinal sins of American political parties are narcissism, ignorance, and hypocrisy. And the Hillary Clinton campaign personifies all 3 of those things.
Oh, fuck yeah. Well, also elitism, I would add to that.
I think that qualifies as a form of narcissism because they attempt to be the party of the people. And yet, if you look at the presidential nominees ever since Bill Clinton, it's all like white elitists, except for Obama. And even he was an elitist. Obama came from a private school in Hawaii. Like he grew up fairly privileged, definitely privileged for a black person in America. If you just want to use the data, just saying that about Obama. You always got to be careful with Obama, I feel like, because, and I just talked about this with Clinton, he represents the difference between public memory and history. because according to history, he was a complete failure of a president. But according to public memory, he was a good president, right? Same with Obama. Like, people
I know that
think of
we're
him
a
as
similar
good
age,
president.
dude. We grew up in the what I call the peace 90s. Like, we didn't have a war to worry about. I mean, outside of Desert Storm, which come on.
So, you know,
Jurassic
so
Park came
historians-
out, and that, you know, and then everything like was peace until, you know, 2001.
So it's called America's Long Weekend. It's from when the Berlin Wall fell in 89 to 9/11. That's America's Long Weekend. That's the only time we didn't have war in like the last 100 years or something.
Yeah. And I
Yeah,
mean, it felt that way though. Like, as a kid, I felt like, you know, and this is where I try to like differentiate between me literally being a kid at the time and not being able to know better, and also like just that the you know, the glass of, or the glass, wearing the nostalgia glasses, if I will.
Yeah.
And just being also like, okay, objectively, it was also better, you know. I remember recently I brought up how
it was. Sorry, I just wanted to wrap
go ahead.
about that time. It was just, it epitomizes the selfishness and the narcissism of the baby boomer generation, because they didn't have real, like, to your point, they did not have real military conflicts that burdened them. And for the first 2 years of Bill Clinton's presidency, he had majorities in both the House and the Senate. People forget that.
Yep.
And then it flipped after 40 years of dominance by the Democrats
for the first
in
time.
92.
Yeah.
And then here comes Newt Gingrich. But Bill Clinton had the opportunity, just like Obama did when he had both houses, to fucking fix healthcare. It was so obvious. It was the slam dunk waiting to happen in modern American politics, and both of them fucking whiffed. And it pisses me off because I'm spending, you know, over a lot. I'm spending 4 digits, let's just say, worth of money on healthcare every month.
Well, my dad was a small business owner, so like that was one of the first major like issues that I like, political issues that I kind of became aware of just because of my dad's rantings, where he would just be like, God damn it, taxing the fucking the small business man, just, you know, can't give me some fucking government insurance, and I gotta fucking cover all these guys. I don't understand how I'm supposed to do this shit. It's just like, whoa. And that's why I was always surprised. I'm like, wow, there isn't really like a government reprieve for this. And then I obviously had no idea what insurance even was until later in life. And then when I figured it out, I was like, oh my God, he was getting fucked.
It's a great cut-in point for leftists. It's like, we don't want it, because that's actually a thing with progressives and, dare I say, democratic socialists, where they think you're against all business. And it's like, no, we don't want to help. Like, look at use Walmart, right?
Yeah.
We wanted the moms and pops to win. We wanted the moms and pops to win, and you let Walmart come in and clear out these businesses.
Yep.
So small progressivism is a friend to small business. It's the friend they've always wanted. Now there's the salesmanship again. Like,
did you hear some bullshit though? I recently watched a video essay on how, like, now we're dealing with it where kids don't want to take over their families' businesses and farms. Actually, specifically, it was about farming, but then they talked about small businesses in general. But I had heard this earlier where it's just like, there was this weird idea that there was always like these familial lineage businesses were going to be a thing. And then it turned out to be like a huge fallacy.
Yeah.
You got opinion on that?
I'm not surprised that that's happening. I think with millennials in particular, we value human experiences more than possessions, right? The great George Carlin said, people on the right are interested in property. People on the left are interested in people. And if you can start there, I think you can try to win over people, because no one wants to think of themselves in that dichotomy as prioritizing property over people, but many people do.
I mean,
especially like owning people, like Jeffrey Epstein used to do.
Well, yeah, but that's where you look at Project 2025, and it was so obvious what they're trying to do, trying to commodify prison labor even more, where it's just like, oh my God, like, we're literally doing new age slavery.
Yes.
You know, and
or at least, or even just the minimum wage point there, which is just more ubiquitous. I mean, it's people are getting exploited for the desperation. I saw it in Hollywood all the time. I mean, people just would work and not get paid.
You did
And there's
comedy.
nothing-
It was the same shit.
Right.
Yeah. Here's your $15 and free drink.
Right. Yeah. Because you're desperate and the supply is huge and the demand is, Friday and Saturday and Sunday nights. And there's those places have reputations and they also have budgets. And yeah, but if there was socialized medicine, I'd be making an extra $2,000 every month.
Right. Well, that's another talk. See, you got that one though. Like you actually did bring that up, and you're nailing that because most Americans can identify with that immediately.
Right.
Because I mean, realistically, you might know the statistics on this. How many of us are actually locked into our work because of our fucking healthcare? I'll be honest, it's pretty much the reason that I have the job I do.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting another job that gives me healthcare.
Yeah.
I
guess
but
again,
I don't know,
gotta
it's
count
tough
my
to find.
fucking blessings. Jesus.
Yeah. No, it's exploitive. I mean, it's the easiest way to win the argument these days in terms of issues. I always tell leftists who don't really know how to talk about politics with people, like, just get them on the issues and then get them on the issues and then ask questions. Right? Like, do you remember
But when you
20
say
years
issues,
ago?
how do you avoid the culture war issues? Because like that's the biggest thing that I always find myself like trying not to fucking even entertain, but it always devolves and then they fucking end up getting me.
I just look, Einstein said simplicity is the essence of genius. I add to that. I say oversimplification is the death of progress. In terms of simplifying what you're talking about down to, I would try to get them to empathize with the simple, like using their personality issues and say, it's time for the weirdos, freaks, and geeks to have a chance to lead. Because the geeks in particular, like, they know what they're doing. Like, you can kind of get these people who are shocked by the Epstein, shocked by ICE, and shocked by all the lies and whatever. And Mike Figueredo just did a good job with this on Humanist Report, talking about regretful Trump voters. It's like, dude, not only did you have the previous administration to evaluate Trump, you had Project 2025 to know what was coming from Trump 2.0. And you had January 6th. So you had all the information necessary to know that this is going to be just another disaster. But when they have
But
that
they
kind
didn't,
of
because when you look at the average voter, they don't pay attention to any of that.
January 6th, you don't think?
No,
I think they forgot about it.
Well, they forgot about it by the time the election happened. Like, dude,
Right.
the thing that really fucked with me, I will never forget this for as long as I live or as long as I have a memory, is when the day before the election, the top Google result was, is Biden still in the election? That fucked with me, where I was just like, oh. And these are
That was the top in 2020. Yeah.
2024.
Oh, 2024.
2024, they were asking, is Biden still running?
Oh my God.
Yeah. And these
I
are
thought you said
people
stealing the. I thought you said
No,
stealing the election.
No, and
Wow.
these are
Okay.
people that voted that next day because they were just like, or didn't vote based on that Google search. Again, the day before the election, like I don't think it should be as existential as it was for me, but it totally was the awakening moment where I'm like, oh, that's the median voter right there. You know, sometimes I do think we overthink the shit.
Oh man.
Like, speaking to you, trying to also speak to like the normie, because like you kind of said that that's what your like whole goal is.
wanted
But,
to, that's my aspiration.
These apparently are the normies, man.
Well, I think that's why I think it's going to be a while before we see real results. You know, even if everything swings to the left in 2028, if that president doesn't deliver, he's going to lose power in 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
just like Obama did. But I think if you do deliver, then you have a chance of holding on to power. It's been done in the past. That's what I tell people. I just had an argument with some old friends of mine who I very much respect intellectually. And I said, how do we treat regretful Trump voters? And I showed them the Humanist Reports video. And one of them said, I think we welcome them with open arms. And I know you're not going to like to hear that, but yada, 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 we should forgive them.
Mhm.
And then another guy backs that up a little bit. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't think I can trust him. I'm like, I don't know, guys. There was plenty of evidence out there. I think I asked them, I said, do we handle the Gen Z voter who voted for the first time in 2024 for Trump differently than the baby boomer triple Trumper who just wanted their tax cut?
Mhm.
And they're like, yeah, I guess so. I'm like, so, okay, good. So we put our arm around the Gen Zers, and that's good because they're flipping. They flipped 50 points already with Gen Z voters, according to latest polls.
Well, again, even the thing is, even if that was like these polls are a little off, like that's a beyond the margin of error.
No, I believe it though. No, I believe it. No, I mean, it's the underwater thing. Like he was plus whatever when he took office, and now he's like 50 points the other direction. I believe it. Gen Z is very impressionable. They're very impressionable. The problem is there's an entertainment requirement with Gen Z.
Well, we just watched Gen Z protesting and walking out of their schools.
Yeah, which is great. I didn't see that. I haven't been watching all day.
Yeah. No, we covered that right before you jumped on here, actually.
That's wonderful. Yeah, no, they're politically active. And so that's the coalition that's required to have a 40-year war on white trash fascism, which I think is what's required to resurrect the country and the possibility of an equal opportunity society. And so my argument is that we should leapfrog Gen X, getting back to how we overhaul the Democratic Party with new leaders. You go to millennial progressives, and then you get the voting coalition is millennials with Gen Zers looking up to millennials.
That
like
makes sense.
Good,
I mean,
like good
realistically,
older brothers and
in my
sisters.
media like consumption, that's how it's been. Like, it was always
I
like
think they respect us. I think they're willing to respect us as like where I don't know if you heard that, but I was trying to finish the older brothers and sisters was the dynamic that I kind of want to foster.
Well, I was just about to say that with Gen X, that's kind of how I had it. Like where like some of my favorite entertainers and radio hosts and comedians were all Gen X, and I looked up to them and then kind of,
Yeah, but that generation is too capitalist. The power players like Ken Martin is a Gen Xer. He's the head of the Democratic National Committee, and he's still caught up in the billionaires. And
I don't even know who he is.
Yeah, you should check him out. He'd be good stuff to react to for you, because he is the establishment right now, and he's a complete pussy.
Well, that sucks. I mean, I was just talking more so just as a generation, not necessarily politically.
I know. No, I know. And they had some really great talent come through Gen X, and the boomers did too. Amazing people all throughout those generations. But I judge their collective effect on the country through the lens of politics, because that is, whether you like it or not, an expression of your citizenship. It is actually more than an expression of your citizenship. It is the definition of your citizenship.
So do you think that when we get the opportunity, we will have more success than this last iteration of Congress and all that?
Yeah, I think maybe you're asking if the pendulum swings back left, will it stay there for a little while?
Well, not even just if the pendulum swings left. I'm actually talking about just getting millennials and younger people into the seats of Congress.
Oh yeah, I think that's going to be the next 3 election cycles, and then we'll never look back. I think it's going to explode. It's going to be bigger and bigger. It's going to be like a few people this midterms, and then a ton of people when the people show up for the presidential election. That's going to lead to a ton of new millennials. And then it's just going to grow from there because baby boomers are going to retire and die.
Well, so playing on that, part of that problem is so one of my friends, he won a city council position out of default because nobody else ran. So they're just waiting for the election to happen so they can swear him in.
Cool. That sounds fun.
Which is awesome. But he said part of the problem is they're dying off and nobody's showing up to replace them. Nobody has interest in running for these city council positions, these local state offices. I'm telling you, man. Well, fucking that's what Kat did. She moved here from Texas.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, she moved here from Texas in 2004. That's why, like, a lot of people in this district, like, they hear that, which is one of, again, man, it's simple shit. Like,
22
years. They're not attacking her on her Palestinian position. They're not even attacking her for being part of the fucking Broadview 6, which, again, Broadview 6, it makes them sound cool. So I think that's why they're like, yeah, we have nothing to attack. She did kind of just, she protested. She put her money where her mouth is on that one, but.
I have mixed feelings, mixed feelings about that. We'll see what she does, but the real wave, I think, will be coming as it usually does in a presidential election in 2028. I think midterms will flip enough so that we can maybe get impeachment going. That'd be cool, but it'll probably stall in the Senate. I don't know. This Texas. Oh, let's talk about Texas real quick. What do you think about Tellerico and Crockett fight?
All right. Well, all right.
And do you think whoever wins that, I think it's going to be Tellerico? Do you think
I would like it to be Tellerico because I think that you might be able to vibe with this. Is he can speak to Christians, and that is a huge connecting thread.
Yes,
and getting people to vote, and a lot of people have like the conception or perception that like just being a Christian means you have to be Republican, whereas like I think that he also is valuable in showing that is not the case. And I think realistically in that district, he has a much better chance of winning than Crockett.
Yeah, he definitely has a better chance of winning the general than Crockett does. It sucks, but it's true. Also, Crockett's not all that. She took a lot of crypto money. I point people to that every time her name comes up.
I actually just turned down crypto, like a crypto payment from somebody earlier where I was just like, nope.
No thanks. Look, a lot of people have to play a lot of different roles in this political game and are on the team. And I don't know if you grew up playing sports or not, but
I'm a hockey player.
Yeah. Okay. So you grew up playing team sports, which means that every great team has role players. And he is
as a goalie.
Well, but that's one of the most important positions, if not the most.
I was the backbone of the team. I know what I was.
Yeah. You're like a pitcher in baseball or a catcher in baseball.
Yep.
Like you're for that game. Like you can take over that game.
Oh, as a play caller. Yeah, I used to. I used to direct my my forwards all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah. But anyway, I think Tellerico could be a nice little role player. Could be a nice little winger. Like if you're going to stick with hockey, could be like a second baseman in baseball, like that's fine.
Hey, second baseman, fucking again.
Yeah, they get MVPs sometimes.
Yup.
What's that guy's name from the Red Sox? The guy who got MVP? I can't remember, but yeah, that's the other thing I think that lefties could stand to do is get into sports a little bit better. Pick a sport, pick a team, pick something. But
I don't feel like that's ever. I don't know, because like, I don't know. Like when I was playing hockey, I did play with more right wingers, but I definitely had some lefties in there. Like I
don't know. Politically apathetic was most of the people.
Politically apathetic was probably that's actually that's fair.
Yeah, they're just kids and like
apolitical as fuck.
People are just conservative.
I'm talking even when I was playing. I'm talking like I just recently stopped playing hockey because I had like a concussion issue, and so I was playing men's league, and yeah, it was when you got the mix too, because that was the first time I've ever played with dudes that were like that much older than me. So it was just like I had a guy that was 73 on my team.
Whoa.
Yeah, Sully, dude. Shout out Sully. That guy had robotic knees, and that motherfucker was coming out and playing every shift he could.
73 and
73 years old. Yeah, dude.
Pads.
Yeah, that shit was wild.
I put on the pads. So my sport was lacrosse, and I put on the pads last summer for summer league with a mix of high school, college, and some older guys. But I was one of the older guys, and
that'll humble you.
And well, it was great because I didn't want to play defense. I wasn't, because I've lost my speed, but I still have my crank, which means my shot.
Yep.
So I shot I was clocked at like 101 back in my peak.
Damn,
in
dude.
College.
Yeah, that's hockey numbers. Yeah.
I still have a fucking great crank, like even though it's down to probably like So it was really fun. Like it was a really fun to get back out there. But damn, man, so much running, and in hockey's exhausting. Like when you're playing forward and stuff. you know.
No, I mean, I also played out. I was a left winger, ironically.
Okay, sweet.
But yeah, no, same thing. I would take, I wasn't the long shift guy. I was the get out there, play my shift, try to set up a play, get the fuck off the ice. Because the thing is, if you get too tired, then you're just becoming a detriment to the team.
Yeah, they can get past you. And
Oh, dude,
penetrate the
I
defense.
never hot shotted. My coaches loved me because of that, though. Like, almost every team that I played for, I had coaches like give me some props for that shit. Where they're just like,
yeah,
I really appreciate the fact that you don't try to hot shot or be the star. It's like they called me good old reliable on the ice.
Yeah, I was like that in soccer. I was I didn't have great skills because I never invested time in them, but I had great speed, so it was fun. I would just guard their striker, their stud striker, who was like usually the fastest guy on their team. So I'm like, all right, and so I just dog him all day. And my job was to, when the ball came near him, just get it out of there. Just get the ball. Don't let him get the ball. And it was so much fun. I arguably, because of the leadership pressure in lacrosse that I had, I was absolutely a better lacrosse player for sure. Like there's everybody who knows me knows that. But I probably had more honest fun my senior year in high school playing soccer than I ever did in any sports, because I just got to rag on all those fucking diva strikers and make their lives miserable.
I brought this
and
up.
It was so much fun.
I was the captain of my hockey team for like a season, and I hated it because
the leadership,
the leadership part of and then on top of it, I had to do like school admin shit.
Right.
I hated it. So like once I became a role player again, I was just like, fuck yeah. And then I was stupid and I became the captain of that's what that jersey is my men's league team. And you want to talk about admin shit? I literally had to like send emails to get everybody just to like be like, hey, you're going to be here tonight? Do we have fucking even 7 guys? Like, what are we doing here? God, men's league is it's a hellscape.
That's cool that you played as long as you did. I did not stick. I tried to play in a men's league when I was in LA, but it didn't work out. It wasn't very well organized.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was a role player, so like I liked playing out as a left winger because I was a good two-way player, and I identify with you on that one, where I was the guy that would shut down their star player. I would identify who it was. I knew I was as fast as the motherfucker, so I could get in front of him, and I could always tie up his stick. It's like push him out to the boards, make sure he doesn't get to the point, kind of keep him into the back of the net so he has to pass no matter what. Like that was
it's fun.
And I applied that shit
fun. Dude,
almost every game.
Well, like and I think when you grow up playing sports, and this is a thing with the left, is like I wish more people grew up playing team sports on the left. I wish that was more part of our culture. And one of the things you learn when you play team sports is that defense is just as important as offense.
Fuck yeah.
And depending on the sport, and if you're talking about baseball, defense is the sport. They have the fucking ball. So like people don't appreciate the value of defense who didn't grow up playing the sports. Like like with the Super Bowl, for example. The Super Bowl always favors the team with the better defense, especially if one of the two teams was the number one defense. I think the number one defense, if you make the Super Bowl, is undefeated. Really? I think if you go to the Super Bowl with with a number one defense in terms of yardage allowed that season, then
it's kind of like this season. I mean, the Pats barely.
And the reason
got it. They barely ran.
We should talk about that because I'm a Patriots fan.
Fuck, I was a Bears fan, so I had my heart broken early.
Oh, that's what I wanted, dude. My buddy,
that kick, and then I get the news that they're gonna move to fucking Indiana.
They're not gonna do
I'm fucking real happy.
They're not going to Indiana.
No, they're not.
They're not.
They're not, because somebody went and scouted the area, and they said this is the biggest crock of bullshit I have ever seen. They are gonna end up on the fucking lakefront. It's gonna, dude. They're just looking for a sweetheart deal so they can expand on the lakefront.
Yeah,
that's it. And yes, the parks are gonna have to eat a dick. Sorry.
They can pay. They got the money, dude. They got the money. And if
so
they don't have the
mad
money,
that
they
I
can
said
take out a
that
loan.
because it's Millennium Park, dude. That means no more Lala.
Is that the one with the big bean in it?
Yeah, well, yeah, ish. It's
South of
at the like at the far tip. I'm talking like the park where Lollapalooza is.
Yeah, that's an amazing part of the
love my city.
piece of the country. It's like a national treasure.
Yeah, I love my
there
city.
on the ocean. Yeah, it's a great town.
You couldn't pay me to move
describe,
out of there.
I don't know. I don't know Chicago that well, but my limited experience there has me describe it usually as a bigger, friendlier Boston.
Yep. No, it really is. And I spent some time in Boston. My mom, she went to Radcliffe, so she took me on like the whole tour of her college years, and
oh, cool.
You know, it was awesome. You know, then we did Salem because we had to.
It's a weird town for a lot of reasons because it's like, other than New Orleans,
so much history.
Well, other than New Orleans, it's probably the most European city.
Oh, roundabouts! I love the
the
roundabout
roads
game
make
is
no
strong.
sense.
Oh, your intersections make. Oh, I love them. I was so happy to
They're
drive
so
around that city.
stressful.
I'm like, I like this shit.
Oh, dude, if you drove around Boston, that's impressive.
Yeah, sure.
It is the most difficult city in America to
No,
drive in.
actually, I will challenge you on that one.
I would say other than maybe San Francisco.
Pittsburgh.
Oh, is that bad? I didn't
Pittsburgh's
know.
the worst. Pittsburgh's the worst city I've ever had to fucking drive in. Seconded by Atlanta.
Well, yeah, the Atlanta, because the highway system is
Fuck Atlanta. Sorry.
Well, that's the thing about, you know, when I used to live in LA, like I would purposely not travel for Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving was awesome. Everyone left town.
Yep.
Because a lot of people
It's a
aren't
ghost
from
town.
LA, so they go home. So, but when there's no one on the road, the highway system is like, oh, so this is why it makes so much sense. You're like, the way they designed it made sense at the time, but they just didn't expect the population to grow the extent it did, at the pace it did.
Oh, I mean, I had something similar happen. Stayed home for a Christmas season. I decided to go back to my hometown to go visit my friends. Same shit. And it was so funny because I remember talking to my buddy where I was just like, dude, I never realized we only lived 40 minutes outside the city my entire life. I thought it was always 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Like your brain just does this thing where you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, and that's why when I moved to LA, I felt like really prepared to deal with the traffic there coming from Boston. And I even had to do some Uber and Lyft driving for a little while to make some extra money. That was humbling.
I did Instacart
but also really
for a while, so I get it.
But also, yeah, but the Uber and Lyft driving was really fun. I could never do the Instacart shit. I could never do the the objects to go to buy the objects and like do the shopping.
Oh, the worst is when they didn't have it, and then oh my god, that shit. Yeah.
So I like the social aspect of giving people rides and running into like kind of talkative people and stuff, and that was really fun. I really enjoyed it. But it is dangerous. Like being an Uber and Lyft driver is dangerous because the most dangerous thing we do every day is get in a fucking car.
Yeah, I had problem. This is the reason I won't use Uber is because of that. Where it's just like, no, man. And then you find out how half the time they don't even have the insurance that they require.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, dude, it's bad.
I always made sure my insurance was on point.
I don't fuck with it. So anytime I can, if you guys if they got a local cab company, I'm either calling it or I'm gonna just hail a cab. I am totally like old school. Fucking, you got a medallion, I'm in your car.
Well, I'm sure they appreciate the business.
I mean, the thing is, on a actual pay scale or actually how much you pay, it's the same. I mean, fuck.
Is it?
Dude, the surcharging bullshit that they were doing with Uber, I may not do it, but I got my wife, and just because I don't have it on my phone doesn't mean that we haven't had to use it.
Right.
But yeah, dude, the surcharging, especially in a city, it's actually cheaper sometimes to just hail a fucking cab.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
I gotta
you
say,
probably got plenty of them in Chicago.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Actually, the cab.
Such a great town.
The cab industry made a huge
food
comeback.
There is sneaky good. The food in Chicago, oh, fantastic. You got to pay for it, but it's so fucking good.
what are you talking about, dude? I got a fucking $5 beef sandwich that'll change your life.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's only been a superficial experience in Chicago. I've been there like 5 times.
Fuck.
So
If you didn't
it's a
make it
big
over to
town.
Rico Benny's, then you didn't experience shit. Rico Benny's is literally the fucking, like, that's the sandwich, bro. It's a fucking chicken fried steak sandwich with some fucking marinara. It's fucking.
Have you ever explored other metro areas in the like Milwaukee or Detroit?
all over.
Or
I've been
Yeah?
I've been to every state in our continental union. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What about like Canada? Did you because you
I
can drive to Canada pretty easily?
I used to do hockey tournaments, and actually, this is where my audience is going to tune out because they've heard this story a lot. But I had a pretty heavy experience with their healthcare system because of a hockey tournament where I took a concussion during the game. They do not fuck with concussion protocol in Canada. Immediately, they were like off the ice, and they called me a fucking ambulance, which sucked because I didn't want to go. I wanted to keep playing.
Oh, yeah, you want to keep playing, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. So they took me over there with my fucking equipment still on, treated me like I was, a heavy, like I took a heavy fucking hit, and I'm just like, I'm fine, guys, I'm fine.
Right.
Got the concussion looked at. They did they formally diagnosed me. They put me in a fucking MRI machine, this is my first time ever in an MRI machine.
Just
and then
breaking out all the stops, huh?
And I remember I made one of the doctors laugh because I was just like, how much is this going to cost me? And they're just like, oh, no, you don't. I was like, but I'm American. They're like, no, you don't pay either. I was like, what? Like, I was just like, seriously? Like, when I checked out, they sent me to a pharmacy and I had to pay like $12 to get my fucking prescription there, which I was like, oh, this isn't free. They're just like, it's service fees or blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, okay. So it's not even for the prescription.
I mean,
and then I just walked back into my hotel and I told my coaches what happened. Then I just was telling everybody, I was just like, guys, you could anything could happen to you and you don't have to pay for it. There's just what? It was life changing. And then I had another situation where I had to deal with my mom went to the hospital when we were in France. So we had to deal with the French healthcare. I've never actually let that part slip. That was my bad. So yeah, my mom ended up in the hospital in France. And yeah, same thing where it's just like, oh, we don't have to pay for anything. That one, we didn't even have to pay for the medication. And then in Mexico, I ended up with I had food poisoning in Mexico and same thing. Just didn't have to pay for shit. It's like,
yeah,
this is
food poisoning in Mexico is pretty easy to get.
Yeah, it was. Puerto Vallarta. That was not fun.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah,
I remember I was in Cabo San Lucas for spring break senior year, and one of my buddies, I warned him. We were just grabbing lunch on one of those beach restaurants or whatever.
Oh my god, did he get the tacos?
And he got no, the food was fine, but he got a water. And we're all drinking alcohol,
Yeah.
like, alcoholic beers. Actually, we were drinking like beers out of cans.
Yeah.
And I'm like, don't drink that fucking water, bro. Get a bottled water. And he drank the water, and fair enough, got sick.
You know what I fucked up with? A popsicle.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like a homemade popsicle.
It was a homemade popsicle that got me.
Oh man,
it was so good. It was a lime popsicle. It came from a fucking street cart, dude. I was shitting my brains out. It was not fun. And my pops was just like, "Oh yeah, they do make it out of the ice here." I was just like, "Why would you let me do that?"
Yeah, careful with those frozen drinks. Only at the highest end hotels. Yeah, I love Mexico though. I haven't been there in a while. It's such a great country. It's got like a lot of cool nooks and crannies.
Yeah, man. I chilled on the Malecone by myself, and I had a great time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. The most dangerous thing I did was like, this is where I'm stupid, and especially as a teenager through my 20s, every time I traveled out of the country, I'd always go looking for weed, which can lead to some precarious situations.
Law enforcement. Yeah, you better
not
know
even,
your.
No, not law enforcement. I had a attempted robbery and possible SA situation happen in London. Mexico was the one where the guy warned me, where he just told me, he's like, don't do that. It's like, don't ask anybody for that. It's like, you're not in the right area for that. I was like, oh, shit. And then, funny enough, because my dad, he had like a little property there. So it was like one of those old like retirement places. And he just happened to kind of vibe in, and it was like he just hit that point of over 50, so he was like the youngest guy in this retirement like villa. But one of the guys there is just like, oh, why didn't you just ask me? It's like, oh, hell yeah. He's a Canadian dude. He had some fucking fire. It's just like, all right.
The hotel work. I mean, I don't know if people watch old movies, but that's how I found out about like the old hotel workers. Like they're the ones with the connections, those bellboys and everything.
Yeah, the bellboys, I had always kind of figured that, but like, I'll be honest, I really haven't really stayed in many nice hotels.
Yeah, it's pretty special. I'm not gonna lie, I've stayed in some pretty nice hotels, and man, dude, like, so yeah, I mean, we don't need to get it back to politics, but it just
no, comfort, totally. We can bounce all over, dude. I'm in my fun half. Let's go. Wait, here, can you hear my music?
No.
Okay, good. I'm gonna just keep this in the background.
No. But no, I'm just saying the comfort of like a Four Seasons hotel or a Ritz-Carlton, like when you have experienced that and you don't have any idea how much it costs, and like you grow up with that, you are socially conditioned to be like, I need to maintain this like level of living, and this is what's important. And other people, like, fuck them. As long as I get what I want.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, that's where it goes.
Again,
that's
man.
where it leads to.
Well, okay, so let's see. We got like a few nice hotels here in Chicago that I've stayed
you
at.
do.
Like I did the Ritz here for an event. I also did the Palmer House, and then I did the Drake, which I was gonna say the Drake is the most overrated of all of them. Palmer House is the fucking shit. That place is, you could just sit in that lobby and just stare at the fucking the ceiling. Like, it's got like a Sistine Chapel-esque ceiling. It's fucking incredible, and it is one of the best.
I got married at a Hilton, so that's cool.
Yeah. The Palmer House Hilton. Yeah, my mom.
Yeah, it's beautiful hotel.
Yeah, my mom used to like take me there for like birthdays and shit. Like, try and make it a little bit special.
Dude,
just because
they're crucial. Talk about community centers. Like, this is a part of an urban area that needs to be, used, not for like, or experienced by the locals on some level. Like, even if it's just for a day a year or something.
Well,
like,
yeah, but that's why I still don't. I've never like. Again, most of this stuff was either for events or like the Palmer House was just like a institution that, like, again, because my mom took me there. I've taken my wife there. She loves it. We got a robe from, we bought it totally.
I got a robe. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, man, like when I saw like the Ritz though, that was, I get it. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
But that's also, again, like, I've talked about this a little bit. I have to like keep it under wraps because like I signed a shit ton of NDAs, but so I used to work in an industry, I think I mentioned this to you, where we like catered to billionaires. Like, so I got to see how like the other side function.
Really lives, yeah.
And like when you see it.
Yeah.
When you just see the opulence and then you find out that you're there and it's like, yeah, they haven't been here for 2 years. It's like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, what? Like, yeah, I live here. I'm the full-time caretaker. It's like, and it's not your house.
Yeah.
Okay. This is fucking crazy.
Yeah, they have people whose livelihoods are tied up in their lifestyle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I think actually it would radicalize anybody. And that's even anybody that thinks they're going to make their billions, they would see this and they'd be like, this is a waste of money.
Yes. The way that they actually like you spend their money and stuff. But the thing that I liken the rich to in America today is it's just a less visible version of ancient Europe. Like with all of that, the great houses that have all this money, like the Walmart family, for example, is like the biggest house. The Waltons, but actually, I know a guy who works for one of those kids.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. He invests in small businesses and stuff. He's not like the most evil billionaire out there. And I got to go soon, but I am working. I want to tease just related to this. I feel like the other maybe idea I could run by you at some point is this, debt solution idea. So, people over half the country is strapped with either medical debt, credit card debt, or academic debt. And there's a way to clear that out that involves tax breaks for billionaires, but the money doesn't go back to them. It goes to their kids. So I'll explain it more later next time when I go on. But the point is that the thing that the left has that the right doesn't, we have a lot of things that they don't, but one of the main things is creativity. And I think we need to get creative with some of our solutions. Like, for example, taxing mega churches. Like, I don't want to tax the small churches, but I do want to tax the mega churches. And do you know how much revenue you would bring in with that shit?
Yeah,
Like, it's not.
I went to a mega church, so yeah.
So creativity, comprehensive creativity is where I'm going with this. Where it's like, yeah, I don't want to just tax 1%ers. I want to tax, and I don't want to tax small businesses anymore, because that's like what America used to be about. But I do want to tax mega churches too. It has to be a portfolio of policies. That's what I always try to remind everyone when they're talking politics for your audience on the left, is try to, in addition to asking people questions and steering them towards big structural change, like have some policy ideas that are out there that maybe they haven't heard of, or that they have heard of, like universal health care. But the creativity in terms of the left could be more embraced, especially with how we communicate.
Do you ever feel like we're on the back foot, though, with the universal health care because they tied it to communism?
No, not anymore.
You don't think so?
No, I think generationally, it's just like millennials have replaced boomers as the big voting bloc, and if there's one issue we're all pissed about, especially because there's so many independent contractors that are millennials that don't have benefits and have to pay out of pocket for their health insurance premiums every month. Like, people are like, what the fuck is this? I don't even fucking use this. You know what I mean? This is just in case I get hit by a car.
Well, I mean, I've had this argument with actually somebody that's a regular listener here, where he's like 21, and he originally had this like untouchable attitude where he's like, yeah, I make a lot of money, I do a job that's pretty physical. I think he lays like cable line or something like that. But he was talking specifically like how he doesn't feel like he needs to pay for insurance because he's not going to really use it. And I just kind of brought it up where I'm like, dude, you don't know that, especially doing a job like that. Like all it takes is just one bad day where you fall off. Yeah, one bad fall, fucking, God forbid something else, like a sinkhole, some shit like that. You just never know. And then what? Like,
yeah.
And
then you're fucked. Then you go bankrupt. I know a guy who had to file bankruptcy because of medical debt. He's dead now. He had to have like 12 fucking stomach surgeries, and the last one finally fucking killed him.
Yeah, unfortunately, with my wife's cancer, we're fighting that. We're trying to make sure that we don't end up in that position, but it's rough. Like we don't know how we're going to.
There are ways that the government can clear out debt, and this is where
in Illinois we have a debt relief thing, but the thing that sucks is I think I've talked about this enough to where it's not going to really fuck me in any way. So we got the advice from the advocate, like there's it's like a state advocate for us, and they said wait until this process is over, because if we come to them now, and then try to get all the other bills expunged, then they're like, you'll run into issues with that. Whereas if you have it all together, then we can work with you a little bit better. But the other people, like there are certain, medical institutions that didn't take our insurance that they are not cool with just waiting. So it's kind of catch 22 here,
So have you run into debt collectors?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took literally
man.
It took 2 months from diagnosis for us to fucking have debt collectors. And the thing is, we had all the condescension too in the world where we were just like, oh, so you didn't have savings? It's like, if you knew how much savings we had, it would scare the shit out of you that we literally ran through that in just 2 hospital visits.
It's ridiculous. Yeah,
Welcome to America.
It's the issue. I mean, it's the signature issue, and it's like, dude, Obama, like, and we'll finish on this. It's like, bro, you had both houses.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been the biggest piece of domestic policy in our lifetime. And you settled, and you had Rahm Emanuel and Joe Lieberman talk you into the ACA.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, no, dude, you get DQ'd for that, bro. You get DQ'd for that. He wasn't a good president.
He really wasn't. I mean, the more and more that I run through it, it's just like, no.
He was a good candidate, not a good president. That Reagan guy I was talking about earlier, just to circle it back and then I'll bounce. That Reagan guy earlier, insightful. Like, a lot of my political knowledge is starts with understanding what's wrong, right? But they know politics on the right. They know how to win elections. Say what you will about them. There have been pedigreed people that have gone through the RNC that are good at winning elections, and this guy was one of them. And he said there's a difference between being a good candidate and being a good president. And Obama was an amazing candidate, but he was not a good president. I give him a C+ at best.
See, I'd probably say C-, but yeah, it's still in the C range.
I give him a C+ because I think there were like the Iran nuclear deal, for example. Like,
I actually thought the ACA was at least a step in the right direction. So I can speak to myself. There was utility in the ACA because my mom had a pre-existing condition. She was bipolar. So they denied her health insurance up until that point. So.
Okay. So after that. But you just said it. It's a step in the right direction. Here's the problem with that metaphor. Is we don't keep walking in that direction. We make a decision on that policy. We pass some law, and then we move on to the next issue. Like Clinton, once he was done with the crime bill, he moved on to which one was it? Glass-Steagall repeal, I think, in '94. I think it was, and then he had the Telecom Act in '96, and then somewhere in there was NAFTA. I think NAFTA was '94. Anyway, like it was all fucked. Like, so you go into a part of our culture and society with your policies, you stamp down something that's going to be law for the next 20 years. And here we are 18 years later, we're still talking about healthcare.
Yep.
Like, yeah, okay, cool. Pre-existing conditions. That wasn't step 1. That was item 1 on a portfolio of solutions. The world is way too goddamn complex to solve one problem at a time. You got to solve 100 problems, all with one big sweeping hand. It's so scary to people, but you got to do it. And this is like, I said it. I think I said it in my previous essay. Check it out, people, if you haven't already.
Yep.
America's political trichotomy. But since when does America do anything well? And this is maybe just our narcissism. When it does it small. We are a big country. And historically speaking, when we go big, we do well. So where's the big plan for the next 20, 40 years? Where's the vision? Right? I want a self-sustaining economy. And I want new, and that's going to start with new leaders.
No, and that's where Trump was just like, this is the plan for the next 120 years. It's just like, what the fuck? Oh, yo, Devil's Advocate in chat. What up, brother? Good to see you.
Oh, nice.
Also,
love Alex.
Yeah. They really got got all this space in the house today. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm hungry, man. I gotta get some food and
All right.
spend
Yeah,
some
get at
KT
it.
with the wife. But
Yep,
man,
yep.
what a great first session, huh? That was fun.
Dude, I had a great time. Everybody follow Dieter. I just linked him in the all three of the chats. Check out his video essays, and he's also on This Space. Actually, you want to do your This Space plug real quick?
Yeah, so my regular show on my channel is Tuesday nights at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. That's Tuesdays 6:30 p.m. Pacific on my channel. Then I'm on This Space at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. So
Nice.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays is when I go live. But buckle up, please subscribe to me because I do have a ton of essays coming out this year that are going to really articulate what I call the progressive offensive, which is like people talk about going on offense, but I don't think they know what that means. And I'm trying to answer that question. What does an offensive, progressive agenda look like?
Awesome. And I just realized you're my lead-in on Wednesdays.
Oh, am I?
Yeah. I'm doing primetime propaganda to take over the Letter Hacks Hey Funny book slot for a little bit. So
Oh, nice.
Yeah, man. So
sweet. Well, we'll have to overlap. Maybe I'll jump on a little bit earlier or something.
hell yeah,
like
man. No, you know how it works over there. So yeah, no, you're always welcome, bro. Like this was a great conversation. I definitely enjoyed the vibe. All right, bro.
Yeah, it was great, man.
Yeah. Take care. Have a good meal.
All right. Take care, brother. Stay in touch.
Yep. Peace. Oh man, that was a great time. I hope you guys had a good time. I will be subbing for Dieter this Wednesday, reacting to some of his videos. Hell yeah, man. Oh, are you gonna like do it live to do the click it, click click? You know, I appreciate that, man. You know, got to show them how to do it. It's just like, hey guys, you see how I am subscribed and how I hit that like button? Think about it. Think about it. By the way, it's Dieter right there in said box. Here, give me 1 second. I gotta readjust something from this. Yeah, Alex, how you doing, brother? Also, follow Devil's Advocate Productions over here. Let me try and get his link. I think I got you in my Space link. Yeah, I do. There's my This Space link. Damn it. Hold on. There it is. There it is. Oh my god. My guy is about to hit 500. Help my guy. Devil's Advocate Productions, otherwise aka Alex, and just a rad ass guy. Help him get to 500. Let's do this. Come on. Let's hit some milestones. We already hit the milestone tonight for me. Oh, look at that. 2,422. That's joined us on horizontal. Oh, you guys are bouncing around. Nice. Hey, you know what? We're having a chill time, chilling at the in-laws, recovering on the couch from a delicious Polish dinner. Oh, lucky you. Yeah, I had me some crackers and peanut butter until I figure something out. I don't know, man. I gotta go grocery shopping. You should ask Hassan fans, LOL. Dude, you could just, I don't know. Do you have do you got chill mode? I don't know. I'm in chill mode. So I'm trying to be like, I don't want to attack. I'm just trying not to even engage. You sub to him right away. Hell yeah, man. Oh no, pep crackers and PP. What's wrong with that? At least the Ritz. Got some Ritz crackers and some peanut butter. It's like having a little, proper sized Ritz peanut butter sandwich. Oh my god, I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. He's just a pep boy from a poor family. Anyway, Pep, am I on Rumble? No, I am not on Rumble. Should I be? I don't know. I think I'll get all of tens of viewers over on Rumble. I don't know. Actually, should I? I'm not doing Kick. I won't do kick, but it takes bandwidth. Fuck it. Now I like what I'm doing here. I like this. I'm on Twitch and YouTube. You know what? I'm focusing on that. Not even doing TikTok. Like, I got a TikTok, but Pep eating like a toddler, and honestly, that's so relatable. It's easy meals for me, man. Like, I was thinking about it. When we were watching Hassan, obviously, I don't want to eat on cam. Like, I got a problem with that. My wife is actually mad at that. My wife wants me to eat. You know, there have been times where she even makes me meals and she'll, like, bring them down, and I'll just be like, oh. And then I gotta, like, watch, like, a Piers Morgan thing or something and just be like, I don't know, I guess I'll eat this. But I don't know. Even eating my popcorn, like... Yes, this is a me thing. Like, I get it, guys. Like, I hope you guys don't look at me freaking out on the Hassan eating thing. Like, that is something that you should hyperfixate on. If you don't have, like, the thing that I have where I hear people eating and it sends me into a uncontrollable rage, Pap, you gotta enjoy meals. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I don't wanna. But I don't wanna. I don't think you understand. This is the link for Devil's Advocate Productions. I mean, misophonia. Yeah, that might be it. I realized I had that when my roommate was eating. You know, I brought up the apple example earlier today. When my roommate went, I realized I had that because I almost, I freaked out. Like, I freaked out on him. Yeah, that's all I'll say. I definitely flipped out. We want you to be on stream 6 hours plus. You gotta have a meal break. OSHA requirements. I mean, OSHA, who needs OSHA? Listen, I'm getting my calories, you know. I'll be all right. You're right though. No, you guys you're halfway right. I got to figure out like a proper medium here, cuz I've the few times that I have eaten on stream, I end up doing the same thing that Hassan does, and I don't like it. Like, intermittent fasting is a thing for a reason. There we go. Intermittent fasting. Listen, I'm about to hit 40. I don't know if you know this, but once you hit around 38, your metabolism is just like, fuck you. It just disappears. So, you know what? Occasionally, you know, skip. I don't skip meals, though. Like, well, that's a lie. I blatantly lied to you and realized it, too. Yeah. No, I skip meals. God damn it. It's ADHD, though. Right? I don't know. It's not healthy. God damn it. I should probably eat. Now you guys got me feeling guilty for not fucking taking care of my body. God damn it. You should schedule a 15-minute break between segments to keep you in mental headspace you want to be. I will probably be doing that soon. All right, since this is later in the show and not like enough people have kind of dipped out, so this is my plan. I'm gonna not like do a full like restructure of the show or anything like that. I'm gonna keep the same intro. We might be getting a new outro, but I am gonna have a BRB screen. I'm gonna have a 420 screen, and I'm going to have a starting stream soon and an ending stream soon screen. So we're working on it. I get by now. Yo, Tony. Yeah, actually, I disagree with that. Gotta have snackies. I mean, I have snacks. Like, again, I that's where I kind of make like the capitulation on this is I will eat popcorn or like a bag of chips or something like that, which is not the greatest. Like, trust me, I had a bag of Cheetos on stream once, and I was just like, I'm like, okay, this is why we don't eat Cheetos, like crunchy Cheetos, on stream. All right, yeah, no, Devil's Advocate. I just saw your. I don't know how he eats on stream without the mic picking it up, even with the sound gates, because it does pick it up. Oh, Hassan, it picks it up. Me, because I do this, like I get away from the microphone, or I'll push it like this. Like, I know you guys have probably seen me, like when I'm eating like popcorn, even I'll just and then bring it back. I can't stand the sound of chewing like that, and the way that Hassan talks with his mouth open, or like, dude, again, I've had people come in here and tell me that it's because of, he was raised by Turkish parents or whatever the fuck. I was raised by different parents and grandparents, for that matter, that all said the same thing. If you chew with your mouth open, you are rude and disgusting. You need to chew with your mouth closed. You also need to take smaller fucking bites. Like I said, I watched that motherfucker just, ow! Like, what the fuck? Pep has a filter of some kind on his stream because he sounds different when he's on other people's streams. Yeah, it's inside baseball. It's your gain and setting the gate in your mic to a certain level where it'll pick up like background noise or noise that you don't necessarily want picked up. So for that, yeah, you're right, Pep. Hassan is uncouth as fuck. I mean, dude, for real. The motherfucker, like, when he's sitting there picking his teeth, like that Adam, I'm not even kidding. That Adam Mockler interview really bugged the shit out of me. You know what? Alex, how would you feel? Actually, just hanging out. Alex, you want to come on? I'll send you a link. I know this is working because I just had Dieter use it, so. But I was just about to say, for real, when I'm like, the whole picking at the teeth, like, I'm not sure if this is like a me thing. I'm not sure if this is a Chicago thing. I'm not sure if this is like just a broader thing. But fucking A, if some motherfucker, I gotta calm down, is picking his teeth in front of me, just and like I'm chatting with him, I think that I would like I would have a hard time not like hauling off and just be like I mean, I would ask politely first. Maybe. I don't know. There's something you have seen already? And when were you planning on telling us, Pep? Just kidding. No, it's okay. Dental hygiene is important, but I'm just gonna... No, and not the way he was fucking digging. You kidding me? Can't cause my in-laws... Ah, it's alright, brother. It's alright. Just happy to have you in chat. Yeah, you have been taught manners. Yeah, I was taught manners. Like, this is why when you hear me burp, and I know I've said this a few times, when you hear me burp, I have to say excuse me, otherwise, no, my mom will, like, curse me from the afterlife. You don't understand. Like, I don't want this to be misconstrued, okay? Like, my mom never abused me. She never, like, she never, like, hit me, okay? But, like, if we were, for instance, at, like, a, family member's house or some shit, and I, like, ripped a burp, and I didn't say excuse me, that was a quick smack to the back of the head, just, whack. You know? And then it was the say excuse me. It's like, excuse me. You learn. I was about to say, it's, you know what, different time, but millennial fucking, no. And my dad, this is the thing, my parents got divorced when I was pretty young. I was like 7 or 8. And when my parents, like, they didn't agree on a lot, but that was one thing that they would constantly agree on. Wait, ouch, I got a canister of silver polish or something thrown at me once. Yeah. No, I had a remote thrown at my head once by my stepmom. She even felt bad about it because, like, it was one of those ones where, like, I like dodged and I was like, wah! That wasn't a dodge, but it was like, wah! And then it just went whoosh, and it scattered across. It just fucking shattered across the room. And she was like, I am so sorry. She was just like, no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my God. I was like, you're lucky you missed. Oh man. I know, right? He is liable to be picking teeth up off the ground after. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, you start picking your teeth in front of me while we're talking, and you're just like, yeah. It's like, can you not? It's like, dude, you got a mirror? Why don't you go fucking take care of that? You know, why don't you do one of these numbers where it's just like... Fuck. Yummers? Yeah. No, yummers. Dude, he ate the shit. He literally he went like this. And he was like eating it off the fucking toothpick. It was disgusting. Fuck. Can I just say, anybody doing that, like anybody that ever does that should be fucking challenged. And that's why, like, I gotta, like, Sylvie, I know that we were going back into it. In my opinion, manners are just traditions passed down to create artificial. Oh, stop. No. I disagree with that. If you're gonna do this manners are patriarchy bullshit, I'm sorry. I full on disagree. I think that manners are supposed to be there. Like, or not manners are supposed to be there. Like, in some ways, you are right. Because, like, of, like, how... If you're doing, like, the, proper posture, you need to make sure that you use the right spoon and fork, blah, 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 blah. But, no, I'm pretty sure this goes back to, like, you know, the first, like, caveman that figured out that he was annoyed by, like, other caveman chewing, and then he bashed that caveman's head in with a fucking bone. I've been watching a lot of Primal. Actually, like I'm almost done with that show. I can't wait to get to season 3. I have no idea of how he gets to the point that he's in season 3. I kind of wish I didn't even see a trailer for it, but yeah, Primal's cool. Big difference between etiquette and manners. Ah, there we go. Etiquette, yes. There we go. Actually, Mouse's houses. I appreciate that. Well, come on, man. Damn it, I thought I was crass. I don't want to laugh, but it was funny, too. He was asked the same question everyone does through customs. Yep. Yeah, no, I called that one out. I did. Yes, and he was held the same way that everybody else was in customs, too. Like, I've been held in customs for, well, let's just put it this way. Did I smell like a certain substance? Yes. So did they have to search my shit? Yes. Yeah. I don't know. I have my opinions, man. I'm not trying to start a beef with Hassan. I don't want to, and I'm not trying to get anybody to be turned off of his content, because honestly, he is a little bit like, What's the word I'm gonna look for? Yo, what the fuck? Yo, this shit's going on Twitter where they're saying that Ghislaine Maxwell was spotted in public. No, this has got to be some AI bullshit. Hold on. I hold a more general rule. If you know or think it will bother someone unneedingly, then don't do it. It's a good general rule of thumb. Uh-oh. Where's my stream unstable? F's on Twitch. F's on Twitch. Uh-oh. F's on Twitch. Uh-oh. I think that this is all on Twitch, though. Because I'm fine on both my other streams. Not a big deal. Really? The fuck? It says I have an excellent connection. What the hell? Oh, there it goes. Yo, that was weird. But here we are, age of social media. Yeah. Even if it wasn't AI BS, they're gonna just get away with distracting you from everything else. Mouse's houses, what do you mean? Oh, okay. You're saying we have generational debt. I see what you're saying now. I see. All right. Let's go into this. Fuck it. I got one segment I want to go into. Piers Morgan segment. Why not? It's about racism in the UK.
By radical Muslims and taken over.
These lies around quote-unquote grooming gangs, which is not even a criminal category of people from
Did you
the
say
space
grooming
of
gangs are
feeling.
not a criminal category?
It's not a criminal category.
Raping young
We've
girls
taught him
is not a
something.
criminal
The biggest
category.
scandal- People are not prosecuted on the basis of grooming gangs. That's a media term.
Sorry, I
to
can't
carry
let
out
that go.
sexual-
It's a coincidence
Actually, he's right about that.
that in the middle of the Epstein
By the way, I'm opening my second pack that my
files,
wife
all
got
of
me.
a sudden this scandal comes up again. Oh, look at that squirrel. look over
shut
there. Don't
up.
look at
Sorry,
the Epstein
excuse me,
files.
this guy
Don't look
is
at the
beyond
child rapists.
unbearable to
Okay.
Oh, grooming
I-
gangs.
I would like to say,
Muslims.
You're picking on random stuff that have no relevance. I gotta go. Bye, Piers.
Oh, wow.
Uncensored viewers will be well aware that many
They got someone to
American
leave?
politicians and commentators have a very bleak view of Britain. The UK, they say, has fallen.
Ooh, you got some white pens on and black paper journals. Okay, so you'll appreciate this. I have a all blank comic with black pages. I'm so excited to start using that.
The nation of Shakespeare, the Beatles, and the Magna Carta has become a nation of Sharia law, grooming gangs, and censorship. Megyn Kelly articulated this view last week in her usual excoriating style on my show.
This attitude that
Yeah, but
you have right here
hang
is
on,
why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of
I got the fucking To the Crystal Tower. If you guys don't know, oh, dude, that's a legendary card. Fuck yeah.
radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here.
Dude, I got the
Whether
golden
it's Hispanic,
saucer.
whether
Fuck
it's
yeah.
Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected.
Now, whether you agree with her
All right.
sentiment or not, and I don't,
I
the
just
fact
got a kick-ass pack of magic.
is that many British
Fuck
people
yeah.
do agree with it. Nigel Farage's Reform UK is leading in national polls. Elon Musk, who says a civil war is inevitable in the UK and often boosts anti-Muslim content on his platform X, is endorsing another new party which pledges to reverse migration.
Thank you to my wonderful wife for giving me that as a Valentine's gift. I got some really good cards out of that will be being used in my Commander deck.
Leader of that party, Rupert Lowe, wants to ban
Hell yeah.
burqas. Well, last week, Sir Jim Ratcliffe, the billionaire owner of Manchester United, said the UK has been colonised by immigrants. And just as it is in the US, there's been
That's an expensive-ass card to use, but
a social media-fueled resurgence of casual racism. There was a big
You're at
debate
Taco Bell? I had that for dinner last
in
night.
the UK about whether Rishi Sunak is really English. Tommy Robinson's views have been mainstreamed and normalised. Robert Jenrick, one of Nigel Farage's new recruits to reform, was recorded complaining that he hadn't seen another white face while visiting an area where most of the residents are Muslim. All of these things were considered beyond the pale a few years ago. So what's behind it all? Has the UK really lost its culture to radical Islam? Here to debate this, Reform UK's candidate for London Mayor, Layla Cunningham, rapper and activist Loki, Andrew Gold, host of the Heretics podcast, Black Studies professor and author of Nobody Can Give You Freedom, Kehinde Andrews, and Cenk Uygur, the founder and host of The Young Turks, an outspoken critic of online Muslim bashing. Okay, let's start with Layla Cunningham, who is a candidate to be Mayor of London. Welcome to Uncensored. We've not had you on before. This narrative, which a lot of American guests of mine, friends of mine, people I know, people I respect, there's a growing narrative that the UK has been invaded by radical Muslims and taken over, and that people like me can barely leave our front door because of this radical invasion, which I think is a ridiculous overreach of what the real situation is. But what do you feel it is?
So I think it depends which part of the country you're in, which part of London you're in. And I think the real question people are asking themselves is who right now sets the cultural norms in certain parts of the country, and who adapts to whom? Should it be the host nation that adapts to those?
All right, for anybody that cares, it's an instant choose to counter target spell, return target permanent to its owner's hand, tap all creatures or opponents control under opponent's control, or draw a card.
Arrive, or should it be the new arrivals that adapt? And people feel that as a host nation, we haven't asked new arrivals to adapt. We haven't asked them to assimilate or integrate. And mass immigration has caused rapid
Uni killed this
demographic change, and that has created certain people, British.
Oh shit! Yeah, I play a blue deck. Don't hate me.
People to feel that their way of life has changed in where they live, and some people say it's racist to notice this, and others say it's authoritarian to forbid discussion about this. But I say that.
F. I lost my horizontal. Oh no. Oh no. No. Come on. All right, hold on. This is an internet issue. Give me a second. I'm just waiting on it. Get cold or some shit. Oh, it did. Yeah, it's really cold in the neighborhood right now. No. Don't worry, guys. Yeah, no, I'm having an internet issue. I'm just waiting for it to take care of itself. So it should be good now.
It's not racist to want to preserve your way of life. It's not racist to want to preserve your values. It's patriotism. You're like, hang on, there's so many people here. My town looks completely different. The shops are in a different language. And it's just not, it's not the town I grew up in. And